While the men from the land of wood and water could not deal with the soca pressure from the men from the land of Calypso, Jonathan Lyndon Carter from Babylon Road in St. Andrew, Deep in Row, Barbados, inspired a nation with a performance pregnant with pride. And that birdie from Blackrock wrote, against Jamaica, Auntie May's men are looking to raid the burn like Anthony B, after reducing the Leeward's Hurricanes to just a passing shower. This is cricket on Cut and Drive. Good morning to you wherever you are, and welcome to the region's Mecca. Yes, Barbados are up against a side that went to Trinidad and they lost, but they battled courageously in the second innings, but they could not get over the line. So today it's ackee and saltfish against flying fish and cuckoo. The news is good after some early morning rain that is given away to wonderful weather in Bridgetown, and we're looking forward to the battle between Jamaica and Barbados, contested, oh yes, at the region's Mecca in the heartland of the nation's capital. Good morning, I'm Andrew Mason. Along with me, Lyndon Yard, who's been getting tremendous reviews. Of course, the veteran Keith Holder, coming to call in, of course, as well, a little bit later on, Roland Butcher, and I'm told that there's a youngster in the back who will also be very much a part of it as well in terms of some interviews. So we are set for the action. The news early is that Barbados are very much in the field after Jamaica won the toss and they chose to bat. Good morning to Lyndon Yard. Hello to you, my friend.
Hello to you, Andrew. Good morning to you, and good morning to listeners in Barbados and throughout the eastern and southern Caribbean, and indeed the world. Welcome to Kensington Oval. Overcast conditions. The sun is out in all its glory, but the pitch looks a beauty. The outfield is in immaculate conditions, and Andrew, we are set for a tremendous.
Yes, so the first ball is going to be bowled. I think Keith is going to be coming to call in pretty soon, and it's going to be Hardin, one of the heroes of the first game, will start the action for us. He comes in to bowl to Campbell, looking to get back in the West Indies team. He's in and bowls, and Campbell gets the ball outside the off stump, plays inside the line, it goes by to be taken by the keeper. First of all, how do you assess the pitch?
It looks a good pitch from here, Andrew. Unlike the wicket used against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, where Barbados were successful, which was the wicket. This wicket is very much towards the eastern side of the ground. This pitch is towards the eastern side of the ground. Second on the square, and it's devoid of grass.
Yes.
You can see the sun bouncing off it, which is always a good sign for a fast bowler.
Yes, here's Hardin with 3 sips in the gully, comes in to bowl to Campbell. He's in and bowls to Campbell, and Campbell gets a short ball and swings it away down to the boundary for 4. That's a poor delivery. It went down towards that backward square. It was really meat and drink for him. Maybe it was a bit of flying fish and cuckoo to the ackee and saltfish man. It was short, and just swiveled across and just helped it away down to the boundary. That's gone for 4 to get the Jamaicans on their way.
Yes, I'm sure that Campbell will welcome that short delivery, ill-directed on the line of the legs. Somebody just swiveled inside the line and parried it all the way down to the fielder, and a good start for him down the boundary. And Hardin will want to get it right, and he's operating from the Joe Gardner end, or the southern end of the ground, as we are bathed in sunshine. 3 sips in the
Campbell off the mark with 4. Here's Hardin, comes up now, he's in Boston into this delivery. He's getting outside the off stump, full delivery, comes across the line, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. So 4 without loss. The decision by Jamaica, Lyndon Yard, to win the toss and bat, are you surprised by that?
I'm not surprised looking at the wicket from where I am. I like the fact that the wicket has a bit of shine in it. There's no grass, and I think that the pitch looks a good batting strip. And I don't think that they are buoyed by the fact that they will have to set the pace of the game, which is always good, Andrew. If you can dictate the game in the early, it gives you that advantage.
Here's Hardin, comes up now, he's on his way, he's in and bows to Campbell, and Campbell gets him outside the off stump, plays a shadow shot, not shadow dancing as Lyndon Yard does, just watches the ball go by to be taken by the keeper. Keith Holder comes a call in after this over. He's got lots of vital information for you, and of course he is the leader, the man who normally starts the ball-by-ball commentary. So he will come a call in, and I hope he gives me back my extra 5 minutes.
You're naughty.
I am as normal. Of course, Brains would have heard that and was criticizing me as well. Hello, my good friend Brains, who, by the way, listens to everything. Here is Hardin, comes up now, he's in, and bowls a ball which is bang on target on that middle stump. Coming across the line is the Jamaican, and pushing down towards mid-arm, there's no run. Campbell is in the side log, we've seen him. Of course, he would have had a stint with Maple, Blackwood, Bonner, Gordon, Harty, Merton, Minley, Morris, Palmer, and Williams. A couple of new names in the side. Of course, Keith will give you all the information. Barbados making one or two changes, as you would expect. No room for Graves, but Keith will expand on that. Here we go. Last ball of the first over, 4 without loss. Hardin comes up now, inbounds to Campbell. Campbell is clipping the ball away off the hip, down towards that backward square area for single. As Warken comes forward to collect it to end the first over. At the end of it, it's Campbell on 5. Look, hasn't had a chance to even face the ball. Jamaica win the toss and battle. They're 5 without loss. That's the latest score at Kensington Oval. And after you, it's going to be Keith Holder.
Yes, and nice start for the Jamaican Scorpions in this encounter against the Barbados Pride in Bridgetown. It's their second game on the road, and they would want to come back from that first game debacle. They have a perfect opportunity to do so, as despite the fact that Barbados are bubbling, having collected maximum points against the Leeward Island Hurricanes. The Jamaicans haven't won the toss and elected back in perfect conditions for cricket. The wicket looks a good, the pitch looks a good batting strip, and it's going to be Ramon Simmons who's going to pick it up from the Malcolm Marshall. And as I say, good morning to Keith Holder, who will give you all the teams and the umpires and set the stage. Keith.
Good morning to you, Lyndon, and listeners. A glorious day for cricket here at Kensington Oval. 3 slips in place, and Jamaica having won the toss, and unsurprisingly batting 5 for no wicket, all 5 to the Captain Campbell, the left-hander, who lets Simmons' first delivery outside of the off stump go on its way to Dorridge. So from the side which defeated the Leeward Islands Hurricanes by 4 wickets here on Saturday, 2 changes, one of them force in that Shamar Holder, with a couple injuries, one sustained during the game, is out. And the middle order batsman Justin Graves has been dropped. A short leg is in. So 2 slips and a fine gully. Short leg short from Simmons, bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end, left arm fast over the wicket. And Campbell looking for a pull, misses, strikes him on the body. There's no run, 5 for no wicket. So in come Shamar Brooks, the West Indies test batsman, and the tall off spinner Shem Holder. So those are the 2 changes from the opening round game. Hence Barbados Pride with Craig Bradford as captain, Shane Mosley, Raymond Reefer, Shamar Brooks, Jonathan Carter, as Simmons is halfway there, left arm fast over the wicket from the Marshall line, short, and the hook down towards the deep backward square, coming from off the boundary to do the fielding, and that's a single. So Hardin coming around to his left, 6 now for no wicket. And Leroy Lugg, lovely gentleman, good on the mic, played for Maple, got 100 in the elite division here in Barbados, and gave us a most heartwarming interview in the park when they opposed Spartan. Do you recall that, Andrew? Yes. Leroy Lugg to face his first delivery, just doing a couple squats, 6 for no wicket. So we reach Carter, Dorridge, Shane Dorridge, Keon Harding, Shem Holder, Jomel Warrican, Shamar Springer. And the bowling operation outside of the off stump, Ramon Simmons, as it goes through to the keeper. And hence, Hakeem Jordan, who was called up, doesn't get a pick at the first class level for the first time. Jamaica led by John Campbell. They welcome back Nkrumah Bonner. I'll talk about Bonner and Brooks in a minute, because it's an interesting story surrounding both, who only returned to the Caribbean on Sunday night from India. Outside of the off-stump, Simmons to Lugg. He doesn't have to play. 3 slips and a gully awaiting, taken by Dorridge, 6 for no wicket. So Campbell, who has all 6, is the captain. Nkrumah Bonner, Jermaine Blackwood, Nicholson Gordon, Patrick Harty. We've mentioned Leroy Lugg, who is about to take strike again from Simmons, Kurt McKenzie, Jamie Merchant, Marquino Minley, who played here in Barbados for Gladiola. 3 slips and a gully. Simmons is in and pushed that one outside of the off stump, giving the impression he was shadowing the ball as it goes through to Dorich. Lugg was the batsman on strike. He's yet to score after 3 deliveries. Campbell has 6 from 9. And Jamaica Scorpions having won the toss 6 without loss after the second over. And to complete the squad, the team for Jamaica having reached Minley, the keeper, Romain Morris, Paul Palmer, who was here in Barbados playing club cricket as well for Sagicor Life UWI, Alvin Williams, the 12th man, is Oreen Williams, and then they have a couple of the reserves, the COVID reserves, as you want to put it. Outside of the off stump at the start of his second over, bowling from the Joel Garner end is Harding, and no stroke from Campbell with 3 slips and a gully waiting. There's also the cover. He has extra cover mid-off, mid-on, and a long leg, 6 foot no wicket. The umpires are the same as the last game. Gregory Braffett and Jonathan Blades, the Barbadian pair. Ryan Willoughby, former seam bowler for Carlton and Palisi, is the reserve. And Stephen Proverbs, as was the case and has been the case in recent years, once he was appointed match referee. He's an employee of the BCA, but he was out there busy as usual, walking very fast, clad in his jacket. He likes to wear a suit, and he's always nattily attired, enjoys being a match referee. So he went out there at 9:30 with Craig Braffett and John Campbell. Up went the coin, it rolled a bit, and then when it came down, Craig Braffett looked on anxiously, and then Mr. Proverbs pointed to John Campbell and said, "You've won it." And on this pitch devoid of any grass, he opted to bat quite rightly. Brisk delivery outside of the off stump from Harding to Campbell, and when he was approaching to bowl his second delivery, stopped by the crease, and now he went right through, and that was a fine delivery. 6 for no wicket, so all set. I was making the point that having had an interview last evening, having spoken to the chairman of the Barbados Pride Selectors, Henderson Brooms, to find out the pros and cons of this Barbados side, as Harding is in again to Campbell, and he turns it out through square leg. He's gone for one and will come back for the second run. That is an unprotected position, and Simmons had to run all the way from mid-on to do the fielding. So 2 comfortable runs to Campbell. He is on 8. That's the Jamaica score without loss after winning the toss. And Nkrumah Bonner, like Shamar Brooks, like Kemar Roach, all returned from India on Sunday night. The 3-match ODI series, West Indies being wiped out in that series. Here's Harding again, outside of the off stump. No stroke from Campbell. It goes through to Dorich, 8 without loss. What Henderson Brooms pointed out to me is that there was a directive for both Brooks and Roach to play in this game. But after such a long flight, you're talking 23 hours or so, jet lag would have kicked in. Thankfully, Brooks made it to the practice sessions here yesterday. Roach is a fast bowler, and he's now the veteran of the side. He wasn't up to scratch, as Harding is in again outside of the off stump. No stroke from Campbell with 3 slips and a gully waiting taken by Dorich. 8 without loss, all 8 to John Campbell, the captain, with his partner being Leroy Lugg. Now, in relation to Shamar Holder, there were some fitness concerns. Obviously, he didn't play in the last practice match leading up to the first game against the Leeward Islands with a shoulder concern, but as it turned out, he pulled up with a hamstring injury on the 3rd day of that game against the Leeward Islands. And here, with 3 slips and a gully still in operation, Harding is into Campbell, and this time very much on the stumps as he defends it back down the pitch on the onside to the bowler who does the fielding himself. There is no run, and Harding completes his second over, 7 runs. Simmons 1 over for 1 run. It's 8 without loss. And I'll just go a bit further into perhaps any likely questions that would be asked of, so what happened to Jonathan Drake, who was picked originally in the squad, was expected to make his debut against the Leewards. Then COVID struck, so he was out. And whereas, like Akeem Jordan, who too pulled out of that original squad because of COVID, but has recovered and been given the pass to be included, although he's been left out of the final 11. That's not the case with Jonathan Drake, so he still has not been given the green light to return from COVID. Outside of the off stump from Simmons, no stroke from Lug, taken by Dowrich. There are 3 slips of gully cover. Then mid-off is wide. Short mid-on, there's a short leg in Mosley and a fine leg, 8 without loss. Let me say a very happy birthday, his 66th, to the lead selector of Cricket West Indies, the most honorable Desmond Haynes. And we trust that you live to see many more and that we'll hear from you, hopefully during the course of this game. This is a nice delivery, touching down from Simmons and gingerly playing at it outside of the off stump is Lug, taken by Dowrich. So, Mr. Yard, I've given a mouthful.
I was hoping you will continue. If you're doing so excellent, so actually enjoying it.
8 for no wicket. And while I offer happy birthday wishes to the most honorable Desmond Haynes, 3 sips of gully, a short leg. Simmons is into Lug. Lug with a wild drive, not moving his feet outside of the off stump. And it was even going further away. Misses, taken by Dowrich, 8 for the wicket. Let me also offer condolences on the other side to the Chief Executive Officer of the Barbados Cricket Association, Dr. Roland Toppin, on the passing of his mum, Joyce, lived to the ripe old age of 90. Of course, Roland is the brother of the former long-standing St. Michael North MP and Government Minister, Ronald Toppin, who represented that constituency for 27 unbroken years. Lug drives through the covers, fine shot to get off the mark. It's a fast outfield again, and it will get into the boundary before Shem Holder bubbles over the rope, and he will pick it up in front of the Greenwich and Haynes stand. So Lug is now off the mark for boundary off Simmons, and Jamaica Scorpions 12 without loss in over number 4 after winning the toss against Barbados Pride here at Kensington Oval, first day of round 2 in the regional first class championship.
Yes, a beautiful shot there by Love. Delivery overpicked on the line, outside the line of the off stump, and for a change, he got his left leg to the pitch of the ball, and he stroked it elegantly all along the carpet for a beautiful 4. The previous delivery was a little wideish, and he just stood there and threw his bat at it. Here's Simmons again.
And pitch is short, tucks him up a bit, Lug, and it goes a couple meters on the pitch. Mosey at short leg to do the fielding, and there is no run, 12 without loss.
Yes, good delivery coming into the batsman on the line of the, I would say, center going to the leg and tucking him up. That's the reason why the short leg is in position, and he would want to keep the ball away from the short leg in Love. But good opportunity for the young man who had an impressive game against the Leeward Islands Hurricane, and he starts in from Malcolm Marshall and again.
Here is Simmons outside of the off stump, no stroke from Lug, taken by Dowrich. And you look at this surface, it's 12 for no wicket. I was again talking about the surface with Henderson Brooms, the convener of the Barbados Pride selectors yesterday. It really doesn't have a blade of grass, so hence not a surprise that they have picked the second specialist spinner in Shem Holder. He's had 5 first-class matches. Didn't start his first-class career for Barbados. Came through the under-19 system, Shem Holder, and he actually started his first-class career 4 years ago on the 5th of January 2018, the 3rd of January. The match finished on the 5th, and that was for the Leeward Islands against Trinidad and Tobago at the Queen's Park Oval. Outside of the off stump is Harding, and no stroke from Campbell as it goes through to Dowrich, 12 for no wicket. But before this, his last was for Barbados against Guyana at Providence back on the 27th of February. The game ended on the 1st of March 2019. So, represent Spartan. I recall when he first played at the highest level of domestic cricket in Barbados here for the Barbados youth. It was against BDF SP at Pargan, and he got loads of wicket sham holder. And another of the products of the Combermere School at Waterford. 12 for no wicket. There are 3 slips, a gully, cover, extra cover, mid-off, very short mid-on, and a long leg. Harden is in, pitches up, and it's push back down on the on side, coming more or less off the inner portion of the bat. Harden sticks his left hand out, does the feeling, and then makes a little rub as he walks back to his mark, Linden Yard.
Yes, I'm sure he would want to continue to make Campbell play. And I think the line of attack here has to be just on or about that off stump with 3 slips in the gully in position. There's a wide gap between long leg and mid-on. So he wouldn't want to straight get too close to the center stump, more on the line of the off stump or just outside. Here he comes.
Outside of the off stump. And again, on this occasion, no stroke. We have a young bloke in the box today, Tahir Babulia, who looked after your friend from England with roots in Gujarat. Michael, can you just set up Tahir there? Let me find out a couple things from him. Mr. Tahir, I'm going to let you wet your feet in between with Lyndon. I'm certain that when Andrew replaces me and Roland is up, he will do the same, because our mate was excited about a picnic at the weekend, and with his religious background, I'm being curious almost at the point outside of the off stump from Harding, and he doesn't play. What we call in Barbados being gypsy, Lyndon. I don't know.
I haven't heard that word for a while, Keith.
Gypsy. Yeah, that's a village word.
The younger generation.
The colloquial word.
The younger generation will use the word fast.
Fast. So 12 for no wicket. The slips and court and gully cordon being strengthened. There are 3 slips and 2 gullies now for Campbell, with Harding operating from the Joel Garner end. And the second gully is gone a couple meters deeper onto his left. And this one is pitched up, and that's well driven, sweetly timed between the extra cover and mid-off of boundary. It was a half volley, and Campbell, who hardly wastes his opportunities to score, just came forward and touched it, and now he touches the gloves of Lug on his way back after they met in mid-pitch. He should not even have attempted to run on that stroke, but just with a little style for his second boundary, which takes him into double figures on 12. Lug has 16 for no wicket. You would have enjoyed that stroke, Lyndon.
Yeah, beautiful cricket shot, given a half volley, and he just eased into it, just easing onto the front foot and stroked it all along the carpet. Excellent shot, Keith, and this is what good batsmen do, or good batters do. You've got to capitalize on those loose deliveries.
So here is Harding again, into bowl to the left-handed Campbell, and for this delivery short, and he pulls it out through square, backward for another boundary. Just as I was saying, if you bowl a trifle too short, if you overpitch, John Campbell is the sort of player that will go after you, and he swung that one through square leg out by the electronic scoreboard. And Simmons has ran beyond the scoreboard to pick the ball up, which he does now. So with 2 boundaries in succession, his third all told, Campbell goes to 16 from 21 deliveries. Lug has 4 off 9 balls, and Jamaica Scorpions 20 without loss after winning the toss against Barbados here in round 2 of the CWI First Class Championship.
And they're scoring comfortably. The penultimate ball, a half volley, and then the final ball of that over, a gift, given the fact that he has a long leg and a mid-on. And Campbell not want to miss out on those loose deliveries, and he capitalized on it by putting it into the boundary for 4.
Good morning to you, Tahir.
Good morning, Keith, and good morning to all the listeners and the viewers online. How are you doing, Keith?
Well, I'm fairly good, thanks. And you?
I am well. Just happy to be here in the box, and it's a dream come true for me, man.
Okay, sir. Lug with a big drive outside of the off stump. Simmons, the bowler, misses, and with that stroke being played, let's see what's going to happen here. Mosley comes from short leg to have a word with Harding, who is at third slip. He removes his helmet, and the reason is that they figure with Lug's approach one swing of the way is likely to take a nick. So let's see where Mosey is going to be positioned. He's being moved from the short leg, puts on his cap, having replaced the helmet, which is now behind Dorich. 3 slips are in and a gully. And he is going to a third man about 15 meters away from the boundary. So let's call him a deep third man, not the real third man on the boundary. And Simmons is in, back goes Lug and plays it square on the offside. And there is no run, 20 for no wicket. We had the presence of a wonderful gentleman brought in by Roland Butcher for the opening round, and we were able ultimately to make connections with yourself in terms of the WhatsApp discussions which were going on, and I'm happy that you were able to invite him over the weekend to see some of Barbados. Here is Simmons in again to bowl to Lug, short, and back he goes and forces it square on the offside. That's going to be another boundary for Lug. So the boundaries are coming here. No chance for Shem Holder, who now retrieves it from in front of the Greenwich and Haynes stand. Lug goes to 8 with 2 boundaries, and Jamaica Scorpions 24 for no wicket. Linden.
Again, too short, too wide. The batsman just going on the front foot, transferring the weight from the front foot to the back foot, and punching it through the squares cover region, square cover point region for 4. Good scoring shot, good scoring opportunity. A little surprised with this field position. Keith up the third man, 3/4 way down, when given the fact they have 3 slips and the gully in position. So clearly the intention is to bowl short outside in the off stump and hope maybe they can have a slash. That's the only reason I can see the short third man like this.
Simmons with 3 slips and a gully, bowl short, and Lug tucks it down towards the fine leg for a single. Warrington comes off the boundary to do the fielding. So 9 he has now, and Jamaica Scorpions on to 25 for no wicket, having won the toss. Let's take a little look here at the slips cordon. Linden, as expected, Brooks coming in for his first game.
Is he there because he's a test player?
Well, no, he's a good slipper. and he doesn't look jet lag at all. Hans Akimbo, he's in that first slip.
We saw Warrington
second. Well, Warrington has now been given a position where he's most comfortable, in my opinion. Third man, fine leg. Get him from around the slips and gully cordon. And then there are 2 slips then in Brooks and Carter with Springer at gully. Warrington has picked up point. Oh, he's a good diver. He can move across the field. Simmons is in, pitch on the pads, and turned out through forward square by the left-handed Campbell for a single. Shem Holder comes off the boundary. 17 now is Campbell, and 9 to Lug. It's 26 for no wicket. This is the 6th over of the innings, 1 ball left. So Tahir, at the end of the over, I want to hear more about where you took Abdul at the weekend, how much praying you did, and you have to tell the public about your religious background and your connections with Gujarat from as far as parents go, etc., so that guys like Lyndon and myself would be inclined to join your religion.
Lyndon is very affiliated with the religion through his horse racing, you know. Mohammed. The Turf Club, Lyndon will be a good friend of Lyndon.
Okay, this last delivery is pushed into the coverage. There is no run the end of the over. It's 26 of loss. So yes, Mohammed, the guy who does, I think, the PR work at the Barbados Turf Club. So how was the weekend? Where did you take Abdul?
Well, we had obviously Abdul's first time in Barbados. We had to show him the real Barbadian tradition. You know, we took him on a traditional Bajan picnic. We went to Farley Hill. We had a nice lunch there. We took him to Totty Hill. We showed him the old plantation house with the 99 windows. He was very, he enjoyed that a lot.
He enjoyed that a lot.
And then we went over to Cherry Tree Hill, and then we went down to the East Coast, Joe's River, by the new bridge that was built recently.
Yes.
And he really loved it there. And then we went to Bashiba, and we had some nice tea and cake there, celebrating my uncle's birthday as well.
Okay.
And I just want to, before we move on, I just want to wish the most honorable Desmond Haynes happy birthday today as well.
Oh.
A very close friend of mine and a mentor. And he has mentored a lot of young persons in Barbados and throughout the world.
Wonderful. Tahir, 26 of loss. Here is Harding with 3 slips and a gully to Campbell outside of the off stump. He doesn't play and taken by Dorich. So when is Abdul due to return to England, and when next do you expect him back in Barbados?
Well, Aju would have given me honorary citizenship last commentary last week. So I think he would return as soon as possible, but he's set to return to England on Wednesday. But we have him in the works to come back soon and do some work down here.
I didn't realize he sneaked in the commentary box and was sitting there next to Andrew. I don't think he should spoil his morning so early by sitting close to Andrew. Yeah, but that's very good. So it's 26 without loss. And Harding at the top of his mark. Opts now to go around the wicket to bowl to Campbell. Campbell has 17 from 23 deliveries. 3 slips, a gully cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, fine leg. And here's Harding from the Joel Garner end around the wicket. And that's a shadow shot, you call it, Lyndon. That's the way that Campbell tends to play. He gives the impression that he's playing at the ball, but in fact, he's just tucking the bat inside in that extravagant style.
What I like about it, Keith, is that it ensures that he's covering his off stump, despite the fact that he brings his right leg across to the off stump and keeps the bat close to the pad as possible while keeping his eye on the ball. So it's a good way to lead and shows that the batsman knows exactly where his off stump is.
Here goes Harding again into bowl to Campbell, and he drives this on this occasion outside of the off stump, misses, and taken by Dowrich. Now it's good to see that Jerry Solozano is back in the middle. He missed the opening round game for Trinidad and Tobago because of injury, and he's partnering Keegan Simmons after Trinidad and Tobago were sent in by the Windward Islands at the Brian Lara Academy in Taruba. So Solozano on 5 and Simmons 4, and it's Maxwell partnered by Sherman Lewis as the new ball bowlers for the Windward's 10 for no wicket. Forward, the next delivery and push down to mid-off. There's no run fielded by Reefer, the batsman being Campbell. 26 without loss, Lyndon.
Yes, and a good start for the Jamaican Scorpions. Campbell on 17, Lug on 9. Keith, you pronounce it lug or lug?
Lug. L-U-G-G.
I know, yes.
Lug, like luggage.
Lug. Right.
Yeah, lug.
Campbell will be trying hard to get back into the West Indies side. I'm looking to score in this match.
Harding from around the wicket, and Campbell right in behind it, plays it down towards the area of mid-off. Intercepted at extra cover by Mosley, and there is no run, 26 without loss. And in the other game also in Trinidad at the Queen's Park Oval, Guyana won the toss, opted to bat, and they've lost 2 early wickets in the 6 over, 16 for 2, with Hemraj caught by Hodge, the captain, off the admirable Jeremiah Louis. He fell for 9, and here this one after this next delivery, Lyndon and Tahir. It's an interesting dismissal. 3 slips, a gully cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a fine leg. Harding around the wicket. On the front foot, driven sweetly down to the cover boundary by John Campbell, the Jamaica Scorpions captain. It's his 4th boundary in 21 from 28 balls. Lug has 9 with 2 boundaries off 14 deliveries, and Jamaica Scorpions with a confident start, 30 without loss after 7 overs. So, before Andrew comes in, let's give you the dismissal of Shimron Hetmeyer. Obstructing the field, duck, first ball.
Wow. Not quite what you would want to hear from a player who's very much expected to go on and dominate headline West Indies cricket for maybe the next 10 years. He's a very young fella, but you would want to play the game in the right spirit. That's not the rate that you would want to lose your wicket. I remember Carla Best once saying to me, the worst out in cricket is a run out. So to be giving out this way, to get yourself out this way.
What about handle ball? As the most honourable Desmond Leo Haynes once did in a test match.
Yes, I think basically that has to be almost identical to that. It's not the premier way to get out. I think sometimes it can be misleading. I'll get back to that.
3 slips in the gully. Here's Simmons, the left arm pace outside of the off stump, no stroke from Lug. If there is to be one criticism about Simmons this morning, is that he needs to attack the stumps more. He's only in his 2nd game. One is not being too harsh on him. But at this level, let me see either Brooks, the captain, Braffett, or a senior bloke like Carter run up to him from the slips corner and just have a couple words to say, youngster, yes, this is the way to go. You know, you need that sort of encouragement on the spot.
Keith, looking at the highlights from the game between Guyana and the Leewards.
Okay, after this delivery, Tahir, here is Simmons into lug, pitch is short, and he goes back and guys it's clear on the offside, fielded by Shem Holder. There is no run, 30 for no wicket. Yes, Tahir.
Louis Bolden had my played a far defensive shot. The ball was going back onto the stumps,
yes,
and he used his hand to hit it away, and the umpire sent him. So, unlucky to be dismissed.
And tell us how you got that.
I'm watching it on the Cricket West Indies YouTube feed, and all the matches are being streamed live.
That's right, and that's where we credit Cricket West Indies, David Green and his crew. I have invited David Green to join us in the post-tea session to tell us about his staff and replays, etc., etc. They've been doing a tremendous job. Well done to Cricket West Indies, and stifle appeal here as Lug was defending against Simmons. It goes up on the offside. There is no run, 30 without loss. But you were expanding on the point about these weird dismissals, Lyndon.
Like, for example, with the one that the most honorable Desmond Haynes got, it was a situation where you just wanted to pass the ball onto the fielder. Not all fielders allow you to do it. There's some who say, just flick the ball, you know, and it's in good spirit. It's normally meant in good spirit. For example, watching the Hepmar one day just now was a situation where, because of lack of awareness, he needed to use his bat and not the glove. You know, the ball just hit the glove and that was it.
3 slips in a gully. Simmons from the Malcolm Marshall end, right arm fast over wicket. Lug drives it powerfully over the head of mid-off. Reaper runs back. It goes into the boundary in front of the Hewitt and in his stand, and on a flat pitch here at Kensington Oval, devoid of grass, not a single blade as the batsmen tap their bats. The batters, I dare say, to acknowledge that boundary by Lug. It's his third 13. He has 34 without loss. Let's look at the question here before I leave you, gentlemen, in that the opening pair for Jamaica are fairly well known to locals, both having represented the West Coast club Maple in the BCA competitions. As far as Campbell is concerned, from way back in 2013 when he was a member of the Sagicor West Indies High Performance Centre. And now that's with disdain, just lifted through the vacant mid-on. Not the best of timing, and they just amble back for the second run. But that is some of the batting shown early here by Lug that he displayed when he represented Maple. Of course, Campbell got a century in the Super Cup against YMPC at Beccles Road. And in the last decade or so, Lyndon and Tahir, has become very evident that players from other Caribbean territories have had opportunities to play in local cricket here in Barbados. I know the weight has gone the route of UWI because of their wonderful program up at KFL. Simmons is in again, and Lug is forward and guys it's clear on the offside, fielded by Shem Holder. A no ball call by the umpire Gregory Braffett. And it's the first extra of the Jamaica first innings. They're 37 without loss after winning the toss, with 21 to Campbell and 15 to Lug.
Yes, over 4 runs and over, but a high percentage of boundaries. I think that young Simmons, in this only his second first-class game, will need to get that length right, because he's a trifle too full at times when he's not on that wideish length, and hence the reason why Lug has been able to take full advantage of him.
So Simmons hopefully now to complete his 4th over, and Lug into a big heave, and it goes off the outer portion of the bat behind point. They've gone for one. It will come back for the second run as Mosley, who has been positioned at third man a couple of meters inside of the boundaries, onto it. So Lug goes on to 15. Campbell has 21, 38 without loss. 8 overs have been bowled. Just a quick word from Henderson Springer telling us to remember that George Linton, the late former Spartan and Barbados leg spinning all-rounder, was dismissed, handled ball in a match against the Windwards years ago. Yes, thanks for that memory. So more from you, and then Andrew Mason will return.
Yes, and a good start to the Jamaica innings, having won the toss in perfect conditions for cricket, as you said, Keith. The wicket devoid of any grass. It's an opportunity for young Simmons to get his length right, because unlike the first game where the pitch was full of grass, this one is devoid of grass, and he would need to get his length right in terms of making the batsman commit to play. I would prefer to see this forward short leg utilize, since he's going to use that short balls rather than having the third man in a strangest position of a deepish third man and not quite on the boundary or not the conventional third man. And all in all, advantage to Jamaica as we say good morning again to Andrew Mason.
Good morning to you, my friend. You got Tahir next to you.
Yes, and Rollo will be joining
Is that the
over.
guy that does so well in the CPL? Well, and he's a top bowler. So it's going to be Harden to continue. And this is a start from Jamaica that they like, but they want to extend it. It's 38 without loss. Campbell is on 21. Lug, we've seen him in Barbados. He fights fire with fire. In comes Harden from the northern end on his way to bowl to the right-handed Lug into this delivery. He's off the back foot and cuts it down to backward point. It's going to go towards the boundary. We'll get there. It's 4. Short and wide. That has been a problem for Barbados this morning. Too short. And off the back foot, Lug was a big man. I would imagine brought up in the ackee and saltfish and live and banana of Jamaica. On the back foot and banging the ball square for 4 to go to 20, and Jamaica winning the toss and batting their 42 without loss.
Inconsistencies in the line being presented by the Barbadian openers. As I would vacate now, Andrew, and give way to my elder statesman in Roland Butcher.
Good old Roland had a late breakfast. Maybe he's operated on Jamaica time. They are Harvey and the Caribbean. Here is Harden, the man from Orange Hill in St. James. Comes up now in bows to Lug. Lug is getting the ball pitched up Yorker length. That's a much better length. Digs it up with that big broad bat that he might have bought somewhere in Ligony in Jamaica, in the, of course, the nation's capital. Digs it out towards cover. There's no run. 42 without loss. Tahir, you enjoying this?
Yeah, it's going good so far. Barbados just bowling a bit all over the shop this morning. We need to tighten up. Harden had a good first game, and he would look to want to continue and in that good form and use this new ball, but not using it thus far to the Barbados advantage.
All right, so here's Harden. Starts to move in again to bowl to Lug. Lug is 20. Goes past umpire Blaze, now final leap into this delivery. He's driving in the air down towards mid-on, which is deep. Almost in no man's land, because I think had he been in the normal mid-on position, that would have gone straight to him. If you talk about the T20 or the ODIs with a circle, he's just outside the circle in no man's land, and the ball was popped down to him. He took it into bounds. So it's 42 without loss. Lug is a fella who doesn't mess around, Roland.
Andrew, first of all, good morning to you and to Tahir. Good to see you, and you're absolutely right. He's one of those old-fashioned opening batsmen.
Indeed. A good old BCL batsman. In he comes, and Harden doesn't get it right. Of course, that's the Barbados Cricket League that Owen Eswick was president. Of course, Owen Eswick, who would have managed the Barbados team, president for quite a long time. How many years, Keith, was Owen Eswick president? For about as long as you
First 17 unbroken.
how many?
First 17 years.
First 17 unbroken.
And then he returned.
And then he returned.
I was ousted by Austin Williams.
And he was ousted by Austin Williams, yes. So he got a 30 love. Hey! And we all know his political persuasions as well. Here is Harden as he starts his run, comes in, he's going to bowl to Lug. Lug is 20, goes past the umpire, bowls to Lug short, and that had a bit of gas, and he ducks, and the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. Now, Barbados are fielding after Jamaica won the toss and elected to bat. Roland, are you surprised by that decision by Jamaica?
Not at all. Obviously, Jamaica would have looked at the pitch. It's shorn of grass. It obviously looks very, very dry. So their thinking is going to be that there's going to be some turn in this pitch later on, and they don't want to be batting last. So on that basis, it's a nice warm morning here at Kensington Oval. So I think they've made a very good decision.
Harden, with the last ball of his over, comes in to bowl to Lug. He's in and bowls to Lug into this heavy short. Banged in, no problems at all. It goes over the batsman's head. No challenge whatsoever. And Dowridge takes it in front of his nose. So 42 without loss. I thought that was the last ball. In fact, there's another one to come. And Lug is 20. Campbell is on 21. Campbell has faced 28 balls. He struck 4 fours. Lug 20, he's already struck 4 fours. He's faced 26 balls. Harden been lectured by Reefer up at mid-on. They're two slips now. So that gully's been pulled away. There's a mid-off, a man at short extra cover. There's a man down at back who's got a long leg. Here is Harden from the northern, comes in to bowl to Lug into this delivery. He's off the back foot, is choked with a delivery that hustled onto him. And he pushes the ball away. Hurried into the offside down to cover for Warcan to pick it up to end the over from Harden. At the end of it, it's Campbell on 21. Lug has got 20. It's 42 loss. That's the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, very good opening partnership here between these two. Just the right pair, actually, for this first day, because both of them are very aggressive players. Lug, obviously, a bit more old-fashioned in his play than Campbell, who's more traditional, still likes to play shots. But just the perfect ones for number one, a new bowler in Simmons, obviously, who's new to this game. Obviously, he's bowling as a test player here in Campbell, and Lug, as we said, you know, if it's not doing a great deal and it comes in his area.
First time he's bowling a new ball as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Last game he bowled first change.
Yeah, so you know, he's been elevated to that position, which, you know, it's not going to be easy because the pitch looks pretty good. It could be a long day in the field for Barbados.
Well, he's bowled 4 overs, none for 90. Will start his 5th. It's 42 without losses. He comes in, Simmons on his way to bowl to Campbell, and Campbell is onto the front foot, a full-length delivery, pushes down to that cover area. It was on the off stump. That's a good length. Ball went down towards Brathwaite, who's up at mid-off just trying to lecture the young bowler. And it's 42 without loss. Barbados are leaving out Graves and Jordan from the 13 that was selected. Did that surprise you, Roland Butcher? I'll give you the team in a minute.
Not really, Andrew, because I think obviously Jordan probably would have played ahead of Simmons in the last game, but having played Simmons and he got off to a start.
You couldn't leave him out. He's in on both to Campbell. Campbell covers up, and we'll get a run as he pushes the ball away into the onside. From that leg stump out towards forward square. Backward square comes across to pick it up. That's Shem Holder, who's happy to be in the Barbados side. The batsman will get a single. Yes, Roland.
Yes, and having got the start, and he picked up 4 wickets in the second innings. Obviously, Barbados felt you need to give him another chance. And the other thing is, you know, Jordan actually sat out the last game, so he's really got no bowling behind him. So I can understand why they have gone with Simmons to let him have another go. I'm sure Jordan at some point in time will play, but you know, these games, there are not a lot of games this year. So actually, when you miss, you know, if you miss a game, or you're likely to miss 2, because it is very unlikely you're going to pick a guy for 1 game.
No,
unless the conditions are so. I'll come back to that in a minute.
Here is Simmons, comes into bowl to Lug into this. Every Lug is covering up to a ball on the line of that leg stump. No ball is called by the umpire as well. That's umpire Brathwaite. And it's a better length. It's on that middle stump, but it was a no ball. He infringed. And it went up to mid-on for an extra to carry the score to 43 without loss. And it's a situation where Campbell is 22, Lug is 20. Jamaica left out Owen Williams and Gordon Bryan from the 13 that travelled from the land of Calypso when they lost to Trinidad and Tobago. Here is Simmons, left arm over the wicket, comes into the right-handed Lug into this delivery. Lug is onto the front foot, pushes out to cover, gets a single. Tumbling save by the man coming across to his right. Is that a hold out there, I believe? It looks as if it could be Shem Holder. Yes, coming across, very athletic, coming in front of a fellow called Marion Mosley, who was in that cover area. He was at backward point. They converged, and a run to Lug to go to 21, carrying Jamaica in over number 10. So they're going at a very good clip, 4.55. They're up to 44 without loss, having won the toss and chose to bat. Here's Simmons in his second match for Barbados, comes in to bowl to Campbell into this. Every Campbell is getting a short ball and swings at it, and it goes over his helmet. It's almost like if he's swinging at trying to swat a flare away, and the ball went by to be taken by the keeper.
Yeah,
and
very,
it's
very
up to 46 without loss. Was that a wide as well?
Yeah, very
wide call by the umpire.
Yeah, very wide. Simply because of height, it was.
Yep. You would have called that, Roland?
I think a blind man might have called it.
Okay, fair enough.
It was very, very short.
Yes, banged into the pitch, and even Dowridge, well, he had some difficulty, but of course he's a little man, a short man. Here is Simmons comes in, bowls, the ball pitched up, and the batsman is forward, guides it down to third man. It's going to go for 4. Between the third slip and gully, down to the unprotected third man, that's gone for 4 to carry Campbell to 26, and Jamaica's 50 is on the board in a flash with the pace of Usain Bolt.
Yeah, that boundary was not a bad delivery by the left armer. It was played behind square, but on the front foot. The length was good, but it just shows how good this pitch is going to be, where from that length the ball can still go along the ground and with such pace. So an excellent start here by the Scorpions, and really just 47 minutes and less than 10 overs, Andrew Mason, for that 50 to come on the board.
Indeed, 50 without loss in 9 overs and 5 balls. They're really going quickly, but of course, Jamaica, they know speed. Here is Simmons, comes in to bowl to Campbell. Campbell is forward, edging, and is dropped at the gully area, or is that third slip? Outside the off stump, big edge, and Springer could not come up with a catch. He must be a disappointed man. He moved to his right and did not take it. Roland Butcher.
Yeah, again, ball in the same area. Well bowled, Simmons. He's come back in that area. He went for a boundary the previous delivery, but he's pitched the ball up again. And on this occasion, it went a little bit finer, thick edge. Not an easy catch, Andrew Mason. I think it went quick, and Springer had to move to his right. I mean, if we see a replay, we'd see just how far maybe he had to go. But well bowled by the youngster.
Is he in the right position, though? Talk to me about after this delivery. Simmons comes in and bowls to Campbell, and Campbell is getting outside the off stump. Good carry, and he must realize by now that if he pitched the ball, he's going to look a lot quicker. And those 2 last deliveries, he bowled with some gas. But I think when we look at the replay, having to move to his right, he got his hands to it, but couldn't come up with a catch. So the over comes to an end. We've now completed 10. Campbell is on 26. Lugg is 21. Jamaica winner to toss and batting. They're 50 without loss, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, and a very good comeback there by Simmons. You know, he gone for that boundary. He could have been a bit disappointed, but next delivery in the same area, outside edge. Unfortunately, the drop catch. And that last delivery again was a good delivery. Looks as if, Andrew, we're turning to spin early.
Yep, very early. Yeah. Are you surprised by that?
That's the length you have to bowl, but now we're going to Jamal Warrican. I think the spinners will do well on this dry wicket.
You think so?
Yeah, I think the spinners will do well. It looks like a batting paradise, but John Campbell, he often gets starts, and we saw that at the West Indies level as well.
Right.
Where in the international level, where he gets starts and he gives it away. He looks
does,
good for 20, 30, 40, but he needs to kick on, and he needs to use the first class. See this match to really stamp his authority. Maybe he could sneak into the West Indies side. That opening spot is still vacant with Craig Brathwaite.
Oh, that's very well said, yes. And of course, England are on their way here. And it's going to be interesting to see the construct of the side. Desmond Leo Haynes, the Honourable Desmond Haynes' birthday is today. Wonder what he had for breakfast this morning.
I'll ask him later on. But Andrew, this change has been, it's a forced change. It's an enforced change because of the positive manner that the openers have gone about against the faster bowlers. It's really forced the captain, Craig Brathwaite, to try and take some pace off the ball by introducing his spinners.
Well, he's going to come into the attack rather earlier, right about that. He's going to bowl round the wicket. This is Warkan. As he comes up now, he's in bows to Lugg, and Lugg is forward, big man, pushing one from the off stump up towards mid-off. Comes across to make the stop. That's Warkan. There's no run. Over number 11, Lugg is on 21. Here is Warkan. Comes in and bows to Lugg, and Lugg is on the back foot and just plays it square in the offside, a bit short. Goes down towards that squarish cover for Brooks to come across to pick it up. There's no run. There's a slip. There's a forward shot, like a backward point. There's a cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on deepish. There's a straight mid-wicket and a backward square. Warkan from the northern comes in, bows to Lugg, short. No problems at all. There's like a belter for batting. Goes back and just pushes in front of him. Dowrish picks it up. There's no run.
Barbados playing 2 spinners today as well, so we'll see how the traction on the wicket is.
Yep.
With Shem Holder and Jamal Warrican being the 2 spinners.
Here goes Warkan. Comes up now. He's in into this delivery. Lugg is forward and drives. Where's that gone? That's gone away for 6 runs. Over long off. He's a big, strong man. Hit that ball with tremendous power. Goes over long off. That's gone almost up by UWI. And scattering a couple of pigeons on the far side of the ground as well. And that's gone away for 6 runs. Lugg goes to 27, and Jamaica are doing well. They're 56 without loss at over number 11.
Yeah, that's a terrific shot there by Lugg. He had a look at the first couple of deliveries just to see what Warrican's trying to do. And on that occasion, he gave it a little bit more air. And Lugg decided there's a mid-off up and a mid-on up, and he's going to go the aerial route and into the president's suite probably.
Yeah.
And Desmond Leo Haynes might have been scampering away from his seat there.
Yeah,
And
here's Warkan. Comes up now to bowl to Lug. Long off is in now. He's off the back foot and looks to cut the ball away. Taken by the keeper. That was outside the off stump. And it was short, went to cut it. Eyes open wide, couldn't put it away. Warkan again comes in to bowl to Leroy Lug. He's in and bowls to Lug, and Lug is swiping outside the off stump. That's good old a cow swipe like blind elder, as they say. Looking to swing the ball away over the Grinners and Haynes stand, over the wicket, maybe going down to the port, where I can see lots of activity. To end at the over now, so at the end of it, it's Campbell on 26, Lug has gone to 27, Jamaica are 56 without loss, which is the latest score at Kensington.
And Andrew, not a bad strategy by Lug to try and transfer the pressure onto Warwick straight away.
Right.
Because they've already forced the change against the Pacers. So keep the momentum going. If you can attack Warwick, that puts him on the defensive. And also it means that it gives the captain, Craig Bradford, a bit of a problem. So Lug is obviously prepared to play those sort of shots. And if he does, you know, I think Barbados will find themselves having to juggle around the ball and attack.
Well, it's going to be Simmons to continue. Lucky not to have gotten a wicket in his last over. Comes in to bowl to Campbell, and to this delivery, Campbell is forward. Good delivery, much better length, as was the case when he bowled in the second innings to the Leewards in the last. I thought he was brilliant. And of course, you know, once you pitch it up, he looks so much quicker, of course, when he pitches the ball up. He's got a bit of pace, and that was a good delivery. And don't think I had a chance to see the replay of the catch as Springer came across his right, couldn't take it. It was midriff, and I think would have been disappointed they didn't take that. Here's Simmons again, comes in to bowl to Campbell, and this every Campbell is off the back foot. The length is wrong, it's too short, no problems. On a slow pitch, that's not going to bother anyone. And he just guides it square in the offside for Warwick to come across from that backward point area to pick it up. And there is no run. Campbell is on 26, Lug, very attacking batsman. He's on 27, and you know, is a very fearless man. And no doubt will want to get a big one for Jamaica. Cricket in Jamaica has not been the strongest in the last couple of years, and I'm sure he knows that. Here's Simmons, comes in from the southern end, in bows to Campbell. Campbell is covering up, pushes down towards mid-on, and the field at mid-on picks it up. Might have been caught napping there, that's Reefer. Coming in from mid-on. Campbell, the ball went behind the non-striker, called Lug through, was a little bit slow in moving off, but in the end, they got it. I've been past something. I can't eat while I'm doing commentary. What is that? Lyndon, is that? What is it? It's not a croissant. What is it? Is it a meat pie? No, it's not a meat pie as well. 57 without loss. I had a jog this morning. I wouldn't want to have these extra calories. Keith Holder, you can eat mine, Keith. His luck to continue.
Good cricket there from Campbell. Just dropping the ball there to sharp mid-on and getting the single. That's what Jamaica would want to do. Turn over the strike.
Here is Simmons. He's going to bowl to Lug now. 57 without loss. Comes up now. He's in and bowls to Lug, and Lug gets the ball short. And well, I think might have just pulled out of the shot. As wide as called by the umpire, rather belatedly. Would you have called that, Roland?
The height, it was pretty high actually. I mean, Derrick actually had to jump to take it above his head. So, and it was banged in very short. So, fair call by the umpire.
So wide, and it's now up to what? 58 without loss. And the action continues. We've had, what, 2 wides already from Simmons. He's going to bowl to Lug. This is Simmons' 6 overs, 5 overs and 3 balls. Nobody's done for 29. He comes up now and bowls to Lug. Lug is getting a good delivery just on top of the off stump. Plays the ball into the pad as he goes back, and it goes up towards the cover area for Mosley, who would want to make a statement with some runs. Has struggled. And he comes across his right to pick it up. There's no run. Tahir, what part of Barbados are you from?
I live in St. James, and right by Queen's College, Husbands area.
Yeah, so you're pretty close to where I live. I'm pretty close to St. James as well.
Grew up in Christchurch.
Oh, you're a Christchurch man living in St. James?
Yeah.
The area that you live is an area that the big ups live, 58 without loss. Roland Bush has got some land there as well. and here is Simmons. Comes up now, he's in and bowls, and Lug is covering up. No problems at all. Had a day and a half to come back and play the ball down towards mid-on for Brathwaite to come across to pick it up. That we reminded that Jamaica won the toss, decided to bat, and they're off to a good start. Campbell, Lug, Bonner. Blackwood, Gordon, Green, Minley, Williams. This is Alvin, not Oren, who's the 12th man. Palmer, Morris, and Merchant. That's the Jamaica side for the Barbados side. I'll give it to you after this delivery. 58 without loss. Jamaica left to Oren, Williams, and Gordon Bryan from the 13. Here's the delivery, which is driven. Where's that gone? Whoa, what a mighty shot. Coming forward and hitting the ball over the long on area. That's gone for 6 runs. He's a big, powerful man. More wide, long on. Ball pitched up. He hit that very hard indeed and was posing for the cameras. That will make a good picture on primetime sports tonight in Jamaica, I can assure you. Hit that very hard over my wicket. It's gone away down by the coconut trees that are dancing merrily in the wind, and that was a shot that was very well hit indeed. It was pregnant with disdain in my view. That's gone for 6 to carry Lug to 33, and Jamaica are marching on to the region's mecca. They're 64 without loss, which is the latest score.
And I do strength and timing in abundance, because that wasn't a bad delivery. It was a length delivery, but he's hit it on the up. And he's just really showing 2 things here, that the sort of form that he's in, and also the ability to trust this pitch. And he just went through it, hit it. It sounded sweetly off the bat. And the maximum, and it went quite a long way. I mean, that was an excellent shot. And this pitch is looking a real belter.
Yes.
And I don't think the bowlers are going to enjoy the early stages. They're not going to enjoy this pitch too much.
No.
That's the story of the Barbados morning. Bowling either too full or too short.
Yep.
But that brought back some memories of Rothman Power's knock.
Yes,
Just a few weeks ago, the 100 he made where he played that big 6s.
Here's Warkan, comes up now. He's in and bows to Campbell, and Campbell is off the back foot, too short, pushes the ball away up towards that mid-off area. The bowler comes across. Looks a very dry pitch. In fact, it's devoid of grass. Doesn't look like the pitch that we had for the leewards. Here's Warkan. Bright sunshine comes in, bows to Warkan, bows to Campbell. Campbell flicks the ball away into the onside, down toward mid-wicket. There's a protection on the boundary at mid-wicket, and he's able to get the single as Reef has to come off the boundary. So, what will Mr. Lug do here? He seems to be one that you'll certainly leave your rice and peas, or your liver and your banana, your ackee and saltfish in Jamaica, and maybe go to Melbourne to watch him bat, or Sabina Park, or go into country areas. He really is a guy that just fights fire with fire here. He is on, what's he now? He's gone to 33 from 38 balls, 2 6s and 4 4s. Here is the delivery. Give him somebody swinging the ball. Where's that gone? That's gone miles. Bang! Onto the 3W stand over the position of long off. That was hit with tremendous power. Lug is on fire. Given some here, he went after it. He's got big shoulders, and that was a big shot from a big man.
Yes, Andrew, and that transferring that pressure back onto the where he can initially, and Craig Braffett. Lug has signaled exactly how he's going to play. He is not going to be hanging around. If Warwick gives it any ear whatsoever, you know, he's going to go. And he's a big, strong boy. And what he's shown so far this morning is that when the ball is in his zone, that he can hit it. And more boy, did he get hold of that?
He did. He hit it very hard indeed. Lots of confidence. High over the top of long off. I think they've lost the ball. Yeah. Where's it gone, really? Hope it hasn't gone into the president's suite.
No, I think it's on top of the roof, maybe by Esso gas station. Hold it down there now.
Yeah. Well, so they're going to find the ball. And I see Mr. Willoughby coming on to the field with a box of balls. So 71 without loss already. Lug is on 39. From 39 balls, he's been in the crease for just about an hour. He struck, in terms of 4s, 4. And he's had 3 6s. Campbell has also been in the act as well. He's been his first officer in the cricket crime. He is on 28 from 38 balls, 61 minutes, 5 4s. And he's had 26 balls. Lug has had 28. And the two have come together, and with tremendous enterprise against the Barbados attack that's been too short and too full, and they've punished the Barbadians in their own backyard. Campbell 28 dropped by Springer. Sharp catch to his right. I think he should have caught it. Lug 39. They're scoring at 5.68. And they're 71 without loss in 12 overs and 3 balls. With Harden 5 overs, nobody's done for 23. Simmons 6 overs, nobody's done for 35. And Warken 1 over and 3 balls. And already 13 runs have come from him. And we've had 2 sixes as well. The ball is with us again. We lost the sunshine. But I'm sure that Lug wouldn't want to lose his intensity. He settles, he waits. And here's a delivery which is given some areas on the back foot and just pushes the ball away, electing to go back, pushes into the offside down to cover. Captain Brathwaite must be a worried man, comes across to pick it up. Here's the left arm spin of Wark and comes in to bowl to Lug. Into this delivery, Lug is swinging. Where's that gone? In the air. Will he be caught? He should be. He's out. Yes, he is. Lug goes. Caught down on the long on boundary. Catch taken by Harden. And the innings of Lug comes to an end. Enterprising. And there he goes. One given some air. Didn't get hold of it. It was in the air for a long time. And Harden came across to his right to poach the catch. And in over number 13, Jamaica lose Lug for 39. Caught by Harden off the bowling of Warcon. 71 for a loss of 1.
Yeah, Warken kept his nerve, just tossed it up, and really, I think Lug really, if he'd gone towards the square leg position, he would have got away with that one, but he ended up hitting it out to long on, and was taken some 5 meters inside the boundary. So Warken wouldn't mind giving up 13 runs for a wicket, and Lug, after an enterprising start, has to go, and he's 39 in, I think, 40 balls he faced. It's 41 balls, yep. And really at that stage he had Barbados on the back foot. The partnership with Campbell really had caused Barbados some problems. Warwick has got his man, and now to the crease is Jermaine Blackwood, and obviously he'd be keen also to get amongst the runs as well, but well, Warwick he kept his nerve.
Slowing it right up there, Roland, and just on the stroke of the drinks break as well. Giving it away. He should have kicked on. He was in.
Yep. Well, Keith Hole is about to come a calling. Are you enjoying your stint as a comments man, Tahir?
Yeah,
are you?
Definitely enjoying
Okay.
it.
You're not nervous. I don't see any sweat in your brow.
No, not at all.
Okay. And you said it's a dream come true for you?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Do you play the game at all, Tahir?
Not as much as before. More into administration and management.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I would have done
cricket management?
Cricket management, sports management. So I did a sports science degree at UE.
Okay.
And specializing in sport management.
Okay.
I've now branched off into more export, investment, working with the NTA, the National Transformation Initiative.
Oh, wonderful.
To leak out there, and the excellent team where we're looking to just transform Barbados.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah.
So, but sports, cricket is a passion, cricket is a love commentating.
You do?
And I love talking on national issues.
Okay, wonderful. Do you call the call-in programs?
I've actually hosted Brass Stats a few times.
You did?
With the late Dennis Johnson.
Okay.
He brought me on.
Well, you didn't host this last Friday.
No.
When Barry Wilkerson hosted, and the Stan Brains and the guys gave me some trouble. Did you hear about it?
I did hear about it.
Well, you heard about it?
Yes.
Everybody said, my mother called me, asked what's going on with her son.
But you
she
know,
called me up.
That's the
she
public,
was worried about it.
You know, the thing is, Andrew, with Brass Stats, they think it's a majority that believe. When they call in on the program, they think a lot of people think this way, but it's not usually the case. It's a very few minority.
Oh, yes.
But I'm not touching that. That's all, you know. Maybe we'll have Barry on a little later.
Yeah,
sure.
He's coming, yes. Apparently he had to defend me. Oh my golly. Well, he's a budding lawyer, so I think he should know the law.
Yes.
So what do you make of it now? I mean, you're doing a good job, 71 for 1. Good wicket for Barbados to get. Keith Holder comes a call in next. And, well, a good start for Jamaica, however.
Yeah, indeed. Excellent start for Jamaica. I'm disappointed in Leroy Lugg there. Very, very disappointed. He was in. He had his eye in. And Warwick did well, though. He slowed it right up and got him playing the fault shot, that which he wanted.
Right.
But good batting wicket it looks thus far. And Jermaine Blackwood coming to the crease now. He is the West Indies vice captain. And he'll be looking to stamp his authority in the first class level here.
I want to ask the question, who would you open? Brathwaite is your established opener. Can you think about who you want to open with Brathwaite against England?
I think it's still very much open,
Okay.
because I believe whoever scores runs in these first 2 games, they can come calling. But I would go even with Joshua De Silva.
Joshua.
So when they batting and have the rich bat on the order, who
Okay,
knows?
interesting.
But I see De Silva's batting at number 3 for Trinidad.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens there. But someone needs to stand up and put up their hand.
So your pick is De Silva.
More than likely. But we can even see Devon Thomas sneak in. Who knows?
Ooh, okay, that's interesting. All right, well, I know that Desmond Leo Haynes, he's watching. And maybe you can send us a WhatsApp, 2534679. Who would your openers be? Of course, Brathwaite is there. 2534679. Of course, if you're overseas, that's 1246. Here's Warkan, comes in, bowls to Blackwood. Blackwood is forward and pushes into the offside down to cover for Captain Brathwaite to come across to pick it up. The end of the over, 71-1 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, successful over there for Warwick, and he got rid of the big hit in luck. And Blackwood now joins Campbell, and obviously these two would have played quite a bit of cricket together, not just for Jamaica, but obviously in the West Indies team. Remember, a year ago, Campbell was very much a fixture in the West Indies team, so he will know Blackwood very well, and of course Blackwood will know him. So Barbados have got to stay on their game because both of these players will be looking to try and get a big score, and the fact that they've played international cricket before, they know that the chances are, certainly in Campbell's case, that West Indies are definitely looking for a partner for Tahir Babulia. Nobody at this moment in time has said it's got to be me. You know, everybody's still there with a chance. But Andrew, you were asking Tahir, and I would open with Brooks.
With Brooks. That's an interesting one. Here's Springer, who comes up now. He's in and bowls. The ball which is on the line to the leg stump and turned away down to that long leg area for 1. They'll come back for the second run. The return comes in and they get 2, running very quickly. The fielder, Holder, had to move from the backward square area to fine leg, moving to his left, and they got the second. Do you think the Barbados bowling in terms of pace is a little thin, though? I mean, when you got Simmons and Hardin starting, then you come down to the gentle medium pace of Springer. But they've got the extra spin. I'll invite your thoughts in a minute. 73 without loss with those 2. Campbell goes to 30. Shamar Springer.
We have Refan Carter as well.
Yep, he comes in now on his way from the southern end to bowl to Campbell. And this Levy Campbell is turning the ball away. Badly lined, just outside the leg stump. Just had to get some better than that. Goes down to fine leg for 1. So it's 74-1. What do you think of the Barbados fast bowling? I mean, what do you think?
I think it's been quite difficult for them to get it right because the pitch, Andrew, I think the pitch is very much in favour of the batsman right now. So there doesn't seem to be a lot of margin for error. If you're too short, it doesn't affect the batsman at all. If you're too full, again, there's little swing. So the batsman, as you saw, Lug was able to hit through the line. So there's a fine line in terms of where you can actually bowl on this pitch. And it is going to be very, very difficult for Barbados to try and get through this morning session. It's gone a little bit overcast now, so it might be a good time for Springer to be bowling.
But he continues from the southern and this time to bowl to Blackwood. He's in and bowls to Blackwood, and Blackwood is forward to one on the middle stump, pushes into the onside down towards that mid-wicket area. There's no run. Tahir, do you prefer ball by ball or comments? Or does it matter?
It doesn't matter really.
Okay.
But I just here for the experience.
Okay, no. So Keith Holder is going to judge you. He's got his pen and paper. Would you be able to describe this delivery for us? Sure. Can you do that for me, my friend?
I want Roland to explain Brooks opening the batting as well.
Roland is under pressure.
Here is Springer. Into ball to Blackwood, passing the umpire now. A full delivery. And playing out to the point where it looks like Mosey is the fielder. No, Holder's the fielder. Shem Holder coming in the team today. There's a no ball as well, signaled by umpire Gregory Brathwaite. Barbados has bowled 3 no balls for the morning. Simmons bowling 2, and now Springer with his 1. They've been a bit inconsistent up and down in their lengths. A little too full or a little too sharp, but we're looking to tighten up.
Well done. Here's Springer, comes up now on his way to bowl to Blackwood. Into this delivery, Blackwood is alone the ball to go outside the option to be taken by the keeper. Keith Holder has judged that. He's made his notes. He's the chief judge. He's going to consult with Lyndon Yard, and we'll we'll mark you.
You know, I met Keith back in 2018 when the English came to the Caribbean,
Right.
and he really helped me out then when I was just doing interviews for that and the local season thereafter. So a lot of thanks must go to Keith Holder.
Keith
I
Holder,
often
yeah.
message him.
Yes, you
and
do.
He keeps me up to date and things, and I must thank him a lot.
Yeah, he told me sometimes the messages come through at 2 o'clock in the morning, though. 75 for 1. Here's Springer, comes up now, bowls to Blackwood. Blackwood is turning the ball away. That's an in-swinger, pushes down to mid-wicket, takes an exploratory step out of his crease.
You know, they say the good people stay up late at night.
Yes, they do. 75 for 1. So good morning to whoever you are in Jamaica. Of course, from Bull Bay, right through to Barnett Street in Mobay. Good morning to you in Barbados, from Crab Hill in St. Lucie, Barbados' only female parish, to Long Bay in St. Philip. Welcome to the broadcast. 75 for 1. Here is Springer. Comes in, bows to Blackwood. Blackwood gets a full delivery, digs it out, pushes up the onside of the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up to end the over. So at the end of it, Campbell 31. Blackwood hasn't scored as yet. We've had 14 overs bowled. Jamaica 75 for 1. That's the latest score at Kensington Oval.
Yes, and not a bad over there by Shabar Springer. He'd be quite pleased to have got that out of the way. And as I said, it's got a little bit overcast, so it should assist his style of bowling. He's not hostile, just looks to try and do a little bit with it. Things have eased somewhat since the fall of Lugg's wicket, and Campbell hasn't had much of the batting since then. But it's now back to normality now, Andrew. It's a little bit more sedate.
Yes, you're right. Okay, we're gonna have a change of commentator. Maybe you could expand on where you find the comment coming from Roland Butcher about Brooks opening, and after you, it's going to be Keith Holder.
Yes, I was just a bit surprised by Roland having seen Brooks opening the batting. But we'll have that conversation perhaps over lunch as Lyndon Yard takes the chair now next to me.
Well, thank you very much, Tahir, and welcome back to Lyndon as well. 75 for 1. The wicket taker, Roykin, the left-arm spinner, goes over the wicket from the Garnet end and almost yorking Campbell, who was coming forward, squeezes it out to the short leg in Mosley, and there's no run. The solitary slip is in, the short leg. A very short mid-on. Roykin brings Campbell forward and pushes it down to the short leg. Again picked up by Mosley. He has the orthodox point. Extra cover mid-off. Long on is on the boundary. And then square leg backward. In goes Roykin again. Campbell pads it away deliberately going down the leg side. 75 for 1. Campbell has 31 from 44 balls. After he took the initiative in terms of scoring with boundaries, suddenly Lug went into another gear and gifted his wicket on reflection as he walked with his head down back into the dressing room. Defended here by Campbell, and there's no run. 31 from 45 balls with 4 boundaries. Lug made 39, and back goes Campbell. Roykin pushes it down towards Silly Point. Dulwich quickly out from behind the stumps to do the fielding, and there is no run. So the over comes to a close. It's 75 for 1 from 15 overs, with Blackwood yet to score after 6 balls. Campbell has 31, and Lug was caught at long on by harding off Roykin for 39 from 41 balls, 4 fours and 3 sixes, and Lyndon as an opener, scoring 39 with 3 sixes off 41 balls, 4 boundaries along with that. It's not the sort of stuff that you see often on the first day of a first-class match.
He reminds me a lot of Philo Wallace, Keith.
Yes.
And I think that, given the conditions, here we go.
So this one down the leg side, ill-directed by Springer as it goes through to Dulwich, 75 for 1.
Yes, I was saying to you that it reminded me a lot of Philo Wallace in his heyday, but I often believe that if the ball is there to be struck and the batsman have the confidence in how he's going about his innings, then you put it away. And thought Lug was doing well up until then. He went maybe too well once too often. Got a good start, had the Barbados bowler on the back foot, and then gifted his wicket.
Springer outside of the off stump, and for a moment Blackwood looking to play at it, now repeats the direction where he reckoned that ball pitch and move as Dulwich took it 75 for 1. A word from you.
Much better bowling here from the Barbados team. You've seen them building some pressure, but we'll be interested to see how John Campbell goes about now that the pressure is being built from Wicket and now Springer bowling a much better line and length.
Here's Springer again. Blackwood is forward and the ball is turned down towards long leg for a single as Dulwich runs in and keeps the ball. Correction, Warwick. Dulwich obviously behind the stump, 76 for 1. So after 9 deliveries, Bonner is off the mark. And if you look at this Jamaica batting lineup, Blackwood being off the mark, looking at Bonner to come next. Campbell. Yes, you have Campbell, Blackwood and Bonner, 3 of the top 4 as West Indies Test players. This delivery is outside of the off stump from Springer and it goes through to the keeper, 76 for 1.
Yes, a good start here for Springer as he's in a role where he has to look to contain, stem the flow of runs, and hopefully Working can continue that wicket taking mold at the Joe Garner end, which will allow the Barbados side to come right back into the game, because at the moment the Jamaica Scorpions have run away with it.
Springer and Campbell plays it defensively back down the pitch to the bowler. There is no run. Look, in the other 2 games, wickets are tumbling like 9 pins, in sharp contrast to what's happening here at Kensington Oval. For example, Guyana 47 for 5 against the Leeward Islands. Chandapal 5, Hemraj 9. We gave you Hetmar early, obstructing the field, very first ball. A drive here by Campbell outside of the off stump and passes the outside edge, taken by Dulwich as Springer completes his second over. He's conceded 5 runs. Jamaica Scorpions 76 for 1. 16 overs have been sent down. Campbell 31, Blackwood 1. They win the toss. So continuing to look at that Guyana first innings against the Leeward Islands at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. Occasional Ryan Chandapal was caught by Doram off Joseph for 5. Chandrapal Hemraj was caught Hodgeball Louis 9. Shimron Hetmeyer obstructing the field duck first ball. Leon Johnson, the captain, was caught by Hamilton off Joseph for 2. And Vishal Singh was caught by Powell off Archibald for 8. Anthony Bramble is on 16. Kimo Paul has 2. And the 5th wicket fell at 37. A look at the bowling in a moment. Alzari Joseph, light Shamar Brooks, light Nkrumah Bonner, back in the Caribbean on Sunday night and almost immediately into action as Dulwich looks on from behind the stumps with this one anxiously played to the forward short leg square. Mosley runs back. The batsman is Blackwood. So a slip, silly point on a short leg. And here's Warwick from around the wicket in that fashion where he looks a bit ungainly, playing almost with a straight front leg. He pushes it up on the offside and there is no run. Exchange in personnel where Mosley now goes to the silly point and exchange with the forward short leg who goes over on the onside. A drive up towards the short mid wicket and there is no run. Simmons runs across quickly to his right. Mid off a bit deep. Then there's the orthodox cover in Springer and an extra cover reefer with a very short straight mid off forward, and it goes out to that position there at mid off, fielded by the captain Braffett, and there is no run. Sunny conditions at Kensington Oval. Warwick in his 4th over, the wicket taker for 13 runs from around the wicket, and Blackwood solidly on the front foot plays it out on the onside of the pitch. Picked up by the bowler. There's a no run again, 76 for 1. Blackwood on 1 from 13 deliveries. Campbell has 31 off 49 balls, and Blackwood is forward and pushes it down to the short leg, and there is no run. The over is completed, and at the end of the over, 76 for 1. The figures now for Warwick, 4 overs, 2 middens, 1 for 13. Here are Lyndon and Tahir.
Yes, and at the moment you would say that the Jamaica side is just soaking up a little bit of pressure. They can afford to do that with 76 runs and on the tins of 17 overs. So it allows them to reset once again and settle in, while Barbados will want to break this partnership. They have loads of test experience between them in Blackwood and Campbell, as Springer will continue.
Springer goes in and bowls short, and it's defended back down the pitch by Campbell. There is no run. Tahir, I've received a note here from one Nemo Win, and he says, happy to hear Tahir. He is a CCFS boy. How much did he coach you at Foundation?
He coached me all through my 5 years at Foundation. Yeah. And I worked with him in coaching and stuff now as well. And he's a sports science graduate as well, so we've taken a lot of advice while I was at UE. Okay,
here's Spring again. Ball short, and back goes Campbell. Defends it back down the pitch on the onside to the ball. A very strong coach. Yeah. Well, he's a very strong man as well. He used to bowl some big in swingers. Came up at Alexandria under Peter Vaughan. Correct. And then he had a piece at UWI playing in the first division before it became elite. You know, so Roland Butcher would know him pretty well. He claims a lot of guys over at KFL, you know, and quite rightly so. They've won over $300,000 from BCA and BCA competitions. It's unprecedented in the history of BCA cricket. You talk about elite, T20, Super Cup, T20. The next elite from Spring is outside of the off stump. So you feel comfortable when you go to KFL with the structure, the Malcolm Marshall nets, the facilities, everything that they have there?
Yeah, they have some excellent facilities. Obviously, they have the backing from the university in terms of financial backing. Hopefully, I would really love to see the development throughout Barbados in terms of facilities building.
Here's Springer into Campbell, and pitched up Campbell on the front foot, pushes it out into the covers, fielded by Mosley, and there's no run.
More investment, obviously, into our facilities, into our younger players, especially in our communities. But I heard the chairman of the selectors for Barbados speaking the other night, and he was saying of the outreach program they have. I believe they need more outreach programs to bring in young players. Like we have Demetrius Richards in the squad. We have Kamari Boyce. I'm happy to see Shamar Springer.
As he goes in to bowl to Campbell, pitched up, and Campbell drives it into the covers, square on the offside, fielded by Reefer. There's no run. Yes, Tahir.
Happy to see Shamar Springer playing, obviously coming through the West Indies under 19. And that's the age where we have to develop our players. A lot of them fall off the tracks after that under 19 level, after they leave school. And it's important that we have a developmental program moving and carrying Barbados and West Indies cricket forward.
So Springer is in again and driving a bit eerily outside of the off stump. Campbell misses, taken by Dowrich. The end of Springer's third over, 1 maiden, 5 runs. Jamaica Scorpions 76 for 1 cents. Lug was caught at long on by Harding off Warwick for 39, with the score 71 after 12 overs and 5 balls. 18 overs have been bowled, so a clear indication that the rate has slowed considerably. Just to complete the updates I was telling you about, Azari Joseph, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 15. Jeremiah Lewis, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15. Colin Archibald, 2 overs, 1 for 9. And Raheem Cornwall now in his third over. He's conceded 13 runs, and a struggle for Guyana now 53 for 5 against the Leeward Islands at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. And in a moment, you'll get an update from the match between Trinidad and Tobago and the Windward Islands. That's being played at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Tarouba. Here at Kensington Oval, a slip, a silly point in Mosley, and a short leg in Brooks as Warwick brings Blackwood forward again. And Lyndon, it's quite interesting the way how Blackwood is playing against Warwick.
Yeah, he's allowing the ball to come to him. Where they're trying to get to the pitch of the ball. Come back to that.
Working from around the wicket at the Garner end, turn behind square. At a short, whitish, fine leg is Springer to do the fielding, and there is no run. Trinidad and Tobago 36 for 3. Jeremy Solazano on his return to the first class arena after injury is unbeaten on 22. Keegan Simmons was caught Athanaze Bowl Lewis for 8. Isaiah Raja was leg before wicket Bowl Lewis, no score, and Jason Mohammed was caught Smith Bowl Lewis also for duck. Yannick Correa is on 3. Back to Kensington Oval, and Dowrich takes this one and raises the right hand. It just past the outside edge of a groping Blackwood, and a little purchase there for the left arm spinner Warwick and Linden.
Yes, Blackwood trying to get bat on the ball, and that ball just seemed to spun past the bat. And the keeper, interesting enough, the keeper took it almost just above rib height, so tend to make some bunks as well.
Here's Warwick again, slip. Now, this is even more interesting outside of the off stump, because Springer has been brought up from that short fine leg to leg slip. So there are 4 close catchers: slip, leg slip, silly point, and the short leg. Carrot is at slip, Mosley at silly point, Brooks at the short leg, and he turns it just past the left hand of Brooks, who runs back just to shadow it, and Simmons out at the short wide mid on to complete the fielding. Good tight stuff here, testing stuff from Warwick. He has 1 ball left in his 5th over, the wicket taker for 13 runs. Jamaica Scorpions 76 for 1, and Warwick is into Blackwood. Comes on that front foot quite early and plays it out on the onside. Warwick intercepts before Simmons at mid-on, and he completes his 3rd maiden in 5 overs, 1 for 13. The Scorpions are 76 for 1. Linden Yard with Tahir Babulia as our analyst.
Yeah, Keith, I thought I would have gone, instead of the legs, they would have gone for the gully position, because you want him to just come down on the line of that center and off stump to get the ball to turn away. We did see him get a bounce 2 deliveries prior to his final delivery, and I thought that that would have encouraged that fielding position, but instead opted to go for the leg slip position, which is strange, because then it means he has to pull his length directed more at the leg stump than that center and off, and allowing the ball to turn across.
Barbados pulling it back here. Springer.
Springer with 2 slips and a gully into the left-handed Campbell, and he lets it go, taken by Dowrich. The ball thuds into his gloves. I know you like the speed gun stuff like that, Linden, with the speed of that last delivery. It really thudded into Dowrich's gloves. Springer looks just like an ordinary medium pace, but at times he can up the miles.
I think maybe he would eventually develop into a bowler that would hit the turf hard more than a fast bowler, but can generate a little bit of speed.
Campbell is forward, bat and pad, stifle appeal. It goes into the covers, and a well taken single before Mosley, who was at extra cover, could get there just to break the system, so to speak, in terms of each batsman being stuck at one end. And he now goes on to 32 from 57 balls. It's 77 for 1. Blackwood has 1 from 21 deliveries. He's a natural stroke maker, but in particular, he's been kept quiet by Warwick, the left arm spinner. And now he's on strike with 2 slips, a gully, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And this one beats him outside of the off stump. He repeats the stroke, taken by Dowrich, 77 for 1.
Yes, he looks a lot sharper today, Springer, compared to the first game against the Leeward Island Hurricanes. I guess that is just he's gotten a game under his belt, hence his body is more in tune now to the requirement of the first class game, and good to see him pushing off on the Malcolm Marshall end.
Much better line and length here from Springer as well. Both bowlers, Springer and Warwick, doing a lot better now for Barbados.
Springer is into Blackwood, and he drives down to mid-off and cannot score, fielded by Simmons, 77 for 1. Let's bear in mind, as we've been saying from the start, that Blackwood, like Brooks, like Alzari Joseph, like Bonner, who's next to come, these guys all arrived from India after a flight of virtually 24 hours, call it 23 hours, on Sunday evening. And today is Tuesday, jet lag, you name it, having to go into the nets. Kimar Roach wasn't able to make it. He too should have been playing. Axe initially, brilliantly caught at gully to his left as he played at it and then tried to take the bat away. And a good sharp catch taken at gully to remove Blackwood. I was talking about the likelihood of jet lag, and whereas we were on Warwick's case in the last match when he dropped a sit at second slip, he will make a couple of us remain quiet. That was a good sharp low catch. We'll soon see the replay. It's 77 for 2. Here it comes, and he tried to take the bat away, and worry diving low to his left, comes up with a sharp catch, and Springer, the medium pacer, strikes. Now Jamaica Scorpions 77 for 2 in the 20th over, with Blackwood caught at gully by Warwick and off Springer for 1. He batted as many as 24 balls. But let's be a bit sympathetic, not finding any excuses. 77 for 2. He may still be throwing out, gentlemen.
Well, fair assessment, but I want to give kudos to Warwick for his anticipation of falling delivery, because the batsman attempted the batter, and that would attempted to leave it alone. A late decision, because he was committed to the shot, and then on decided at the last minute to leave it alone. The ball flew off the face of the bat, and Warwick to his natural side. You call it a good catch, but his catches need to be taken, and it was a good catch in the end to his natural side. But what caught me there was his anticipation in that gully position, and a great catch. And Barbados clawing themselves right back in the game at 77 for 2.
Well said, Lyndon, and absolutely that's what pressure does. Much better bowling, finding that line and left on this wicket. That's so important. What they didn't do in the first spell, the Barbados team, but Springer bowling the good line and left, getting in that indifferent left, whether to go back or go forward. And Blackwood, as you said, not sure if to play at it, but playing at it very late and taking the edge. And good catch from Warwick, and Springer would be happy to get his wicket. He's bowled 3.5 overs, 1 for 6 now. And this is a good comeback from Barbados, 77 for 2 after 19.5 overs.
Yeah, and I want to agree with Keith there, because the approach to playing that shot was a really lazy approach. So you can put it down to jet lag, Keith.
Yes, I need to show sympathy. When I spoke with Henderson Brooms, the chairman of the Barbados Prize electors, yesterday, back to that in a moment, there are 2 slips and a gully. The new batsman is another potentially jet-lag man in Nkrumah Bonner. He was in India as well. He pushes it out to extra cover. There is no run. Didn't play in the 3-match ODI series. 77 for 2. But just let me give a quick word of gratitude again for Mr. David Green and his crew. That replay, excellent work. They've been doing a tremendous job. I've said that I will interview Mr. Green in the post-T session. But like for the first game, he had his other personnel working extremely hard. For instance, Jalea Bess, Smith doing the swishes, Jalea Bess doing the swishes and the replays. Ashton Ford Reefer, who is an excellent scorer. She came up at Wanderers, of course. Tahir, you would know her as a foundation old girl, so to speak. And I don't want people to say that I'm getting into this cool thing too much now, because you know you're going to get the negatives driven down to long on. But she knows the game, and that's a single for Campbell. He goes on to 33, 78 for 2. So she is the wife of Mr. Raymond Reefer.
My concern there with the word you use, old.
Well, that is in inverted commas. You know, once you've left school, old becomes as a scholar.
Just want to be sure.
Yes. Well, she's Raymond's wife, and she does a wonderful job as a scorer. And Shamar Tudor, the cameraman, and of course David Green, who's the technical and graphics man, and he's the managing director of Interactive Media Services. So we're going to hear from him after tea. Push down to Silly Point, there's no run. For this game, Ashton Ford Reef is taking a break, and Melissa King, another lady from the Churchill institution, she has taken over. So they all know about the game of cricket. They just and Wanderers. Thank you very much, Susan, for the reminder. Yes, she too came under your wings. You see, Susan Bell is the manageress, the CEO of all of these young scorers Tahir who come through Wanderers.
Correct.
So
I had the privilege to score next to her as well.
Okay, you're an all-round man. The fair sex are now dominating. Just a couple males led by John Hippie Griffith among the men scoring.
Carlton. John Hippie from Carlton.
John Hippie from Carlton. 78 for 2. And John Hippie tells me that he's getting a new electronic scoring system pretty soon. I welcome that, Hippie. That will be front page in all of the newspapers when you leave that old Darnley Boxell scoring book and come on to the electronic scoring. I'm certain, Lyndon, that you will take him to the Garrison and give him an award. 78 for 2. Warwick is around the wicket, and it's pushed down to Silly Point by Bonner. There is no run. He's yet to score after 5 deliveries. Jamaica winning the toss and losing. Leroy Lugg for brisk 39 from 41 balls. 4 fours and 3 sixes. Caught at long on by Harding off Warwick. Back goes Bonner and tucks it around the corner. Knocked down by Springer with 4 close catchers. So it's testing stuff here for these Jamaica batsmen as Warwick completes his 6 over 3 maidens, 1 for 14. And Blackwood, after being in for 27 minutes, 24 balls, well caught low to his left at gully by Warwick and off Springer for 1. The wickets have fallen at 71 and 77 in the 13th and the 20th overs, and both wickets falling off the 5th deliveries. Tahir and Lyndon.
Yeah, we said that one might have been jet lag, but you didn't go to India, so I don't think it should have been jet lag, come to think about it.
Yes, Bonner is the one I was referring to. Thanks for tacking the old brain, Lyndon.
But Keith, some may say that's the demise of today's cricketing world, you know. Some may say that. Not sure what you feel about that.
I have a probing question for you, Keith. You know, we normally stop you on every time we're on together because you have all the information there. My question to you, Keith, should Jeremy Salazano get a score, would he come into the reckoning for your opening position to partner Craig Brathwaite? What do you think about it and ponder it?
2 slips in a gully. Springer pushes Campbell back and he plays it down to mid-on, fielded by Simmons, and there's no run. It's a good debate. As a matter of fact, I think over the last half an hour when the issue was raised, was it Roland Butcher who suggested that Brooks should open?
Yeah.
During the last match, I reckon when that particular move was mooted, and I use an example in relation to Lawrence Rowe back in 1974 against England here in the Caribbean. Outside of the off stump from Springer, shadowed by Campbell and taken by Dowrich. Yes, he got over 600 runs in that series, 3 centuries, including the triple here, 302 at Kensington Oval. And I was then making the point that by nature, Rowe at number 3 was put up to the top to open the batting with Fredericks, and it paid off. And for a guy, if you saw Lawrence Rowe, there are glimpses in relation to the way how Searching here for the Yorker pitched up delivery. Springer dug out by Campbell, played back down the pitch to the bowler. There's no run. In terms of elegance and valuing his innings, you get that sort of stuff from a Shamar Brooks. Good technique is vital, and Lawrence Rowe was able to transform from the number 3 and became an effective opener for that series in particular that I was referring to. 78 for 2. So Springer again, and pitch on the pads, pushed out towards mid-on. There's no run. Andrew Mason is ready after this over to take you up to the lunch interval, 78 for 2. So yes, I would consider Brooks. You asked about Solazano. Don't forget, Lyndon, that he would have been picked to make his test debut, and then he unfortunately got that injury. He's plodding away on 24 off 65 balls, and Trinidad and Tobago 44 for 3 against the Windwards.
Right, so my question to you, should he get a big one?
Should he get a big one as Spring is in looking to get a big wicket of Campbell outside of the off stump? No stroke.
Would you consider him as the premier candidate to partner Craig Brathwaite then? If he gets a big one.
Based on the fact that he was quote unquote
got injured.
Yes, he was the one who they last thought about, but that was on a different selection panel. And where's Andrew?
Having said that, it gives me the opportunity to offer condolences to Dr. Toppin, and on behalf of myself and of course Sheldon Hart, and also happy birthday to the most honorable Desmond Haynes. Keith, before you go, I'd like to probe and prod at you. I was going through some statistics. I want you, when you come back, to give me some stats on Easton McMorris.
Oh,
an average of 53 for Jamaica.
Wonderful guy, nicknamed the Bull. And good man, former selector as well. Andrew comes in now as the first delivery split on the off. So I believe if this is one from Henry Springer. He says that John Hippie once told him that he will not embrace the technology as yet, as the current never went off in his scorebook. In other words, it means electricity. Andrew, after this next delivery, will come in a word from you, and then it will be Andrew to take you to lunch.
Very, very, always interested in where John Hippie is concerned. Competent, very, very competent scorer. Andrew's back.
Here's work, and he's in and bowls to Bonner, who must buy some lotto tickets in Jamaica when he gets back. Comes forward, pushes down to mid-on, there's no run. Badly missed by Captain Brathwaite at short extra cover. It was a dolly, absolute dolly, and Barbados could very well pay for that. Here's work, and as he comes in to bowl to Bonner, who's been very quiet, he's in and bowls, he's forward, opens the face of the bat, now gets off the mark as he just runs it down to short third man for a single. But this has been very good bowling by Warkan. What I like about Warkan, his length has been good, and he's really troubled the batsman. I think he's bowled well enough to have picked up a wicket or two. He's gotten one, and really should have had a second as we head towards lunch on day one of the battle between the Pride and the Scorpions in Bridgetown. 78 for the loss of 2, make that 79 for 2 now. As Warkan to bowl to left-handed Campbell, who's going very quiet. He's in now to bowl to Campbell, and to this delivery Campbell is on the back foot, no problems at all. It's a bit short, pushes on the pitch for the fielder at forward short leg to collect it, that's Mosley, and there's no run. Campbell is on 33, Bond is on 1, Warkan again comes in, bowls to Campbell, Campbell is onto the front foot, ball on the off stump, just strokes it down to extra cover. And the ball is picked up by Young Simmons in the second match for Barbados to end another over of tremendous probe from the left-arm orthodox spin at the end of it. Campbell is 33, Bonner's got 1. Jamaica winning the toss and batting there. 79 for 2, which is the latest score at Kensington.
And some first-class statistics for John Campbell for playing for Jamaica. 55 matches, 105 innings, 3,127 runs, the highest score of 156 and an average of 30.65 with 5 centuries. What do you make of that?
Yeah, decent first class career thus far. Obviously, a lot was expected of him when he made the West Indies side. But as I said earlier, he got a lot of starts, but he would want to kick on here as well.
Here's Springer, comes up now, he's in and bowls to Bonner. Bonner is forward, ball pitch on the middle stump, and just plays it down towards mid-on, a full length. So easy, seems to have so much time to play a shot, Bonner. Always a good batsman to watch. Just draws away down towards the square leg area now. So after all the huff and the puff with log batting. In fact, when I was on, last time it was 71 for 1, and it means that in over half an hour they've scored just, 8 runs. Here's Springer, continues now, bowls to Bonner. Bonner is alone, they're not swinging to go by to be taken by the keeper, full and wide. Dowridge comes across rather happily to his right to pouch it, and there's no run. So let's recap what has happened. Jamaica won the toss and elected to bat, and after a flurry of runs coming from the bat of Lug, eventually caught hard and done at wide long on off the ball of Warkan for 39. 41 balls, 62 minutes, 5 fours and 3 sixes. What a bit of a cameo from this young man. It was 1 for 71 when he departed. Here is Springer, comes in, bowls with Warkan. That's Bonner coming onto the front foot to an in-swinger and pushes down towards mid-off. There's no run. And then Blackwood, who never settled. Interesting there because, in fact, he made 1 but faced as many as 24 balls, Blackwood. He went a loose shot to ball outside the off-stump, caught it gully by Warkan off Springer's outswinger. For 1, it was then 2 for 77. And at 78, Bonner should have been caught at cover. Springer continues and bowls to him. He's onto the front foot. We'll look for a single here and we'll get it to us. Harden at cover doesn't pick it up. A bit of hesitation about it. It was outswinger, finally the outside edge of the bat. Harden, who is in a position that you really don't find fast bowlers, he's at cover. Didn't pick it up, and they got the run comfortably. 80 for 2. So, in terms of the bowling, Harden 5 overs, nobody has done for 23. Simmons 6 overs, nobody has done for 35. Warkan has been good. 7 overs, 3 middles, 1 for 15. And Springer 5 overs and 4 balls. As this delivery is outside the off stump, ball into Campbell. Campbell was gone into a shell, totally. Plays it square in the offside. A ball outside the off stump down to backward point, and there is no run. So Springer 5 overs and 5 balls, 2 middles, 1 for 7. 80 for 2. Campbell 33. From 67 balls, 5 fours. Bonner has faced 14. Here's Springer as he comes in to bowl to Campbell. And this every Campbell is alone out swinging to go outside the off stump. Taken by the keeper to end the over from Springer. So at the end of it, Campbell is on 33. Bonner's on 2. It's 80 for 2, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Much better bowling from the Barbados team here. And Leroy Lug got out at the end of the 13th over. 12.5, right? 71 for 1, and now it's 80 for 2.
Right.
So after 10 overs, they're only scoring 9 runs. So
right.
Barbados really pegging it back here before lunch. What they didn't do in the first half over the play, bowling a bit inconsistent, but now much better lines, but also Jamal Warrican's speed, the pace at which he's bowling, the flight as well, is looking really, really good and forcing the batsman to play in front of the wicket, you know? No,
I agree. I think he's really bowled very well. It's the best time I've seen him bowl in terms of control in a long time, because he sometimes can give you some long hops and full tosses, but he's been good, very good as he comes round the wicket now to bowl to Bonner. To this delivery, Bonner is coming onto the front foot. That's thrown up on the middle stump and just blocks it up the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up. So we are how many minutes away from lunch? Just about 15 minutes from lunch. Here is Warkan in bowls to Bonner. Bonner is on the back foot and chops it down to third man. He'll run a long way out towards the boundary. We'll get one, we'll get a second comfortably. And 2 runs to him. It was a bit short and wide, and this helped it really. Lovely shot down to third man, using the pace of the ball, and gets a second run, Bonner. As I said, when he hadn't scored, in the last over, played the ball straight to cover, and unbelievably, the catch was dropped. I mean, it's over so easy. I don't think that Brathwaite would want to see that again. Here is Warkan, continues his in bowls to Bonner. Bonner's forward, ball pitched in the off stump, drives down towards mid-off. Not the full bit of drive, more of a push down to mid-off. There's no run. So 3 men round the bat waiting. There's a slip forward short leg and a silly point. Warkan and Bright Sunshine comes in, bowls to Bonner into this delivery. Bonner's alone to go about outside the off. That was given a lot of air. And just watch it, but a good bit of bounce generated from the left arm orthodox spinner. Bonner ignores it. He's got 4. Campbell 33, 82 for 2 Jamaica. Here is Warkan, comes in and bowls to Bonner. And Bonner is forward and drives up towards that mid-off area. Didn't time it very well. Ball seemed to have come from the inner portion of the bat. It now rehearses the shot now. That was thrown up. And see Reefer beginning to warm up down at cover. Will he have a bowl? Just have to wait and see.
They're going to pull out the forward short leg.
Yep, it's gone out to, what, second slip? So maybe we'll get some deliveries outside the line of the off stump for that little drive. Find the outside edge, hopefully. From a Barbados perspective, of course, Bonner will be hoping that that doesn't happen. Here's Warkan bowls to him, and he's forward and drives solidly up towards mid-off. The bowler comes across to cut it out to end the over. At the end of over number 25, Campbell is on 33. Bonner's got 4. And as we head towards lunch on day 1 of the battle between the Scorpions and the Pride, Jamaica 82 for 2, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and Bonner having started his first-class career for Jamaica in 2010. Has an average of 26.64, just hovering over 3,000 runs, 3,011 runs, 64 in games he's played, 119 innings with only 2 centuries, Andrew.
Yep, that surprises you, doesn't it?
It does.
Yep. What about his test career? Let's look at that. He started very well.
9 matches, 577 runs, an average of 41.21.
It's not bad at all.
Yeah.
Well,
he would have come through the high performance center as well. Back at university, the West Indies.
So 82 for 2. So it's going to be a change in bowling. It's going to be Reefer, who actually only bowled 3 overs in the game against the Lily Woods.
A little surprised no Carter yet, Andrew.
No Carters yet, and I think he's underrated. And was the man of the match in the last game. Here's Reefer from the southern end. Comes in to bowl to Campbell. Into this delivery, Campbell is off the back foot and bangs the ball away for 4. Down to backward point. It was too short and wide. And the ball goes over the rope and circling the ground. That's a long hop, really. And he said, thank you very much indeed. And just really hit it very hard. Long hop, banged away over cover. That's gone for 4. So it means that Campbell will go to 37, 86 for 2.
On top of that long hop, Andrew had no pace in it whatsoever.
Nothing.
It's a good cricket pitch.
Had nothing about it and was punished by the man from the land of wood and water. Yeah, he did. Let's see what Reefer will do as he starts his run from the southern end. Comes in to bowl to Campbell into this delivery. Campbell is on the back foot, a much better length delivery, and just pushes out to cover. There is no run. So let's say hello to all of our listeners in Jamaica, in Barbados, of course, all across the world. Of course, it's streaming. Cricket West Indies must be hailed from there and from far. And I would think that on the weekend, Saturday with those tight matches, I'm sure that many people were locked on. 86 for 2. Reefer again, looking for a pepper, as they say, before the break. He's in and bowls to Campbell. And Campbell is along the ball to go outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. A little bit too wide. And with that flourish, he just allows it to go by, to be taken by the keeper, and comes down the pitch to prod it. He's on 37 with visions of making a big one, to make a statement in front of the lead select who's celebrating his birthday today. The Honourable Desmond Leo Haynes from Holders Hill in Barbados, which is pretty close to Holders House. And that's a tourist attraction. 86 for 2. Here we go. as it's going to be Reefer comes up now, in and bowls, and he's onto the front foot, no problems at all. That's Campbell, no pace, pushes into the offside down to cover. So we get in some visits from many pigeons. One has gone up to the Eric Kennedy stand, is going to go on top of it and maybe watch a bit of the technique of Campbell.
Andrew, I have a question for you.
86 for 2, yeah.
Obviously, Ray Murray for back playing with the Barbados team this year after being with the Guyana Jaguars.
Right.
How do you rate him as a cricketer?
Well, useful, very useful. And I'll get back to that after as he comes in to bowl to Campbell. Campbell is covering up, pushes into the onside, looks for a run, will get it to. Good cricket. As the ball went down towards mid-wicket, it was played with soft hands, and it's hard in having to run a long way. And he was just trying to side kick the ball into the stumps, but Bonner had beat him comfortably. So run to Jamaica, 87 for 2. Just about 10 minutes to go before the break. Campbell 36 and make that 38. Bonner's on 4. And as you said, played for the Jaguars and was an important cog in their wheel. Not the type that will make 100, but will give you a 30 or 40 in difficult circumstances, as was the case in Barbados' second innings in that quest to get 195. And he comes this time to bowl to the right-handed ball into this delivery. It's a lift-in delivery on the top of the off stump, coming into the batsman, hits him high above the pad and drops on the pitch to end the over. So it's 87 for 2, which is the latest score at Kensington. Do you think he should bat at 3?
I think he's given the opportunity to bat 3. I think he has the capability to bat at 3. Maybe it's an order from the above, from the management of the West Indies team. Who knows, to see him and his talent to bat at number 3. But I think he has a lot of ability, and I think he should be given the chance in the West Indies team. He played one test match in New Zealand, and he did fairly well in that test match. I don't know what Lyndon thinks.
He's a useful cricketer. I just don't think that he's turned in the performances that he really ought to. If you look from a test perspective, for me, he's maybe a little too slow, but I think he should have played a lot more T20 and 50 over cricket for me for the West Indies based on his performance. He's done exceptionally well for Guyana.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be Warkan to continue his very impressive spell as he comes in to bowl to Campbell. Campbell is forward and drives from the bottom of the bat. Ball pitched on the off stump down to mid-off. Springer comes across to his left to pick it up. There's no run. 87 for 2. Here's Warkan, the left arm spinner, comes in, bowls to Campbell. Campbell is forward. Ball on the off stump. Blocks it into the offside down to cover. Coming out from behind the stumps to collect it is Dowridge. There's no run. He's batted solidly, Campbell. He's on 38, 87 for 2. Warkan again comes in to bowl to Campbell, and Campbell is forward, plays the ball into the onside, down towards mid-wicket, doesn't time it very well, and it's the captain coming across from short mid-wicket to pick it up. That's Brathwaite. There's no run. Campbell 38. Warkan again looking for his second wicket as he comes in to bowl to Campbell, and Campbell is back and hurries that back defensive shot. It was a very flat delivery, very fast, and goes back and plays the ball up towards mid-off. There's no run. 87 for 2, Jamaica winning the toss and batting. Here is left arm spinner Warkan as he comes in from the northern end to bowl to Campbell, and Campbell is forward, one given lots of air, and pushes up the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up. That was a lot slower, inviting the drive, and Campbell pushed it up the pitch. Here's Warkan in to bowl to Campbell into this delivery. He's back and just turns the ball around the corner for the fielder at forward short leg to collect it. That looks like Mosley to end a tight over from Warkan, who's bowled very impressively. At the end of it, Campbell is on 38. Bonner is on 4. They're confirmed mid-pitch. 87 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington.
And with the dismissal of a lug, Andrew, we've seen a tremendous drop in the scoring rate for the Jamaicans.
Yep. You're right.
Credit must go to the Barbadian bowlers as well. They've really pegged it back well. They will look to probably try to get one more wicket before lunch. 5 minutes left till lunch, and Jamaica will look to bat out without losing the wicket before lunch here. And Shem Holder, I suspect, will have an important part to play in this game after lunch, going into the post-tea session as well.
Of course, Shem Holder is an off spinner and is in the Barbados side. Many thought might have played against the Leewards, but couldn't get into the side, and now is in. I must be a happy man. Here's Rifa as he continues from the southern end to bowl to Bonner. Goes past the umpire, bowls to Bonner. Bonner is getting an in swing out. Very well bowled indeed. That's pitched on the line of that off stump. And from here, you can see the movement into the right-hander. And with the movement, he pushes into the onside down towards forward square. And Mosley comes across to pick it up. There's no run. Yep, you just get him back to Reefer. He's that kind of a cricketer that will maybe pick up one for 40 in a good spell and make 30, you know, and play an important part, as he did for the Jaguars for several years. He turns down, comes in again to bowl to the right-handed Bonner, who's on 4, goes past the umpire and doesn't deliver, doesn't get it right. And Reefer will go back to his mark.
A utility player.
He is a utility player, you're right. And batting at 3 for Barbados. There's some who feel he shouldn't bat at 3, but played an important role in the second innings when Barbados chased 195. He got 45 and then cut out after T, the first over, as was the case in the first innings. Got to watch that. And he comes on his way to bowl to Bonner. There's some rain in the air. He's in and bowls to Bonner. And Bonner is guiding the ball down to third man. It's going to run away down towards the boundary. I don't think Holder's going to pull it back. He can't. It's too wide. And just had to get back into that, really. And it's gone for 4 down to third man. Too short. And as I said, Barbados had the opportunity to get rid of Bonner, who played a lazy drive and was dropped by the captain up at that short extra cover area. And when Bonner played that ball for 4 to go to 8, I just had a look at Braff, that he was just kicking the turf and maybe saying to himself, how could I have put that down? 91 for 2. Very interesting first session.
There's a faint drizzle as well.
Yeah, the faint drizzle as well. Wouldn't drive the players off. This could be the last over before the break. Here's Reef as he continues now. He's in to bowl to Bonner. And to this delivery, Bonner is turning the ball away neat into the onside. Down towards that backward square area for single. Coming off the long leg boundary is Springer. His return is on the way. It was an in swing and he just guided the ball away. Lovely turn, the wrist and impact. Ground staff very much at the ready.
Jamaica management would be happy with their batting performance this game after a pretty poor display in the first match. Not many of the players scoring runs, but they will be happy with this start here against Barbados right before lunch. They would want to kick on and look to get perhaps 300.
One would think so. Here's Reefer. Continues now. Starts and stops and then goes back to his mark. He's got 2 sips in the gully. There's a backward point, there's a cover mid-off, there's a mid-wicket, mid-on, and a long leg. 92 for 2. Bonner is on 9. Campbell is on 38. Reefer's in and bows to him, and he's forward. That's Campbell. Stressing across the line, a full-length delivery. Hits the bottom of that and squirts it down towards the third man position, but they feel that Gully picked it up as it was heading to that direction. That's Warcan, and there's no run. It's going to be pretty tight in terms of whether we get another over. And I've got 11:59. What time do you have?
11:59.
11:59. So
okay.
we're in sync, Andrew.
Okay, and how many balls left? 2 left, so it's going to be tight. Here is Reefer continues. He's in and bows to Campbell, and Campbell is get him outside the off. Some very well bowled there, leaving the left-hander, and the outswinger goes by to be taken by the keeper. That was a beautifully, in terms of length and line, it was well constructed outside the off stump. Now Campbell comes down to have a word with Bonner, just trying to maybe ensure this is the last ball before the break. I've got 12 o'clock Eastern Caribbean time, 11 o'clock in Jamaica. Hello to all of our friends in Jamaica. 92 for 2. Here is Reefer. This could be the last ball before lunch on day 1. As he comes in to bowl to Campbell, who's on 38. He's in and bowls to Campbell, and Campbell just pushes the pad away, hits the pad, the ball, and just goes down to short fry leg. The umpire comes up and removes the bails. That's umpire Braffett at the southern end of the ground. So at lunch on day 1 of the battle between the Pride and the Scorpions, contested in Bridgetown, with the ground staff just about ready to bring the covers on, because we've got a light shower here at Kensington after lots of rain. It's 92 for the loss of 2, with Campbell, the opening batsman. He is on 38. Bonner is on 9. And Jamaica won the toss, elected to bat, and they lost luck. Caught Harden, bowled by Workin for 39, but it was 71. He really had a cameo. 41 balls, 62 minutes to the crease, 5 4s and 3 6s. And what a contrast when you look at Blackwood, who was at the crease for 27 minutes, faced 24 balls, and just got the solitary single before he touched an outswinger from Springer. It was caught at gully by Warkan for 1 to make it 2 for 77. When it was 78 for 2, it really ought to be 78 for 3, because Bonner batting at 4 played a lazy drive, as he tends to do sometimes, to extra cover. And it was the captain of the Barbados side. It was a dolly. He would have caught that normally. It was so simple. I think it caught everybody by surprise. And it was when Bonner hadn't scored, and it was 78 for 2. Bonner since then has struck a boundary. It's gone to 29 from 9 from 29 balls. Campbell 38 from 82 balls, 6 fours. And Jamaica winning the toss and bat. And they're 92 for 2, 28 overs bowled. I'll give you the bowling figures. Hardin 5 overs, no batters done for 23. Simmons 6 overs, no batters done for 35. Walker 9 overs, 4 batters, 1 for 17. Springer, I thought, bowled very well. 6 overs, 1 mid, 1 for 7. So did Walker. And we for 2 overs, no batters done for 10. With Jamaica leaving out Owen Williams and Gordon Bryan from the team that travelled from Trinidad. Barbados leaving out Graves and Jordan. For his impressions of the morning's play, let's go across the Linden Yard.
Yes, and you would say Barbados will take that position going into lunch. And they would have glad if Craig Braffett had taken that catch to dismiss Bonner on before he actually gotten off the mark, and that would have put them in a superior position compared to 92 for 2. But they'll take that given the fact that Jamaica had a rollicking start by Luck, who threw it away in the end for a brisk 30 odd, and Captain John Campbell remains as solid as a rock. And I think that going into this period of play after lunch, first order of business for Jamaica will be to consolidate, steady themselves, and take back the initiative from Barbados. And of course, Barbados will want to prize out a couple more wickets during the post-tea period to get themselves firmly in command of this game on day 1.
And a quick word from you, Tahir.
After electrifying start from the Jamaica Scorpions, Barbados really pegging it back well. And what stood out for me is Jamaica really started and posted the ball all over the ground. 71 for 1, losing their first wicket in the 12th over, and only scoring a further 20 runs, I believe. 20 runs before lunch, and losing those 2 wickets of Lugg and Blackwood. But Barbados, I think it's even Stevens going into lunch. You'll see what happens after the lunch break. But Warkan bowled extremely well, and Shamar Springer coming back and bowling very, very well as well.
Yeah, lots of boundaries. In fact, Campbell 6 fours, Lugg 3 sixes and 4 fours, and Bonner has got the solitary 4. So at lunch on the first day of the battle between the Scorpions and the Pride in Bridgetown, Campbell 38, Bonner is on 8. Jamaica are 92 for loss of 2 from 28 overs. We're going to take a break, and we'll come back in about 35 minutes with the action live from the region's Mecca.
Nick, what's up, man?
Hey, buddy, what's up? Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Well, Maroon fans all around the world are tuned in and excited to hear you speak. As you know, we've been planning this live for a little bit now, myself and you, and we appreciate you being here. Firstly, how are you? What have you been up to?
I'm fine, man. The body is getting some time to recover. I'm just home, doing some exercise, trying to eat properly, trying to learn to cook a bit, playing some video games, watching every series on Netflix.
Every series. When we get off this call, you have to send me some recommendations, man. I'm starting to run out myself.
Oh, for sure.
And I know that you're a person that enjoys the team atmosphere, being with the team and being on tour. I know that that's your thing. You enjoy company. So I know it must be tough being home basically by yourself for this period. How have you been handling that?
No, well, my girlfriend is here with me, so she's lending her support as well.
Okay. So as I said, we took some questions from our fans on all 3 of our major social media platforms: Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So I'm just gonna shoot some of those at you firstly, because obviously they're anxious to hear your answers.
Sure.
The first one, this is a very interesting one to me. Do you want to play Test cricket for the West Indies?
Oh yeah, that's an easy question. Of course I want to.
Okay. That was a question from a Facebook fan. You want to go any deeper into that?
Test cricket. Growing up, I always watched Test cricket and I always wanted to play. I had an unfortunate accident that I had to make decisions and had to live with the consequences. But now everything is all right with me, and whenever I'm called to play Test cricket, I'm ready to play.
Yeah, I'm sure the Maroon fans are looking forward to that day also. Who is the toughest bowler that you've played against? Now, I'm going to give you two picks on this one because you've played a lot of cricket internationally. You've played in the IPL, and obviously you've played a lot of regional cricket also. So I'm going to give you one West Indies pick, and I'm going to give you one international pick.
All right. So first West Indian pick is obviously Sunderland because I remember when I was 18 years, he bowled a super over to me, and I only hit one ball, and that I won't ever forget that. And every time I see him, I tell him I'll get him back for that. So I'm just waiting for that day again, so I can have an revenge on him. Internationally, I haven't really. I'm just started to play. I've been doing decent so far. I don't really have T20 cricket is just a couple balls you might get a better person. So I never really had any long spells, so I can see that it's someone is really difficult to get away. So I haven't got an international bowler yet who I found is really difficult yet because I just started to play.
Right. I'm sure with some experience, you'll figure out a few in the years to come. But the Sunil Narayan one, I'm sure that the Maroon fans are interested to see when that will take place. Yeah. Whenever the chance arises, that you might have to come to Trinidad with some local cricket.
Yeah, I'll have to play against some softball cricket.
Next question from another Facebook user. What have you been doing in the off time to keep game ready? So training specific, what have you been doing to ensure that your skills and your fitness are up there when you do get back on the field?
To be honest, there's not much you can do now, to be honest. The only thing I'm doing right now is, working on my fitness, just trying to get, lose some weight, gain some muscle, just get fit, do some more running. When it comes to the cricket aspect of it now, just, I'm getting a break now, so mentally, I can start focusing on what mistakes I made in the past, what I did properly in the past. There's YouTube, there's internet, there's sports apps where you can go and look at your footage. So I'm just reassessing and trying to just get better. So my mind is there, and I'm just trying to continue to keep it that way.
Right. And one of the admirable things about you, I remember I had a conversation with you during the Super 50, I think in 2018, and you were saying that you always try to remain a student of the game. You're always trying to learn. You're always trying to pick up good habits. So even when you go to the IPL, it's all about ensuring that you learn from the guys who have been there, have done that, so that throughout your career, you're not making a lot of missteps, and that's very admirable. So I just want to commend you on that.
Thank you.
Final Facebook question. Someone wants to know what goes through your mind walking from the dressing room to the crease if West Indies are 4 or 5 wickets down within the first 20 overs of an ODI match. It's a very specific question, but I trust that you can answer it.
All right. Well, to me, I don't like to be in the dressing room for long. I hate to sit and watch the game and just be anxious knowing when I have to bat. So I try to go out, try to run to the crease as fast as I can. Just get to the pitch quick. Just make sure the blood is flowing. If I'm not on strike, then that's fine. But if I'm striking, just focus as quick as possible. Bat a couple balls, get the nerves over with, and then afterwards, just let the process take care of itself. I've been working hard, so I back my skills. I back whatever I've been practicing to do, and it's just up to me now to execute my skills when I go to bat. And the key is just getting out there fast, get the blood flowing.
Mm-hmm. So once you're in that competitive mood, once you're ready to bat, nerves don't really play a part.
Now, obviously, when you now go to bat, you have nerves, but after a while, when the blood is flowing, and you get some deep breath in, start to get accustomed to the atmosphere, then everything is fine for me. Then you locked on, you forget that there's a crowd, and you just there, you playing. Like, you're just happy to be out there and just enjoying what you do.
Right. So now we move on to 2 Twitter questions that we got via our mini request. And someone asked, which is your favorite shot to play? We know that you have a lot of shots in your arsenal. You're a player that can play basically all around. So they want to know which one is your favorite.
I think my favorite shot is probably a cover drive. Now is a cover drive. And I find like when I play a cover drive, and you're taking a photo, that's the best shot. It looks the best. So yeah, definitely a cover drive.
Yeah, and the Windies senior man analyst is in the chat.
It's true.
Interesting question from Twitter. I'm not sure. This must have came from one of your former teachers. So be careful how you answer it. They're asking, who was your favorite teacher growing up and why? Think and be careful how you answer this one, because I want to believe that they're asking for a reason.
I have, to be honest, I have 2 favorite teachers, and I went to 2 different schools, right? So first was in Kubasek, definitely the PE teacher, which is Mr. Maraj. And then when I went to NAPS, it was the next PE teacher, which is Mr. Naga.
The PE teachers?
Definitely the PE teachers.
Why?
That's my thing. My favorite subject was physical education at the end of the day.
Understood. So it's no wonder that you became a cricketer.
Yeah, for sure.
But if you weren't a cricketer, what would you be doing for a living, Nicholas Pooran?
That's a good question, because every time someone asks me that, I could never answer it. Even in school, I could never answer. In school, when they ask you what do you want to be when you grow up, right. In my mind, I really know I want to be a professional cricketer. But if I put that in the paper, the teacher will be like, no, seriously, what you want to be? So I don't know, miss. I really don't know. So like now, I still don't know what, if I wasn't playing cricket, what would have been. But,
so that was your toughest question in school.
Yeah, for sure.
But are you into any other sports? Do you play any other sports?
I like basketball. I like football. I watch a lot of basketball. Yeah, that's it, mean too.
Okay, so there you have it, fans. Nicholas Pooran is a real cricket man. If he wasn't playing cricket, he wouldn't be Nicholas Pooran. That's
right.
So Instagram questions. No, so our Instagram fan base who are obviously here with us. The first question is, who was your childhood inspiration?
Brian Lara.
Brian Lara. What made you stronger after being injured?
It was just my mindset, to be honest, because as the question you asked me earlier on, just now, what I want to be when I grow up, or what if I wasn't a cricketer, what would I have been? And to me, sitting on the hospital bed, sitting at home, I know my dream at the end of the day is to play professional cricket, be a professional athlete. And that was just my mindset, My mindset was so strong that, whatever happened to me, it happened for a reason. So I decided to use that. I decided to, every negative thing I decided to think positively. Some people might take that statement for granted, but it's true. And I just decided to believe every single time I go to the hospital or I go to clinic and I see improvement in myself, I decided to believe more and more that, I can make it possible. Right. Once I believe that, I will play cricket again, that was all. I trust in the Lord, and it worked out for me. And then everything changed after that accident. I had to be mentally strong. Every day waking up the same time, going to therapy, same time doing the same exact thing. That's difficult, and that helped me to be mentally strong as well. And it just worked out in a way. It worked out in a way that everything happened. I took positively, and 3 years later, I'm here sitting talking to you.
Exactly. And I know that there were points in time during that injury and during that hospital period where other people didn't necessarily have as much faith as you did. So that must have been tough to deal with also.
Yeah, and that's the sad reality, At the end of the day, you have to accept reality. But it was tough, It was difficult. It was a difficult period in my career, and just at the end of the day, I believe you won't be at the ground for too long. If you want to get up, you'll get up. Simple.
Right.
I just had to go through that week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, whatever it is, and just believe that next week things will be better. And every morning I wake up, go to sleep in night, wake up. I just keep believing that the next day is gonna be a better day.
So it seems like you went through that entire situation with a pretty positive mindset. But I want to know what happened within that period of time that would have changed you as a person. How was it played out in your life?
Um, in that period, the biggest change for me was, I remember um sitting in the hospital. I wasn't too big on, religion, right? And my girlfriend, her family came and decided to pray for me, and they decided to teach me about the Bible and teach me about Jesus. And from that day, the woman just asked me to believe, and so I was just listening, and I started to believe, and I saw for myself that every single day, every week, I was seeing improvement, and I felt it was because I was believing that I could get better and just trusting in the Lord, and that changed everything for me. To be honest, that's the most honest answer I can give you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's amazing. Obviously, myself and the Maroon fans, sad that you had to go through that, but we're happy to see you come out on the next side of it and where you want to be as a professional cricketer. So that's pretty impressive. I'm sure that story gives a lot of youngsters throughout the Caribbean hope that although they may be going through an adverse situation, which may not even be as serious as yours, but they can come out. Although they may feel down now, they can come out and they can achieve. So
Yeah,
thank you for sharing that with us.
no problem, buddy.
Um, what is the key to playing spin so well? As all the fans know, you're the boss at playing spin, and they want to know what is it that allows you to do that.
Um, to be honest, I practice a lot. I wasn't too good at spin, to be honest. I think what helped me a lot is playing windball cricket as well. Trying to pick what these guys throw off their hands. So, for instance, Sunil will do the same, and he's probably the best windball player in the country. And everyone started to play softball, windball game. So we started to pick up a hand. So that's an advantage for me because I have a better idea of what spinners are doing. I I remember when I was playing for Trident, Robinson was the coach, and he helped me a lot, explaining certain things to me about batting spin. Paulie was there as well. He's a bully spinner, so he have an idea of hitting the ball for six and how to do it. And Robin was teaching me how to get single. You remember in Queen's Park a year, Sun was there, Paulie was there, Bravo was there, and I was batting and I was trying to hit everything with six. And Sun said, Pooran, we know you can hit six, but try to, for the next couple of months, try to learn to get a single. Learn to get a single, and then you'll see everything will just fall in place. So I decided to try to figure it out. I spoke to Robs a bit, talked to Sun, decided to practice more about getting singles, hitting gaps, putting on codes. And I went afterwards. When I went to Mumbai, Robs was there as well. I walked with him. I asked a lot of questions again. Rohit, Sachin, everyone was there. So I keep asking a lot of questions, how to bat spin. And I ended up playing in Bangladesh for two seasons. And I remember just asking everyone about how to bat spin. And then I went to Pakistan Super League. And Shoaib Malik and Sangakkara was there. And I had conversations with them about how they bat spin so good. And they gave me tips, what they use, and I started to practice it a bit more. So it didn't come overnight to me. It came 2-3 years I spent practicing just to get better at it. Because I knew at the end of the day I could strike the ball decently. So, but that wasn't important. The most important thing was trying to get single, and I'm still trying to improve and get better at it. I'm seeing that I'm improving. But the key was definitely asking questions from players who do play spin very good and practicing it. Just listen to what I have to say, and just go and practice it, and then come and execute in the match. Because at the end of the day, if you don't practice something, you can't come and do it in the match. It won't work like that unless
Yeah.
you're a superhero, you're super talented.
Exactly. And that feeds right into what I mentioned earlier with your student personality and you always being willing to ask questions, always willing to learn. And you've seen how it has worked for you thus far. So is that something that you would encourage all younger cricketers to pick up?
Yeah, you know, it doesn't matter if you're young or old, you know, the game is always bigger than you. We all know that as, you know, sportsmen. Um, so, you know, every single day you can learn. You can learn from someone younger than you. You can learn from someone older than you. It don't really matter because, you know, every day we get an opportunity to learn something new. And the most important thing, because I remember Ross Taylor telling me, I asked him for some advice when I was 17 in the CPL, and he said, the best advice I could give you as a youngster is shut up and just listen. And that was just simple. And then, you know, a year or two after, I really understand what you say. And there's nothing like a stupid question, according to Dwayne Bravo. There's nothing like a stupid question.
Right.
Yeah.
How did it feel to score your first 100 for the West Indies at a World Cup?
To be honest, that 100 was purely based on hard work. You know, getting into the team, doing the hard work, getting some success, but not getting that big score. And you know, it all happened in that game. We were struggling a bit. I came and got Hetty run out, so I know I had to put down my head and bat. You know, getting Fabian run out on 99. I was on 99 and Fabian got run out on 52 or 53.
I remember.
But of course, to win the game comfortably. So right after he got run out, I got 2 runs in the wicket, and I couldn't really celebrate because, you know, it's my first
Yeah,
100.
that was still on your mind.
Yeah, Fabian just played a blinder for innings, and I couldn't really celebrate. So to be honest, that feeling at that moment, I wasn't too happy about it. I could have made up for it if I'd won the game for the team, but I came out when there was out 20 runs again. So that, to be honest, I felt a bit relief just to get that first 100, but it wasn't. It just didn't feel right because we lost the game at the end of the day.
Yeah,
To put the icing on the cake is just to win.
yeah, I understand. So the team goals are more important to you than individual goals.
Yeah. So I'm just waiting to score that next century so I can celebrate a bit.
Yeah, we'll celebrate like it's the first one.
Yeah, for sure. I have something to do.
No, you mentioned early. Someone actually asked, who is your favorite cricket legend, right? But you mentioned that you got into the game basically because, well, Lara was your hero.
Yeah.
So I know that you've had the opportunity now to meet Brian Lara, speak with him. What is he like as a person, and how has he assisted you in your career?
I know started to talk to him. You know, try to. You know, he's open for questions, but at the end of the day, that's Brian Lara. So you know, I asked him certain things. He gave me a response, and you know, the response he gave me is, he's just a genius. So the things he would say, you would be, wow, this is why he was so good. I just started to, you know, speak to him about, you know, cricket, because I just started to understand the game a little more as well. Mm-hmm. So as time go along, I just keep asking questions. But you know, I'm surprised that, you know, the way he answered how a genius would answer.
Right. There's always that moment when you're speaking to somebody that really know about what they're speaking about, that you go to yourself, this is why. This is why you are him. This is why you're Brian Lara. Yeah. Now today is one of your very good friends' birthdays. Our skipper for ODIs and T20s, Mr. Cairo Pollard. I was wondering if, for the sake of myself and the Maroon fans, and Mr. Pollard, of course, if you could please serenade him with a happy birthday song. That was a special request from the fans.
No chance, man.
I want 2 lines.
I'll call him on video chat and I'll sing to him.
You have to post it first then.
No chance. I'm not good at singing.
I know if you send him a video, he will send it to me. So that's what you should do. Full thanks for chatting to us, man. Obviously, from a Cricket West Indies perspective, we are dying to see you guys back on the field. And the Maroon fans also are missing you guys very much. Every day we get hundreds of messages telling us how badly they want to see you guys play. And we have to respond and say, you know, safety first, that type of thing. So if there's any message that you would like to give to your fans, could you?
Yeah, sure. I just believe it's a good time for us to meet our friends and family. This virus will be over in no time. We believe so. Let's continue to believe like that. Let's try to do the right thing. You know, not just for ourselves, but for everyone who surrounds us. You know, it's strange. It just happened from nowhere, but it wouldn't be here for long anymore. I believe. You know, we will get back to our normal lives in no time, and let's just remember the things we're doing and during this pandemic. So, you know, when our normal day life starts over, we just don't take simple things for granted. Yeah.
Thank you, Nicholas, and thanks for speaking with me, man. We'll catch up later. We're looking forward to receiving that singing video.
No problem, buddy.
Enjoy the rest of your day, man.
All right, buddy.
There you have it, Maroon fans. That was Mr. Nicholas Pooran, West Indies wicketkeeper batsman. And he is obviously missing Maroon and looking forward to being back on the field as soon as possible. Had some very valuable advice for you guys in regards to the handling this coronavirus situation and ensuring that we maintain the good habits that we're picking up throughout this period when it is over. Thanks for having me once again. I'm Dario Batley, the Senior Men's Team Media Officer. And please join us on Thursday for another broadcast of Maroon Hangout. We'll be announcing our guest for that session soon. And I'm pretty sure that you guys will be excited to see. Enjoy the rest of your day and take care. Stay safe.
I'm Shimron Hetmeyer, and this is my story.
Exceptional player, Shimron Hetmeyer. Much is expected of this young man.
My earliest memories really was seeing my brother play, really. He was someone that I really looked up to growing up, and he represented our country and stuff like that. And even other members of my family themselves had like fond memories of going out and just playing in the streets and having fun. So that's really something that I really picked up from. And from there I just started to enjoy it, really. I actually wanted to see how much I could balance it off with my schoolwork and cricket, really, like sports and school. But it wasn't the easiest of things to do growing up. So I tried to do as much as I can in school. But after school, when I got home and stuff, I tried to get into doing cricket stuff and so on as well.
Goes for it. That's his bread and butter shot. Shimron Hetmeyer, how often have we seen this?
My biggest influences are a coach that I had at home, my brother, of course, and another coach, manager person. Like, they really helped me coming along in my career. They helped in whatever way that they could have, gears wise, taking me to practice, taking me to games, even to look at games and stuff like that. They really helped along the way.
That sounded good.
The West Indies development pathway shaped me so much that it's helped me to play in different leagues and helped me to be a better person. It would have really helped me in terms of being disciplined, going out to the field and enjoying what I do, and play with pride and just make sure that I enjoy what I did, and that in turn helped me to go out and make runs and represent my team and my country well. Playing for the West Indies for the first time, it was fun, exciting and nerve-wracking at the same time, because I was super nervous because I wasn't expecting to play for the West Indies at the time that I did. But having some guys there that I knew from before, and that I played, I think it was senior senior cricket with in terms of in our region. It was nice just having them there to lend a helping hand and to help me whatever I would have needed help with, and it really helped me as well. When I made my debut, there was Craig Brathwaite, he was there as well. There was Kyron Powell and Shannon Gabriel as well. So many others that were there, but those guys, they were somewhat the guys that I really lent on, because I would have known them for a little bit, and like they really helped me to do my best, and even when I'm not at my best, try to bring me back to my best in terms of physically and even batting wise and so on, just to make sure to when I'm batting to enjoy myself. Craig Brathwaite, he actually told me, see ball, hit ball. That was actually one of the things that really helped me coming through my career, even in Test cricket, because I got tangled really many times in thinking about what shot to play and if to play it or if to leave it. And then he was like, instead of just thinking about it too much, you just decide quickly on what you're gonna do. It's either you hit it or you leave it, and then from then on it really helped me. That's something that I took from in my career when I was basically 21 at the time, and I took that from then, and I'm still using that unto this day. The high point in my career was winning the Under-19 World Cup. It is something I will never forget really. It was 2016 in Bangladesh against India. It was lovely to know that I had so many of my good friends there that I'm still playing cricket with until this day, and like the memories that we had and that we made then, it will always resonate with me. From being a 16-year-old until now, I was a little bit shocked and surprised and even anxious as well. I was playing for my Under-19 team. That was the last year I was playing. I wasn't the captain for my team, so I just played and I did as much as I could have. I lend a hand wherever I could, and then I got a call from I honestly can't remember who it was at the time. I think it was Graham West, and he told me that I would be captaining the West Indies Under-19 team in Bangladesh. So I was surprised and excited at the same time, and a little bit anxious as well. The qualities I would bring, I think it would be just to let the guys try to enjoy themselves as much as possible, but on and off the field, but more so when we get onto the field, bring that work ethic in, that we would do whatever it takes to make sure that our team wins. It's really something that I try to instill in the teams that I'm with, and try to help and lend a hand and be someone that they could always come to in terms of if they have a problem with something, if they need help with something, they could always come to me and ask a question or even give their opinion on different things. I would have learned a lot from what I would have learned. It would have been like to how really to lead a team in somewhat. I would say like how some captains are strict, some are more relaxed. So far it's been Jason Holder. That's probably the most fun captain I've been around, because he's someone that I could not leaving out the other captains that we have now, like Pollard as well, because he's fantastic as well. But for me, Jason is someone that I always had great respect for growing up, watching him play and watching him captain. And he was the first captain that I played under for the West Indies as well too. So he's someone that I really respected and really have great admiration for him as well. He's someone that I at that time I could have, as a young player in the team, I could have spoken to him, could have went up to him and talked to him about whatever was bothering me at the time and so on, and he just did his best to make sure that I was comfortable being a young player in the team, which was very, very good for myself, and really helped me to be myself and to express myself around the other teammates. So far, the lowest point in my career must have been, I think, when I got dropped. I think it was a real shock to the system, I would say, for me, because I wasn't expecting to get dropped at the time that I did, because I thought that I was going well in terms of making runs and stuff like that, but then fitness wise, I wasn't really benefiting my team and helping myself to be at the peak of my career that I wanted to be. And then after I got dropped, my wife, she had a strong talk with me, and had a look in the mirror and said to myself that I would not let something like that happen again to me, you know. So from then I really started to work more on myself and really try to push myself to do that, the extra, not just the bare minimum, but to do as much as I can to make sure that when I'm on the field, I'm all about the team and not worrying about having to not be able to carry out what I have to do if we bat first or we bowl first in whatever stage of the game it would be. I would say jovial, actually fun to be around, I would think, at least. Always smiling, always laughing, always with just being a good person, being the person that I could be trying to help and stuff like that. Because even on the pitch I'm always smiling and stuff like that, and I really enjoy what I do and try to enjoy it as much as possible and make friends along the way as well. Personally, now the most is my wife. She's always there for me, always supporting me, really, and so far it's been fun always having her around, and always being there to help me along the way, to share her knowledge in whatever way that she can, to bash me at times when I'm not up to scratch to her level. But it's always fun just to have her around, and it always helps me to go that extra mile in terms of on the field, off the field, and stuff to make myself a little bit better each and every day. The moral values I have, it's really based on her again. It's really like to help as many people as I can, because growing up I wasn't as fortunate in terms of being able to get stuff in terms of cricket gears and stuff like that. So it was with her help, of course, I really thought about it, and we sat down and we spoke about trying as much as possible to help others. So we would have had like a trust fund, and we brought some stuff in just to help some people in our country, in terms of, because we had like a massive flooding and stuff. So we did our best to help the people that we could have, and then it's really something that I'm really excited about and will continue to do, really. What I would like to accomplish, one, I would want to be a great for the game, of course, because that's something that I always strive for and something that I always want to. Well, I would think most cricketers would want to be a great of the game or whenever they're finished. So it's something that I'm working towards as well. But off the field, I'm really trying to be someone like a household name, really. Not just cricket-wise, in terms of helping people in whatever way that I can, and just trying to be there in terms of if there's someone in need or something like that, you could always just lend a hand and help them out in whatever way you can. The advice I would give, it's really to go for the gold, really. I would say don't ever think that you're too young or even too old to play for the West Indies team, because at any point in time, once you continuously make runs or continuously take wickets and do well in whatever area that you're part of, there's always a way to get there. Because I wasn't expecting to actually be here at 24. I actually thought that I would have been here probably at age 28, 27, 26, but I actually played my first game at age 20. So it's for me, it's really the sky is the limit, and you just push to whatever goals that you have in mind. Just push for your goals. 14-year-old Shimran, I would say don't eat too much when you get to probably 22, and try to make sure that you enjoy yourself growing up, because it's something that I think that I fell short somewhat, that I didn't enjoy the game as much as I wanted to when I was young. I really tried to just play to win, as in play with that eagerness only to win and not really to enjoy the game, and I was probably a little bit selfish in terms of coming up. I just wanted to bat only and not to help anyone out, really. So it's something that I would have changed from then to now.
Here is working with the first delivery after the lunch and break. Pitch is short. and it's pushed down to the silly point by Bonner, who is on 9, and there is no run. 2 slips on the silly point, cover point, extra cover, very short straight extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket on the edge of the square, and on the front foot is driven down to the straight short extra cover in Braffit, and there is no run. The 2 slips go down as well as a silly point, and from around the wicket on the front foot, that's a fine drive, and a tumbling save made off by Holder as they go through for a single. So now into double figures is Bonner. He has 10, Campbell 38, 93 for 2, and this is Warwick's 10th over, 4 maidens, 1 for 18. Campbell, the left-hander, now comes on strike, and one of the slips has been removed. A slip and a forward short leg. Campbell is forward and drives it back down the pitch on the onside, fielded by Warwick himself, and there is no run. Point, extra cover mid off. Long on is on the boundary, deep mid wicket, short mid on, and a backward square. He uses his feet on this occasion, Campbell, and drives it down to the short mid on in Braffit. There is no run. Warwick bowling his left arm spin over the wicket in sunny conditions from the Joel Garner end, and sweeping uppishly but safely down towards fine leg. And they've gone through for 1 and will come back for the second run as Reefer's return goes in to Dowrich. So a couple for Campbell, and he now moves to 40. 10 is Bonner. Jamaica Scorpions 95 for 2 from 29 overs in their first innings on the first day after winning the toss against Barbados Pride here at Kensington Oval. Here's Lyndon Yard.
Let me tell you that it's been a quiet start. Final delivery there, just taking the top edge of the bat and going down to where a short fine leg would have been. And the batsman taking to the ball that came down the line of the leg stump, and he opted to employ this sweep in Campbell, who's gone to 40 of 85 deliveries. And the refill will continue from the Malcolm Marshall end, the end for which he operated 2 overs before the luncheon break. Keith?
He has 2 slips and a gully cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket and a fine leg, and solidly on the front foot. Bonner pushes it down to mid off, fielded by Simmons, and there's no run. At lunch, Keon Hardin 5 overs, none for 23. Ramon Simmons 6 overs, none for 35. Warwick then 9 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 17. And Springer 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7. And Reefer 2 overs for 10 runs. We'll update you of the scores in the other 2 games in Trinidad. Here at Kensington Oval, 2 slips and a very fine gully outside of the off stump. Reefer 2 wide to induce a stroke from Bonner and taken by Dowrich. At lunch, Guyana were tottering on 89 for 7 against the Leeward Islands at the Queen's Park Oval, with Chandapal 5, Hemraj 9, Hepmar no score, Johnson 2, Vishal Singh 8, Bramble 38, Paul 20, the batsman out, Pestano 2, and Permol no score were at the crease. Reefer is in again, and forward is Bonner. Pushes it out to the short forward square, fielded by Mosley, and there is no run. Joseph had 2 for 16 from 7 overs. Louis 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15. Cornwall 4 overs, none for 24. Archibald 4 overs, 2 for 26. And Durham 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7. Reefer with 3 balls left in his 3rd over. Jamaica Scorpions 95 for 2. And he's at the top of his mark, moves in from the Malcolm Marshall end. Left arm medium pace over the wicket, and Bonner is forward and clips it down to the short mid wicket in Mosley. There is no run. Trinidad and Tobago 50 for 3 from 26 overs against the Windward Islands at the Brian Lara Academy. Jeremy Solozona was on 26, not out from 84 balls with 4 boundaries. Keegan Simmons 8, Isaiah Raja no score, and a duck also for Jason Mohammed. Yannick Correa was unbeaten on 12. All 3 wickets for 17 runs from 9 overs, 2 maidens to Sherman Lewis. Here is Reefer with 2 slips in the gully into Bonner, short, and he smacks it on the offside towards point where Springer moves to his right to do the fielding, and there's no run. 95 for 2. Here's Lyndon Yard.
Yes, Bonner might have done better with that delivery. He got a little too close to it, and maybe a little extra pace. And Reefer shortish in length and wide outside the off stump, and he might have done better looking to pierce the offside between the point and the cover. Got it straight to Springer.
Here's Reefer again, and Bonner has it now with him. Pitch is short. Bonner is right in behind it and plays it up towards the extra cover, solidly pushing it on the defensive, and there is no run. The over has been completed. The second after lunch, Jamaica Scorpions having won the toss, 95 for 2, Campbell 40 and Bonner 10. And before you had scored, Lyndon, close one for Bonner?
Yeah, I've been put down by Craig Brathwaite at the cover region off the bottom of Jamal Warrican, who's going to continue, and whose figures is looking good, having started a little rough with Lug, who hit him for 2 sixes before he got his wicket, and since then he has commanded the respect of both Bonner, Blackwood and Campbell, to whom he's into now.
Uses his feet. Campbell drives it down, to mid-off, calls for a single, gets in quite comfortably in the end for a moment with Springer on to the board. He threw at the non-strikers and missed nevertheless, and backed up by Brooks on the far side. 41 now Campbell with that single. Bonner 10, 96 for 2.
Question for you there, Keith. In the shorter version of the game, the more attacking fielders will underarm that from there to the stump with a dive.
Yes, the modern day style. 2 slips and a silly point. Working is into Bonner, back he goes and pushes it down to silly point.
Has a lot of time to play his shot. Bonner comes out to the tour of Sri Lanka with very good form.
Working still from around the wicket. Bonner is forward and turns it down towards the unprotected short fine leg, and they take a single as the score goes up now to 97 for 2. Bonner 11, Campbell 41. A partnership of 20, and Jamaica with a first wicket stand of 71 between Campbell and Lug, who got 39 before, in hitting out he was caught at long on off Working, with the catch being taken by Harding. Head is well over the ball here, Campbell, and pushes Working back down the pitch on the offside. There is no run. A slip on the short leg as the close catcher's Working goes over the wicket. Campbell again forward and plays it on the onside on this occasion. And again, there is no run, fielded by Brathwaite in at that short mid-on position. There's a point slightly backward, extra cover, mid-off, long on the boundary. Campbell is quietly forward and pushes it again upon the offside of the pitch. Working, showing that he has a bit of footballing skills with boot to hand, and then rubs it away. He believes he's rubbed it. Still looking at it, and now he's reckoned that he's rubbed it enough to toss it. For the bowling to be continued by Raymond Reefer, 97 for 2.
Yes, with Campbell, sedate 41 has been in good control. He put away the bad ball early in the morning. He got quite a few loose deliveries from young Raymond Simmons, who tended to be a little short or wide at the off stump. And since then he's buckled down and has batted well for his 41 from 89 deliveries.
Reefer to Bonner, and Bonner going back, tucked up a bit as the ball goes out on the onside. He always looks so relaxed, Bonner, cool and calm, Lyndon.
Yes, by nature. Remember doing the test matches in Sri Lanka, and we found that the most energy he used was when he was chewing gum. In terms of his cricket, we found it amusing. Actually, it kept us up, Keith.
2 slips of the gully. Here's Reefer into Bonner. Outside of the off stump, he doesn't play. Dorich takes 97 for 2.
Yeah, I said very easy on the eyes in terms of how he gets into the line, how he moves towards the ball. And I guess that's his style, that's his limitation, and he plays within himself. So he's due for a score. Surprise, Keith, he only has 2 first-class centuries for Jamaica. It was 3,011 runs before this game. Having made his first-class debut in 2010, 4 years prior to John Campbell.
Well, he has faced 37 balls, 1 boundary, 11 against his name, and Reef is in. And he defending, plays it out on the onside. Mosley from that short mid-wicket moves towards the short leg to do the fielding, and there is no run. So a quiet period so far after lunch as Jamaica look to consolidate, having won the toss on this surface which looks tailor-made for batting devoid of grass. As Reefer, the left arm medium pacer, goes in again from the Malcolm Marshall end, and for this delivery pitched up. It's a drive down to mid-off by Bonner, fielded by Simmons, and yet again there's no run.
Yeah, the elbow well caught right in behind it. Ball hit in the meat of the bat. I'm sure that if we were at the Malcolm Marshall end, the end for which Reefer is operated from, we would have been able to read all the stickers on his writing on that bat. Good cricket shot, well behind the ball. And he looks set for a big one at 11 from 39 deliveries. Very solid, very compact, very easy on the eye. Not as elegant as you would see at Shamar Brooks, but very easy in terms of the stroke play and getting behind the ball.
Reefer in again to bowl to Bonner. Bonner forward, strokes it into the derby. Gets in. It was driven up to mid-off. Simmons was a bit late in taking off. And immediately as he played it, he saw the possibility for a single. Bonner. And now goes on to 12. 41 is Campbell, 98 for 2.
Yeah, good awareness there from Bonner. The previous delivery played straight to Simmons, who allowed the ball to come to him. On this occasion, the ball was slightly to his left, his natural side. He played with a lot softer hands, Bonner, and got an instant response from Campbell. And just a matter of alertness is what defeated young Simmons, and it was a victory for Bonner.
Campbell on strike to Reefer with 2 slips in a gully, and he's across his stumps on the front foot and plays it out into the covers, fielded by Mosley, moving to his left. And there's no run. The end of Reefer's 4th over, 1 maiden, none for 11. It's 98 for 2 Jamaica Scorpions. Campbell 11, Bonner 12. And internationally, Australia taking a winning 3-0 lead over Sri Lanka in that 5-match T20 international series, with victory by 6 wickets in Canberra. Sri Lanka won 21 for 6 and Australia won 24 for 4 in 16 overs and 5 balls. Have you been following that series, Lyndon?
No, I haven't, but having followed Australia and picked them to win the World Cup, I would expect them to make light of the Sri Lanka side.
Okay. So Warwican with a slip and 2 short legs. Well, let's say he has the leg slip, and the short leg a bit square in Mosley. Brooks around the corner.
It's an interesting 5-4 field.
Yes. Ooh. This next one is played on the onside, and there's no run. Reef is out at the point. Braffett is asking the extra cover to take a couple meters back, and now, as tradition would have it, just walking in with the bowler. Who was your coach at school, Lyndon? This one is pushed out into the covers.
I had 2 coaches at the Garrison Secondary School from the National Sports Council in the most honorable, Desmond Haynes, and Teston Rodney O'Neill Payne. Call him Troop.
Okay. This one he beats him, pushing at it. Bonner taken by Dorich.
You thought Elvis Howard was my coach?
I would never ever imagine that. Is he a coach?
He's carried that banner for the school for quite some time now.
Okay, I know he's the chairman of the Barbados Youth Selection Panel. He does an excellent job. But, you know, there are many coaches, especially when it comes to junior cricket. This one is turned behind the square for a single to Bonner. Good afternoon to you, Elvis the Pelvis. 13 Bonner, Campbell 41, 99 for 2. So either the most honorable Desmond Haynes or Thelston Payne will say to you when you're in the field, walk in with the bowler.
With the bowler. That was the standard practice. Walk in with the bowler.
Working is over the wicket. Driven back down the pitch by Campbell, who hurriedly gets back into his crease as the bowler does the fielding. There is no run. Working now completes his 12 over, 4 maidens, 1 for 23. Jamaica Scorpions 99 for 2. And when you were batting in the nets, and you had a guy like the late Seymour Nurse as your coach, you had to observe the basics, yes, no, or wait. So if you shouted, come along, for one, they would say he would say out of the nets, you must make the proper call in yes, no, or wait.
Yes, I remember also Seymour Nurse, not that you mentioned it, but you did mention at school, but I also had a stint under him with the Combined School South then, in the days of Sherwin Campbell, Philo Wallace, Roger, Smoking Joe Coward.
Yes.
The captain.
The Ellerslie boys.
Yeah.
Here is Reefer bowling short to Bonner, and he guides it down to gully, fielded by Working. There is no run, 99 for 2. And you did play first division as a lively medium pace bowler and lower order batter for YMPC and Empire.
I thought it was a little bit over medium pace, Keith.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I thought it could be a little nippy when ready, put it that way. So I settled for the medium pace. So if I'm medium pace, what I'm saying is under medium pace.
Okay. With all due respect, sir. 99 for 2. 2 slips in the gully, cover, extra cover, middle off, Reefers in. And Bonner right across his stump, tucks it down to the short forward square, fielded by Mosley, and there's no run.
I'm glad you've gone there, Keith, because it gives me time to say good afternoon to some esteemed gentlemen. And I'm sure you would relate to these gentlemen when I call their names: Ainsley Robinson, Mervyn Jones, Watson. I'm ringing a bell, Keith?
Sounds as though you are going into the line now of match referees.
I was thinking umpires first.
Well, umpires first, okay.
Yeah.
Here is Reefer in again and played defensively on the onside by Bonner.
I think
there is no run. I would even go back a bit with Ainsley Robinson.
Right, so we could look at some of the good umpires who have not gone on or who never reached the top, but dominated and made a presence when they made an appearance on any cricket field in Barbados.
Yes.
So I've named 2 that were really outstanding in my views. Was always assured whenever they made a decision.
Yes.
Players respected them to the point where they became a discussion during the after play session.
Okay, 2 slips in a gully, 99 for 2. Here's Reefer in to Bonner short, and he cuts it over the head of the first slip and down into the third man boundary to move to 17 and also bring up the 100 for Jamaica Scorpions in their first innings. 103 for 2 with Campbell on 41, and they're scoring at 3.06 runs and over. The 100 coming up in 139 minutes off 33 overs and 4 balls. All told in balls 207, inclusive of 12 fours and 3 sixes. There's a WhatsApp message coming in from Mr. Dottin, giving the commentary team a bit of praise. You know, we get licks, we get praise. It makes the bitter with the sweet.
I think
and
that's
after this next delivery, sorry, Lyndon.
No, go ahead. The ball is on his way.
2 slips in the gully. Here is Reefer in again. Pitches short, and Bonner clips it down to the short mid-wicket, fielded by Mosley, moving to his left. And there is no run. Hi, Keith Dottin here. The standard of commentary is great. Thank you very much, Mr. Dottin. I find it very informative and enjoy the humorous moments.
A lot of people do it.
Yeah.
But it's happening. That's the nature of society.
What is Mr. Dottin's first name again, Andrew? Yeah, but he's a good traveler. He likes Guyana, Mr. Dottin. Mr. Dottin, send a message to remind us of your first name, please, because brains like Keith's and others are perhaps a bit on the tired side. This last delivery is played square on the offside. There's no run, 103 for 2. But since you've mentioned Patrick Dottin, that's it. Mr. Patrick Dottin, good afternoon to you, Patrick. How are you doing? Lyndon, do you know Patrick?
I would like to think I know him by seeing him. If I see him, I believe I know him.
Yes, man, he's a busy fella. I am telling you that once you have seen him, you will know him. But Hensley Robinson, from a cricketing perspective, I first ran into him at Lucas Street playing for Windward. Of course, he was a big Spartan man. Big left armer, big man, swinging it all over the place. He was representing the YMCA then in the immediate game. I had taken some catches behind the stumps. You know, those were the days when you work Saturdays half time and you half day and you go up to the ground cricket. Then began at 1:30, and he was operating from the southern end, really swinging it all over the place. Knocked down on the onside of that short mid-on by Braffett. A powerful drive by Campbell with Warwick in the left arm spinner in operation. He's bowling over the wicket from the Joel Garner end. For those of you who are not au fait, the Joel Garner end is at the northern end, and the other end is the Malcolm Marshall end, where the Coppin Cozier and Short Media Center is located. And solidly again on the front foot, he pushes it back down on the off side of the pitch. And there's no run. I spent the last 15 to 20 minutes before lunch in the company of the most honorable Desmond Haynes. I wanted to go and wish him happy birthday in person instead of the public announcement.
I'm sure you would have gotten more information than you went for as well.
Well, yes, it was a one-on-one in a private capacity.
Exclusive.
Well. I do things by protocol. This one is pushed out on the onside, and I have to be careful when I say things.
I think you shouldn't say that with Mason in the background.
Well, also.
Roland's making notes.
Yes, that is Desi's made at Middlesex, so he does things by the way they should go. Push down to silly to forward short leg again. There is no run, 103 for 2. But it's amazing, you know. We sit here in a commentary box and we think this and we think the next, and then you try to get into the minds of those who are charged with the great responsibility of picking teams. As the last delivery from Warwick is defended out on the offside, the bowler does the fielding himself. There is no run. 103 for 2. Campbell 41, Bonner 17. A partnership of 26. And Warwick now 13 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 23. He reminded me, and quite rightly so, that there is a President's 11 game to be played before the first test in Antigua. So, you know, selectors come in. But it's good to speak in a free, quote-unquote, free way, you know, when you just have a one-on-one. And then if you're going to organize an interview, the protocols for Cricket West Indies, you go through the PR, the media relations officer, manager in Philip Spooner. You try to do it, you know, in the sort of way that you want to be in tune. You give adequate time and you say, well, this is what I believe I would like to speak about. Not that it's going to be a case where you should be so hard-nosed or you stick to particular guidelines, but you give some idea. I believe in preparation, Lyndon.
Yes, most definitely. Keith, having said that, we're about to have a bowling change the first after the break.
Yes, here comes Shem Holder, a guy who believes in himself in a big way, and he's a tall off spinner bowling over the wicket from the Malcolm Marshall, and his first delivery is ill-directed and given the treatment, swept, swung down into the fine leg boundary. Really a loose delivery to start with from the off spinner Shem Holder. And with that boundary, Bono goes into the 20s on 21, 52 balls, 3 fours, 107 for 2. And Holder has replaced Reefer, whose figures are 5 overs, 1 maiden, 15 runs.
And I dare say Keith, his first delivery was equally as fast as Reefer's. Any of Reefer's delivery. He went with pace on that delivery and ill-directed and struck for 4. Again, pace on the delivery, down the leg side, ill-directed, and he's from the same club as Hensley Robinson that you were talking about.
Oh yes, he's a Spartan man. Yes, let's get back. Man. Yeah, we can get back a bit. What? I have another
before
5 minutes or so. Yes. Here is Shem Holder. What is going on? He's been down the leg side, down the leg side, down the leg side, and this one is tickling to the fine leg boundary. There's a slit. There's a forward short leg. Take your time, youngster.
Yeah, he's looking for pace, Keith. Apparently, maybe it's a bit of nerves, but he just need to compose himself. Captain Craig Bradford is just going to give him a tap on the shoulder and say, hey, youngster, just take your time. I want you to bowl a particular line and, get into your rhythm. It's your first game, maybe a couple of butterflies are there. Get rid of those and let's get on with the task at hand as Jamaica move up to 111 for 2.
So, Holder continues from over the wicket, and Bonner is forward and clips it down to the short mid-wicket. There is no run, 111 for 2. Campbell 41, Bonner 25. A partnership of 34. Leroy Lugg was caught at long on by Harding off Warwick for 39. Here's Holder again, the off spin in his first over. Yet again ill-directed. What's going on, Shem? And down into the fine leg boundary, very, very fine. This time signal buys as Bonner shape to turn, and 115 for 2. So this has been an expensive first over in terms of the runs all told. 12-8 against the bowler's name is Shem Holder. And even if you look how he's going back to his mark, he isn't turning to walk back. He's, as we would say, he's backing back. Yeah, backing back.
The young people say reversing back. Well, I think he just needs to compose himself. Once again, Captain Bradford will have a word with him. He does that, hands him the ball, and I believe it's a matter of nerves, but I just like to see him pick up his line and his length first before he looks for any revs whatsoever.
Yes, so here is Holder again, short down the leg side yet again, and this time fine leg being able to come around. Brooks in that position there, and they're able to take a single. So 116 for 2. More comments coming in just before Andrew comes.
And before you finish with Hainsey's story, because you can struggle to get him with the spin.
Oh yes. Tony Chandler, do you know him?
No, Keith.
He used to play at the YMCA with me, Tony Chandler. And he says he's at work. He cannot get the Kensington Oval as yet, but truly enjoying the commentaries and also the humor. Remember your cricket days in Barbados, shipping and trading limited overs cricket. Thanks very much for the memories, Tony Chandler. He too went into the umpiring field. Yeah, B&T cricket was wonderful, going back to the era of the 70s, and in that competition there were a lot of outstanding players who also played for Barbados. I remember Emerson Trotman was part of that setup. So the Barbados shipping and trading group, and you would have had the Costas and Mannings, and those types of teams. It was inter-company, quote-unquote, competition, and you had Sundays where you would squeeze those matches, and I say squeeze because the competition then was played. But that was a great competition, which Sam Wilkinson used to highlight on 7-Up Sam. 160
Sam on
for
sports.
Yes, eventually. But 7-Up Sam for so many years, that was a fixed shot. 7:30. Slip, leg slip, and a short leg. Andrew will come in very, very shortly, push down to the forward short leg. But the guys you mentioned from an umpiring and then even becoming match referees, you talk about Hensley Robinson, Mervyn Jones. You would have had a guy like the late Clifford Clark, who took 6 wickets in 6 balls in a BCL match. I St. Catherine man, like Andrew.
Andrew elaborate on that when he comes in.
Yeah, Roland Butcher would know him as well. Well, Andrew says 4 batsmen were given out leg before wicket. That part he will describe when he comes in, because I want Mr. Clark to rest in peace. He got 6 wickets in 6 balls. When he passed on in 2019, I wrote a story about him, and Trevor Clark, that outstanding former St. Catherine captain, rated him highly. So let's say that is that. When it comes to St. Catherine matters, I try not to get too deep. As far as that clannish,
I was listening for that.
St. Philip Club is concerned, 117 for 2. Look at the messages that Andrew will get just now. That is my favorite word when it comes to St. Catherine.
So how are some of the other umpires of that era, Keith, that really stood out?
Well, if you're talking going back to the club, first class and international, the late Stanton Paris, Lloyd Barker, who was here last week, there was one guy from up in Mahika Gap who really was, I consider to be a character. I will give you that as a quiz. This ball is driven back down into the hands from the turf by Campbell to Warwick, and he's about to complete his what now, 14th over, 5 millions,
Yeah.
1 for 24 with a slip and a forward short leg. Bowling to Campbell on 41. Solid it is by the Jamaica captain. And it's driven out on the offside, just past the right hand of Warwick. There is no run. So the overs come to a close. I've done my stint, and I want to hear more about the 6 wickets and 6 balls and the 4 leg befores which Clifford Clark attained, Lyndon. No more.
I will let you to give me the quiz, Keith. I will let you give me the answer to that umpire.
Well, you have time. He was very stylish. That's a clue. And he came from Mahika Gap. You know where Mahika Gap is in St. Michael? Yes, and he was around for quite some time.
Oh, I'm sure.
More from Lyndon and then Andrew.
Well, I'm sure Andrew's going to bring that answer when he comes to call in, and he'll replace Keith Holder. Jamaica, 117 for 2. Campbell, solid as a rock on 41 from 99 deliveries. Bonner on strike, he has 31, 61 deliveries his face, and Barbados have set down 37 overs. And Shem Holder, the right arm off spinner from Spartan in the Queen's Park here in Barbados, he will come up to bowl his 38th over. And as Andrew comes in, I'll say good afternoon to him, and the next comments voice you'll have will be that of Roland Butcher. Andrew,
so
good afternoon.
Hold up, good afternoon. He comes in and bows to Bonner. Bonner is forward and flicks the ball away down towards that backward square position for 1. His direction is all wrong here. Shem Holder, the tall off spinner. I think Barbados missed a trick after the break, though. I would have certainly started with someone like a Simmons or even Harden to just to rough up, as we would say in Caribbean parlance, someone like a Bonner who can be ruffled. And I'm a little bit surprised that Captain Brathwaite didn't go with the extra pace. They've had a long rest. Let's look at Harden 5 overs and Simmons 6. I would have certainly gone with Simmons or Harden right after the break. In he comes, Holder. He's in and bowls a ball which is full and just helped away. Down towards the backward square area for 1. We'll get a second. Holder is all over the place with his bowling, like a Calypsonian called Punka. That's, of course, for the local folks who will know of him. But he hasn't got it right at all. Shem Holder. And is being punished by the Jamaicans. 2 runs to Campbell to go to 43. 120 for the loss of 2. Here's Holder operating from the southern end, comes in to bowl to Campbell into this delivery. Campbell is sweeping, more runs down towards the boundary. He'll head out towards the boundary. Springer stops it beautifully, moving from backward square to the final gear. They're back for the second, and they're screaming and telling Holder, "What are you doing wrong, my brother?" He's got his brand name shades on. He's got to get an action going here in terms of his control. And I can hear, I think that sounds like Woody Richards saying to him, "Get the line right, my brother." 122 for 2. He's all over the place. In he comes on his way to bowl to Campbell, and Campbell is forward and drives outside the off stump. Or did he leave it? Maybe he did. Ball outside the off stump, and by to be taken by the keeper. And he's bowling so poorly that there's no one wrong the bat now. He turns down. 122 for 2 as he comes in to bowl to Campbell. Into this heavy. Campbell is hitting the ball in the air. He's going to be safe. Top edge down towards the backward square area for 1. Had they been alert, they might have gotten a second, but that was in there for a long time. As he went for the sweep, hit the top of the bat. It was in the air down to backward square for a single. 122 for the loss of 2. Make that 123 now, Miss Bell. Campbell got a single, and it's going to be Holder to bowl to Bonner, who was put down by the captain at extra cover. It was a dolly, and Barbados could very well pay dearly for that. And he comes on his way again. Holder comes up now. He's in and bows to Bonner. Bonner is off the back foot and forces the ball away down to that gully area. The last ball is short outside the off stump. So Holder has bowled 2 overs for 15 runs. At the end of over number 52, Campbell 46, Bonner 28. They've added 46 for wicket number 3. Jamaica 123 for 2, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, and good afternoon to you, Andrew. And just as we speak, that glorious sunshine has disappeared, and some cloud is coming over Kensington Oval. But the cloud is not affecting Jamaica, who have got themselves in a very good position. 123 for 2. And obviously Campbell right there from the off, he's on 46. So he'll be quite looking forward to getting to his half century.
Well, it's going to be Warwick, who's been the stand-up bowler for me. He comes in to bowl to Campbell. Campbell gets a ball short of a length, just outside the leg stump. The ball comes from the pad, then off a shot, goes from the pad to the field at forward short leg. There's no run. Warkan again operating from the northern end, comes in to bowl to Campbell, and Campbell is forward and drives down to long on for a single. So the gaps are beginning to open now. Holder comes off the boundary to pick it up, runs with it, and presumably will come towards mid-off. Bonner's not that type that will go over the top. Looks very easy, very organized, the cricketer. He's on to 47 with that single. Campbell has been a responsible knock from the Jamaican captain. 124 for 2. Here's Warkan looking for wicket as he comes in to bowl to Bonner. To this delivery, Bonner is forward and drives the ball into the pitch. Spectators catch, taken by the bowler. No damage done. 3 men round the bat. There are 2 slips and a forward short leg. Here's Warkan round the wicket, grips the ball and comes in to bowl to Bonner. To this delivery, Bonner is forward. No difficulty with that. Very flat, comes forward, pushes into the offside down to that short extra cover area for the captain to pick it up. Score is kept on 124 for 2. Bonner is on 28. Here is a delivery which is given some air, and he's forward to ball on the line of the off stump. That ball was in the air and went up to short extra cover. There was Warkan jumping. Yes, Roland, you showing me something?
Yeah, just a screen showing Bonner's 32.
Oh, he's 32.
And Campbell 47.
Okay, so just double check that. Just double check if we got that wrong. I'm sure that Miss Bell will make the correction. She's going to call her good friend John. Here is Warkan comes in and bowls, and off the back foot looking to cut the delivery that was outside the off stump. First forward, then looking to cut. The ball went over the top of the bat. That could have easily gone onto the edge. Taken by the keeper. That was a naughty shot from Bonner. So the sun is out in all of its brilliance again at Kensington. Lovely breeze across the ground and the coconut trees in the distance. We can see a couple of ackee trees, a couple of banana trees in the New Orleans area. As we look out towards CBC, it's getting a bit clearer. And it's been a good day for Jamaica so far. Having won the toss, it's 124 for 2.
Yeah, it's been a very good day so far. The pitch has played exceptionally well. And the early batsmen have taken good use of this pitch. Obviously, the opening partnership. I must say Warkan has come back pretty well from the first couple of overs that he bowled, really, where he was hit for a couple of sixes by luck. But since then, he's really got his act together. He's been very, very stingy in terms of his economy rate. And on a good batting surface, he's doing a good job for Barbados.
But it's going to be Holder to continue operating from the southern end. Comes in to bowl to Campbell, and Campbell gets a full toss and drives it squarely offside. Runs for Jamaica, will get 2 comfortably. Down to backward point. The fielder on the boundary. Brooks comes across to pick it up at the back for the second. But this is really releasing the pressure. And I maybe invite your thoughts, but I just thought after the break that he would have gone for Simmons or Harden to put some aggression in the bowling. He's gone for someone who has really been pretty ordinary. Here's a ball pitched up, driven away, down towards cover for a single. Campbell gets to his 50. Ball pitched up, lovely flowing drive down to cover. So Campbell gets to 50. Well done. 159 minutes, 107 balls, 81 dot balls as well. 6 for 4s and a good knock by the Jamaica captain. Jamaica go to 127 for 2.
Yeah, well played, John Campbell. Looks very controlled here today. Not the John Campbell that we've seen in the past, who's been very, very positive in his stroke play. He's been a lot watchful, particularly against the left-arm spinner.
Here's Holder. Comes in to bowl to Bonner, and to this delivery, Bonner is forward and whips it through mid-wicket for a single. Mid-wicket comes off the boundary. So all the pressure's off now because, you know, early you had a tight field, and when you get someone coming in and bowling lollipops, as Holder's bowling, it really upsets the plan of the captain. 128 for 2. He's really not got it right here. He grips the ball. The man from Spartan comes in to bowl to Campbell, and Campbell is forward, pushes into the offside, looks for a run. The return comes in from the fielder. They'll even look for a second run. Went out towards that backward point area. Is that Harden out there and looking to do something cute? I don't know what he was trying to do. Can you describe that as they took the single? 129 for 2.
A bit surprised that he wasn't throwing the other end, Andrew, because he would have had momentum coming in from backward point.
Yep.
and it would have been a case of picking up and throwing it. Instead, he tried to do almost the impossible, which was to get the ball back behind him to the keeper. But turned out to be quite an easy single.
He's now got a long leg, the off spinner. This is a strange field. Outside the off stump. Ball very short indeed. And Bonner's back and chops it into the pitch. The gully fielder comes across to pick it up. 129 for 2. Simmons to continue, Holder to continue the attack as he comes. This is Shem Holder, not Shamar Holder. Comes in to bowl to Bonner into this delivery. Bonner is on the back foot. Will get an easy single. Looking very easy now for Jamaica. And he just chops it into the offside down to backward point for a single. So at the end of that over, bowled by Holder, it could very well be his last. He really hasn't impressed. He's been all over the place. And his 3 overs producing 21 runs for the Jamaicans. So Campbell 51, Bonner 31, 30 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and obviously Shem Holder at the moment not quite getting his length right, but at the same time, Andrew, I would continue with him because he's been picked to bowl. There's no point in just giving him 3 overs and then banish him to the outfield for the rest of the innings. That makes no sense. I think you just need to give him the confidence to continue bowling.
Even if he bowls badly?
Well, has he been
3 overs for 21 runs?
Yeah, but that is possible.
Yeah.
But what I would say is, particularly to John Campbell, I could not understand really why an off spinner bowling around the wicket would have a bat pad on the leg side and not on the offside. That was a strange one to me because, you know, why he should be on the other side is because if the ball turns, it goes there. If it doesn't turn and it comes on, it goes straight on, and it get bat pad, it's going to go on that side as well.
You're right.
You know, if you're looking to catch the man at 4 short leg, you bowling around the wicket, anything down there is going to sweep. So it's a strange one,
very
but
strange.
What happened?
Here is Walker, and Bowell continues in both to Bonner's forward, or pitched up, pushed out towards the mid-off area. The bowler comes across to pick it up. There's no run. Bonner's looked very solid. He's on 30. Campbell 51, Jamaica 130 for 2. Here is delivery, which is on the line of that middle stump. Bonner was first forward and went back, and the ball hurried on to him. He had to hurry that back defensive shot. Hits it into the pad, goes down towards forward short leg. Warkan again comes in to bowl to Bonner, and to this delivery, he's forward, ball in the off stump, pushes the ball away into the offside, down to that backward point area. There's no run. 2 slips in position. We'll invite the thoughts of Roland Bush on that, sorry. 130 for 2. Here is Warkan, the left arm of the lock spinner. Comes in to bowl to Bonner, and to this delivery, Bonner is forward, ball on the off stump, no pressure, pushes out to cover, there's no run.
Right, Andrew, where that ball went, I would prefer to have Brooks in that position.
I would think so.
Than a gully, bat pad on the offside, short extra cover. Now he's moving the short leg. I mean, the gully is the man to move. Now Bonner can easily work this one on the onside, pick up an easy single, and get off strike.
And it may very well happen. Here's Warkan, comes in to bowl to Bonner, and Bonner's down the pitch when he gets there, hits the ball high and hard. That's a wonderful shot by Bonner. That came from nowhere. It's gone for 6. Beautifully played by Bonner. Oh my golly. Given some air, and he waltzed down the pitch and hit the ball high over long off. That's gone for 6. Well played, Bonner. And the Jamaicans are doing well. They're 136 for 2.
Yeah, lovely shot there by Bonner. Good use of the feet. He's a good player of spin. You know, he's not going to worry too much the ball not turning at all or turning sharply. So even those men around the bat, he's not going to worry too much about that. And on this occasion, Warkan just gave it a little bit more flight, and Bonner picked it. He's got a mid-off up and a mid-on, and he just came down the wicket, struck it quite handsomely in front of us here in the 3W stand for 6. Lovely
Beautifully
shot.
played. How will Warkan respond as he comes in to bowl to Bonner to this delivery? Bonner's looking to lap the ball away. Runs for Jamaica. Out towards back, but I'll go for 4. So it's been a purple patch for the Jamaicans. A ball that was swept away beautifully by Bonner. And again, Craig Brathwaite is going to pay dearly for this because he had a chance to get him out. In fact, when he was he was very lazy. Sometimes Bonner can be. The ball went straight to Brathwaite at the short extra cover area, and you know what? He put it down. And Barbados are really beginning to struggle here. 140 for 2. Campbell is 51. Bonner is on 40. That's the latest position at Kensington Oval.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Bonner over the last couple of years, you've seen how he's grown as a cricketer, so he's not going to be too worried playing at first-class level at the moment, where he's had a relative good amount of success at international level on a good batting pitch against a team at the moment that doesn't have the same sort of firepower in terms of pace that you associate with Barbados team. So he's going to be quite comfortable, and that drop catch could be very costly because he's a good player of spin. Spin's going to bowl a lot in the game, so you're going to see a lot of Bonner, and he's batted very well, particularly a couple of shots in that last over, the 6, and then obviously the changing of the field to the back pad on the offside, he then brought the sweep out and picked up another boundary.
And Holder's bowling that you really can't maybe look at a city point or forward shot. Like, he's just been all over the place. He's in and bowls, and Bonner's forward. That's a lovely delivery. Ball that's coming off the outside edge. Beautifully bowled. And the tumbling save by Harden, moving from backward point to Gully to stop it. They get a run for that. I would think the Jamaicans with Holder in the attack will maybe want to cash in. And a very interesting field by Brathwaite for Bonner, who is a right-hander. And for the off-spin, he's got a long leg. Have a look at that, Roland. Could you just stand? Where is Harden fielding? Can you tell me?
Well, he's done at deep square leg, but almost like a fine leg.
Oh, okay.
He's like fine leg.
He's almost fine leg, yes.
Square leg.
Well, here he is. Ball which is coming off the pad as Holder is in and bowls, and Bonner doesn't offer the bat. The ball was taken at the forward shot leg position, and Holder had an appeal. So he's more fine leg than long leg. You're right, but it's still a strange field. Don't you agree, Roland? Here is Holder, comes in, bowls to Bonner. Bonner's forward and pushes up the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up. He's at fine leg for the off spinner.
Well, if you're going to have that sort of field, I'll come back to that in a minute.
Here is Holder, continues, bowls to Bonner. Bonner is again a ball that's bounces, very well bowled indeed. Looking to steer the ball away. And it goes to slip, well bowled. We've been encouraged by the length provided there. He's a tall man and encouraging bunks for Holder. Well done.
He's getting good bunks.
Yeah, he is. He's just got to get it right in terms of his control. Comes in to bowl to Bonner into this delivery. Bonner is on the back foot, will get a single down to backward point, which is deep. No longer they have the backward point. They're cutting off the single. And the modern day captains, in my view, tend to give away too many easy singles, really. It's not only it is not only Brathwaite, but it's captains generally.
But Andrew, with Springer on the backward point boundary for an off spinner, right? That's setting the field for bad bowling.
Yeah, it is.
For bad bowling, right? Bring the man up.
Right.
Stop that single.
Here's a Holder in bowls. Ball which is outside the off-step and steered away by Campbell down to short point for Harden to come across to pick it up to end the over from Holder. Much better over from Holder in terms of control. Campbell is on 52. Bonner 41. They've added 65 for wicket number 3. And Jamaica cooking good looking in Barbados at Kensington over the 142 for 2, which is the latest score.
Yeah, fairly decent over there by Shem Holder. And I think it's right to keep Shem going. He needs to have the confidence to keep bowling. Don't just pull him out after 3 overs. But in terms of the field play, St. Andrew, you cannot set fields for bad bowling.
Right.
If it's a long hop outside the off stump, it deserves to go for 4. But what you can't have is that the batsman, a fairly decent ball, he can just nudge into the offside backward point and pick up an easy single. That is frustrating for the team. It's frustrating for the bowler. Bring Springer up. If he bowls it short and hits it for 4, it's a bad ball. It got what it deserved. Now, on the other hand, where you were talking about Harden being down at fine leg, it might be a better strategy that bring the short leg into a backward short leg and then put Harden more at a square leg position, deep square leg position, so that you cover the leg glance, if that's what you're worried about, the leg glance. So you cover the leg glance by having the man at backward short leg, but you also have the protection of the sweep if he goes for the sweep as well.
Okay, well, it's going to be Harden to take over, taken over from Warkan. 16 overs, 5 minutes, 1 for 35. The bowling of Harden, 5 overs, nobody's done for 23. 142 for the loss of 2. So Barbados making the change. So we've got some pace in Harden, who had a very good game against the Leeward Hurricanes. He's got 2 sips in the gully in attacking positions as he comes in from the northern end to bowl to Bonner, who's on 41. To this delivery, Bonner is covering up, seeing the ball as big as a Jamaican breadfruit, pushes up towards the mid-off area. There's no run. It's 142 for the loss of 2. And Harden to continue. Is there a gentleman to your left? Do you know that gentleman?
I think his name is Abdul.
Abdul.
I think it's Abdul.
Is it Abdul Kader?
No, not at all.
Well, I think he's actually texting someone. Is he texting the Prime Minister who's under pressure?
No, Lord Patel, I think.
He's Lord. So he prefers to text the Lord rather than the Prime Minister. 142 for 2. Here's a delivery. Outside line, the off stump bowled by Harden. I don't think he's got visions of being Prime Minister. He would want to challenge the undisputable leader, Mia Amor, who of course is in Guyana, they tell me. And this is the place to go. Back in 2007, was it? I remember when Arthur was then Prime Minister, and he said that the way the Guyanese were going, that he expected them to be the beacon of the region in 20 years. Well, certainly.
Andrew, if I didn't know you, I think you're harboring aspirations into politics.
No, not at all. Not at all. I vote though. 142.
Well, that's your democratic right.
No.
That is your democratic right.
And he comes up now. He's in Harden and Bowles. Ball pitched up and good delivery. A little bit of outswing. Bonner pushes down to that mid-off area. There's no run. 142 for 2. But look at what is happening in Guyana, and many businesses are there now. In fact, the last time I was there, the country is really transformed beautifully and perched to have growth in the economy by, they tell me, pretty close to 30 or 40%. Oh my golly, 142 for 2. Guyana's all about oil. Lovely country, 83,000 square miles of rugged terrain. Here's a delivery short. Bonner on the back foot pushes into the offside onto cover. So good friends there in Guyana, and Essequibo, of course in Berbice and in Demerara, the 3 counties of that wonderful country. And in fact, Essequibo is the birthplace of the great Reg Pereira, who's I'm sure listening, and Wicket Islands, where Ronnie Sarwan was born, the select and of course a big businessman. Have you seen his mall?
Yes,
the Sarwan Mall. It's big. It's about as big as Barbados. Oh my golly!
It's very impressive.
It's very impressive at Providence. Here's a delivery which is pitched up by Harden, good length, and Bonner's forward pushes to cover. There's no run. A couple of good malls there in Kingston, Jamaica as well. Don't know if Bonner has a mall, but no, he's got his wicket. He's 41, and they want to keep it. But Ronnie Sarwan is doing well. The mall just by Providence. In fact, I think the last time I was there, we had a tour. In fact, myself and Barry Wilkins, we had a tour, and ever since then he's done a lot more, I'm told. Here's Harden looking to do more for Barbados. Comes in to bowl to Bonner. To this delivery, Bonner is forward and on drives a lovely shot. Oh, good save too by Harden coming across to his right. Had that gone past him, had the timing, it would have gone by Springer. It would have gone for 4, I would imagine. But it was pitched to be whipped it wide a bit on, and very fleet of foot, Springer able to come across to his right to make a tumbling save. To end the over now, Harden. So the Jamaicans are doing well. They're 143 for 2. Campbell is on 52. Bonner is on 42. 143 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot by Bonner. Didn't try to hit it hard, just timed it beautifully, and Springer really had to get going there from mid-on. Made a sprawling save, diving to his right. Certainly saved 4 runs because it was timed that well that it would have gone onto the boundary.
Yep.
But Barbados working hard to try and pull this back. Jamaica in a very, very good position.
What is going to be the off spin of Shemhole as he comes in to bowl to Bonner. Bonner's forward, on drives, down to long on for a single, given lots of, he looks so easy. Gregory Nichols, who's been very much in the news recently, had a very interesting conversation, of course, with another lawyer on Brass Tack Sunday, two Sundays ago. I enjoyed it immensely. Hello, Gregory, nice to see you.
Andrew, before you get into Gregory, that last ball, which Bonner drove up to mid-on, he did actually have Springer up at backward point, saving the single.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I saw that. Here is the off-spinner, Shemholder from Spartan. And he comes on his way to bowl to Campbell. Campbell is forward, pushes from that off stump down to short gully for Harden to pick it up. There's no run. Yes.
But Spartans, Greg, that's your club, Greg, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. I think, but he used to play for a club in St. George, and he was looking to run in St. George, I'm told. 144 for 2. That's what Keith Holder told me as he comes up now. He did. And bowls outside the off, wrapped in the pad on a beautiful leg before, more optimism than in real conviction. And umpire Brathwaite says no. So Gregory Nichols, the long-standing secretary of the Barbados Cricket Association, and I'm hearing that he may want to run for the big job at CWI. Have you heard anything? That's what I was told. Here's a ball lifted over the top of mid-on. That's gone for 4 runs. Ball given some air, and Campbell is having some good old ackee and saltfish here, really. Nothing to trouble him, and he hit that ball very hard indeed over the mid-on area. It's gone away for 4 to carry Jamaica to 148 for 2. And I still maintain that Captain Brathwaite really missed the trick, in my view, after the break. Thought Simmons should have come in to be aggressive, and bowl aggressive at Bonner, who sometimes doesn't like aggressive bowling. Instead, he went with a spin, and now they're Kane and Holder. He comes in to bowl to Campbell, and Campbell gets short ball, no problems at all, goes back, deep in the crease, just works the ball away. Down to that short fine leg position. There is no run. A partnership realizing 71, and Campbell is on 56. Bonner's looking good. He's on 43. 148 for 2. Holder to continue. The tall off spinner from Spartan comes in to bowl to Campbell, and to this delivery. Campbell is along the ball to go outside the off stump, but he gets it right. Roland Bush, he looks good. A little bit of bounce, a little bit too wide, and the batsman ignores it, taken by the keeper Dowridge to end the over. At the end of it, Campbell is on 56, Bonner is on 43, so 44 overs gone, and the Jamaicans are scoring at a healthy rate of 3.36. 148 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, that last over, a very good shot by Campbell. I think he's been very watchful today against the spinners. He's actually looked a lot better today, Andrew, than he has in the past against the spinners, albeit the ball is not really turning, but I think his temperament has been pretty good, and his decision making. And in the last over, he decided to use his feet to Shem Holder and hit him back over the top. So things looking good for him as we welcome your buddy.
Yes, good old Gregory Nichols. Here is a delivery which is on the line of the middle stump as Harden continues, and Bonner really seeing the ball as big as a football, the one that will be used at 4:15 Eastern Caribbean time when Brighton play against Man United, your club. You're dropping points all the time, Roland Butcher. What's going wrong with Man United?
Well, Andrew, I think they're a pretty poor outfit at this moment in time, and I think the ball that you're suggesting right now is not big enough for them.
They're not scoring goals. Oh, here is Harden looking to score goal as he comes up now. He's in and bowls short and off the back foot, guided down towards the wide gully area. More third man outside the off stump, and a single is taken. It was short of a length, got on top of that Bonner, and a single. 149 for 2. Bonner goes to 44. Hello, Gregory Nichols, the secretary of the Barbados Cricket Association. Nice to see you. How are you, my friend?
Good afternoon, Andrew. Good afternoon to listeners in Barbados and in one of the favorite places I like to go in the Caribbean, Jamaica.
Jamaica, yeah. Yes. And Jamaica is a wonderful country. Jamaica, land we love. In fact, there's a part of the national anthem which says, stir response to duty's call. Yes. And they are inspired by their own national anthem, because these two have batted very well indeed. It's been a wonderful display of batsmanship between these two.
Certainly, Andrew. I think this is good signs for West Indies cricket going forward, looking forward to the test series coming up against England.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that as well. As Harden comes in and bowls, ball outside the off stump, and the batsman plays a shadow shot. There's a lot to go by to be taken by the keeper. So let's look at the T20s that would have been played, 5 in Barbados. From the perspective of the Barbados Cricket Association, you were happy with everything, Gregory?
Certainly, it was good to get cricket back at Kensington Oval and to show the world that we can make sure that we can get things right in this COVID environment. So that was a good test for us and our operations and our systems. There are a lot of things that we didn't get too much at 100%, but I'm sure we'll get that right for the test series coming up.
Here is Harden, comes up now on his way to bowl to Campbell in this area. Campbell is off the back foot, steers it down towards third man for 1. Will contemplate the second, will get it comfortably. Holder throws the ball on the run, but the Jamaicans are quickly between the wickets and they know about speed. Campbell looking solid, gets another 2 to carry the score to 150 for 2. So the 150 has come on the board for Jamaica, thanks to these two gentlemen who've done a wonderful job. On the pitch, Gregory says good for batting. You would make some runs at this pitch too, Gregory.
Probably years ago, I'm not sure about now.
Really? even when you play for the Lorries when Ralph Thorne is keeping and conceded many byes. Hello to the QC, Ralph Thorne, MPQC. Here we go. As Harden, with number 7 on his back, continues, he's in. And bows to Campbell, and Campbell is turning the ball away neatly to the onside, runs for Jamaica. Getting so easy now for Jamaica. 1, they'll get a second. Will they even contemplate the third? No, they won't. The return is on its way. Ball picked up by Warwick and to move from that to mid-wicket area. And they're back for the second, 153 for 2. So you were quite happy. And in terms of capacity for the test match, Gregory, is it up to 80%, I'm told?
Yes, it's up to 80%, and we are very happy about that. Which means we get some more people into seeing what looks like it's going to be a fairly fascinating series. I've been having a chat with my good mate Roland Butcher about England and West Indies for many, many years.
Here's Harden, comes up now in bowls, a ball which is on the line of that middle stump. And Campbell comes across, looking very solid. Is on 60, Bond is on 44. The over comes to an end. Jamaica cruising at the region's back at 153 for loss of 2. Continue, Gregory.
Yeah, I've been teasing my good friend and former colleague Roland Butcher about England and West Indies matchups over the last 15 or so years, and I think I've gone up more times than not. So I like the look of Bonner and especially John Campbell, who I feel when we look around the region, in terms of West Indies batsmen, opening batsmen, apart from Craig Brathwaite, it will be difficult not to include him in the series. I think he was a little hard done. He's not gone on to make any of the scores that we thought he was capable of doing. He's had good starts in Test cricket, but has not been able to go on to the next level. But certainly looks a cut above all the others who I've seen played and opened the bat in the last 3 or 4 years for West Indies.
So your choice in terms of opening with Brathwaite is Campbell?
John Campbell.
Okay.
I rate him good against the England attack that's coming out here, especially with Broad and Anderson. I'm not going to really give Wokes a lot of opportunity to come and swing the ball like this, not English conditions. So I really think that Bonner on these wickets in the Caribbean would do a lot better.
Well, maybe
Bonner,
you can.
Sorry, Campbell.
Campbell, maybe you can send us a WhatsApp message and tell us who you think should open the batting with Brathwaite. 1-246-253-4679. Let me give that to you again if you're overseas. 1-246-253-4679. And tell us who you think should open the batting with Brathwaite. You agree with that, Roland? Campbell, or you got someone else?
Well, what I would say is that Campbell has a chance to send a very clear signal that he's still around. He's got a good start here. If he can cash in with a big one here, then he then puts himself very much at the forefront.
Right.
Before this game, I would have perhaps given someone like Brooks an opportunity to open in that series, which would lengthen the batting. But if Campbell goes on and gets a big one at the top of the order, then his credentials really puts himself in the frame.
For the benefit of the many listeners, Roland Butcher, what's your thinking behind having Brooks open?
My thinking behind Brooks as an opener is that with the relative lack of success of our openers over the last couple of years, and that's including Campbell, because he has not been an overriding success either.
No.
He had an extended run and obviously then lost his place. So if you look at all the openers who come into consideration, there's no standouts that would definitely play. What would you do with the youngster from Trinidad who got injured?
Solizano.
Solizano.
He should never have been there in the first place.
Well, I mean, that really should have been.
He averages low 20s and with 100 in first class cricket. Yeah. I don't even know he can make a Trinidad inside.
Right.
I don't think that the errors that were foisted upon us by the last selection panel should be repeated or should even be considered as worthy of a discussion.
Well, I'm sure he'll still come into consideration the fact that he was picked on that tour. I'm not saying that he's going to player or he's going to be the person. But as I said, there are no standouts. There's nobody that you say will definitely play.
Opening batting is very difficult.
Craig is the only one.
Opening batting is a very difficult task right now in international cricket. Very few opening batsmen are profiting well at the international level. And you've seen it all across. I mean, England has had multiple openers over the last years. They've had Burns, they've had Sibley, they've had Crawley. You know, I mean, it is not been, they have Hamid. So, and I don't think any of them are coming to the Caribbean. So I think they're looking for Dan Lawrence, who batted in the middle order a couple of games in India last winter, to come to open batting.
No, they got no Lees will open batting.
Who's probably going to be on debut.
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, it has been a very hard task. And I don't think that when we look around the Caribbean, the problem is that we're looking for overnight success. And when you have a player like Campbell who's had a fairly solid first-class record, plays first-class cricket and shows some kind of solidity in his batting, I can't go for Salazano just because he's young.
Here is Springer, comes up now to bowl to Bonner. This every Bonner allowed to go outside the off stump. So Springer's back, replacing the off spinner, Holder. And we'll just do a recap and get back to this rather interesting discussion. Please send us your WhatsApp messages and we'll read them for you. Just let us know where you are from. So Jamaica won the toss, elected to bat. Log caught hard in by Warken, 39. Blackwood caught by Warken off Springer for 1. The batsman to go 1 for 70, 1, 2 for 77. Here's Springer, bowls to Bonner. Bonner is getting about outside the off stump. Lovely delivery. Plays inside the line, Bonner, who's on 44, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. Campbell is 60. At lunch it was 94 for 2. Bonner was then on 9, Campbell in 38. They've carried on quite nicely, scoring at a rate of 3.36. We're into over number 45 now, and Jamaica won 53 for 2. Hard in 7 overs, no winners, none for 29. Simmons, who hasn't bowled a long time, for a long time now, 6 overs, no winners, none for 35. Springer continues, he's in and bowls outside the off stump. Another good out swinger, and the batsman allows it to go by. That Bonner, taken by the keeper. Springer 6 overs and 4 balls, 2 winners, 1 for 7. I think he's also bowled very well. 3 for 5 overs, 1 winner for 15. And the figures of Holder, 5 overs, no winners, none for 28. Going at an economy rate of 5.60. So we brought you up to date. Barbados leaving out Graves and Jordan, and Jamaica leaving out Orion Williams and Gordon Bryan. Here is Springer, continues in bowls outside the off stump. And again, Bonner, not tempted, comes across the line, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. So, Gregory, then you would open with Campbell and Brathwaite. Who will bat at 3 for you?
I'll go for Brooks at 3.
Brooks at 3?
And I'm a little bit unsettled at 4.
Okay.
Have to see what's going on in the region first.
What about Bonner at 4?
Bonner certainly plays for me and Mears in that lineup.
Okay.
I think they will do well against the English bowling attack that's coming up.
Here Springer continues in bowls outside the off stump. Bonner, your man, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. Good bowling by Springer, who's an underrated bowler. At the end of that over, it's Campbell on 60, Bonner 44, 153 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, and the clouds have returned again, Andrew, and it seems to happen when Springer comes on.
Yep.
There's a bit of cloud cover. You should try and cash in while that's going on. But also, where are you going to put Blackwood in?
I really don't rate Blackwood. Blackwood has been very lucky to come in.
But is he in your side, though?
No.
And that is based on what?
I've seen enough of Blackwood to know that he's not going to do it at this level.
It's an interesting one. Gregory, should I give you a pen and piece of paper to write your side?
No. I really don't.
Because you seem to have missed Bonner.
No, not Bonner.
I remind you of Bonner.
No, but I have
right, Keith?
I have Bonner on my side. It's just I wouldn't bat at number 3 or 4.
You wouldn't bat at 3. Okay, so can you write your 30-man squad down for us, good old Gregory? Your beard is getting even longer. Here's the ball pitch and stuff.
Yes, like with age.
Yeah, I know. And you've been very busy in the courts. Ball pitched up and just pushed away down to cover. There's no run. As Harden is bowling to Campbell. So, Gregory, I'm going to write your side down. So you're telling me Brathwaite, right, and Campbell at the top. Am I right?
Yes.
All right. 3.
Brooks.
Brooksy 3.
Bonner.
Take your time.
It's 4.
4. Take your time. Here's Hardin, comes up now in bowls, and
He said Mears.
ball pitched on the off stump by Hardin, struck down to cover. There's no run. So who's at 5 now? Mears. Mears at 5.
Hold at 6.
Hold at 6.
Dowrich at 7.
Dowrich.
Yeah.
Oh. That's interesting.
And then I will work around the bowlers.
Okay. Roach.
Roach. Gabriel. Seals.
Roach. Gabriel.
Seals.
Think about it. Hardin comes up now and doesn't deliver.
And Joseph.
Yeah. So Joseph. So you're not playing Josh Silva?
Not when Dowrich is backing.
And he's not playing a spinner either.
You're not playing the spinner.
And Pomor was the best spinner in the last series.
Yeah, but we haven't beaten England in the last 2 test matches in 3 days because of spin either.
No, but do you think you can go to the test match without a spinner?
All right. It's getting interesting. Getting very interesting here. Send your team. Keith Holder.
I mean, Russell Chase did get 8 wickets in the last test match against England here at Kensington Oval.
Here's the ball pitched up and driven.
But you will hardly think, when you look back at the match, West Indies didn't win that game because Russell Chase took 8 wickets in the second innings. We won the game because the fast bowlers bowled out England on the first day for 77.
Right. And then Holder made a double century.
Yeah, so I like paces in my side.
So you're not going to play a spin at all?
Well, who are the spinners around? Permal, we've seen at this level before. He's not going to bowl England on this track, nor in Antigua.
What about Chase?
Chase can probably play as a utility player and to give some, and he will add some runs. But in terms of the other spinners in the Caribbean, at this level, to go for Test cricket, which is the highest level of Test cricket, I'm not playing a spinner just because I want to tick a box.
Ooh. Here is Hardin. Comes up now. He's in bows to Bonner, and Bonner is onto the front foot.
So if you
play, strokes it on the cover, there's no run.
Suggest, Gregory, that you do play a spinner, otherwise you might find yourselves
I'm saying I give consideration to it, but that slot will go to a spinning or runner like Chase, right? Who has proven at this level he can get 5-wicket hauls, and then there's also Bradford who can bowl. But I'm not going to go around the Caribbean and search for a spinner just because I want to tick a box.
What about Cornwall and Hussain?
He's not a Test cricketer.
Oh, here is Hardin to continue. It's 154 for 2. Comes in to bowl to Bonner, who's on 44. He's in bows to Bonner, and Bonner is clipping the ball. Fine runs. It's going to go out to the boundary for 4. Well, it was just outside the leg stump. Bonner got his bat into that. Down to long leg, down to fine leg, and that's gone for 4. So, more trouble for Barbados. The score goes to 158 for 2, and with that, Bonner was dropped, but he hadn't scored. Has now pushed on to make him 48. Well done, Bonner.
Yeah, lovely shot by Bonner. Just lovely balance, misdirected delivery by Hardin, who's primarily an in-swing bowler. And Bonner not trying to hit it hard. He's an easy player on the eye. And just really glided that one along the turf for a boundary. So I think Hardin should really look to rough him up with some short.
But he comes up now again to bowl to Bonner. He's in and bows to Bonner. Bonner is forward. Ball in the off stump, just guides it square in the offside. Down to that backward point position for Warkan to come across to pick it up to end the over. Bonner solid as a Jamaican rock. He is on 48. His captain Campbell has done a good job. They've had 81 in an unbroken stand for wicket number 3. Campbell 61, Bonner 48. 158 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, the Jamaica's moving along nicely. We only had 47 overs, so the scoring rate at 3.36 is not a bad rate for a first day. So they'll be quite pleased with that. And Campbell, he's 61. He's faced now 122 balls, which is what you really need to do as an opener. You need to spend some time at the crease, and John Campbell is certainly doing that. And Bonner has joined him nicely, and Barbados really needs some inspiration now. Need to get some wickets, and need to get them quickly.
Well, it's going to be Springer, whose bowell comes in from the southern end to bowl to Campbell. In bows to Campbell, short. Campbell pulls it really down to that position of a long leg for 1. It was short, no pace, no problem for him, and he gets a run. Campbell to go to 62. It's 159 for 2. Jamaica, they're doing well against the defending champions who had a good victory against the leewards. And
so Andrew, how many?
Jamal Smith is saying, I totally agree with Gregory, absolutely John Campbell. So you're getting some support from Jamal Smith, who's going to be joining us in about a day or two. Here is a delivery which is on the line of that off stump, bowled by Springer. Coming forward is Bonner, pushes in front of him. There's no run. Just trying to see what's happening here. Just trying to get some reaction there. People sending teams. There's a gentleman from, he says he's from Queens in New York. I'll give you his team in a minute. Here's Spring outside the off stump. The ball is ignored by the right-handed Bonner. His team, Gregory, is Brathwaite, Bonner, Mears, Dowridge or De Silva, Brooks, Campbell, Holder, Joseph, Roach, Chase, Cornwall. That is his team. And there's also Michael, who is from the British Virgin Islands, who sent a team as well. Thanks for being very much a part of the job. As the action continues, here's a ball pitched up on the line of the off stump, bowled by Springer and Bonner, who's saying the ball as big as a breadfruit, as they say, or football. Pushes in front of him. There's no run. So just trying to get some more teams. There's a gentleman who is from, he says he's from Brooklyn. He said, first of all, I'm enjoying the commentaries, and I agree with Gregory. So some support for John Campbell. Here's Springer in bowls to him, and ball in the off stump. Bonner's forward, pushes out to cover. There's no run. Barbados are struggling here to get wickets. It's 159 for a loss of 2. But there's also a gentleman saying, but how could you leave out Josh De Silva? Now, I want to ask you, Roland Butcher.
No, Greg,
I know.
Gregory, he's the one who's picked the team, so you need to ask him.
And well, here's a ball outside the off stump, bowled by Springer, lovely outswinger, but that wouldn't trouble a batsman who knows where his off stump is. Bonner just watches it go by to be taken by the keeper. It's 159 for 2. So, do you have Josh De Silva as your keeper? As Roland, Keith Holder is going to be coming to call in soon. Do you have Josh De Silva as your keeper, Roland Butcher?
Well, it's going to be a difficult situation in that Dowridge has come back. He's played one game so far, right? The question is, will you replace Josh De Silva? He can only be replaced if you believe that he hasn't done well enough to stay in the side.
Right.
I don't think you can just say, well, Dowridge is back, so Dowridge has to play.
If you look at the records, though, Roland.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but let's look at some concrete facts.
Right.
What is De Silva's record?
That is his.
You're stuttering now.
I've heard what you said, Gregory. It's not a matter of stuttering.
Hey!
Right?
This is getting interesting.
Right? Because someone comes back and play one.
No, it's not sentiment. I'm basing it on the record. I've seen Josh De Silva play a handful of international cricket matches now.
Right.
And we understand.
Nobody is comparing the two records. I am saying here is someone who has not played for a year against someone who is playing. So when you replace that person.
Here is Carter is in. So Carter, who I don't think will get into the side, is in operation. First ball is pushed down towards mid-wicket by Campbell. Continue, Roland Butcher.
Gregory is looking at the individual records,
right?
Which is fine. All I'm saying is it's against playing someone who hasn't been playing.
Right. Here's Carter, bowls to Campbell. Campbell is back. Will get a single. He just works the ball from that leg stump out towards mid-wicket for one.
Let me just finish this.
How long would you play De Silva before you get a judgment?
All I'm saying is
another 2 years.
At some point in time, Dowridge will play.
Right.
Right. I am not sure whether he will play immediately. That is my view.
That's typical Beijing conservatism.
No, Gregory. Well, you have your view and I have mine.
No, I'm saying.
Hold on, prosecutor. Just take it easy.
No, right. So if your view is that he should play, that is fine.
Right.
Based on the record and performances. Did De Silva play the game for Trinidad this last weekend?
Here is Carter. Comes up now, bows to Bonner. Bonner gets it out, swing allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper.
I don't know.
He did.
Did he score any runs?
Not many. I think he got 36.
He's not accustomed to scoring runs. I don't.
But has he done that badly at Test cricket for him to be left out?
He's not done well.
Okay, let's look at his record.
He's not done well.
Okay.
To say that he's not done badly is not being objective.
Okay.
He will not make a top 20 cricketers for the year in ICC based on his
Carter is in balls outside the off stump. Bob ignores it.
So let us stop fooling ourselves to say that he's not done badly, cannot merit selection.
Right.
But he's not done well either.
Right. So on that basis, then Dowridge is your man.
The incumbent has to come back once he is fit
once
and
he's
ready
fit.
to play.
And you don't agree with that, Roland
Listen,
Butcher?
I'm not agreeing or disagreeing.
But what are you doing then?
What I'm saying is that you have got to make a decision against someone who has come back and played one game against an incumbent. That's the decision you have to make.
Right.
It's not for me to make. Right? So I am just saying,
here's Carter to continue.
If the belief is that De Silva has not done well enough, right? Then he would be replaced.
Well, we're getting some serious reaction,
De Silva
gentlemen.
is not even the second best keeper in the West Indies. Because if you're talking about in terms of keeping, you will have to play Shea Hope and play him at number 7 as the keeper.
Right.
Which is an option I think the West Indies should perhaps consider.
Right.
But De Silva is not even the second best keeper in the West Indies outfit.
No, Gregory, Ulrich Batson, that wonderful cricketer from St. Catharines, he says, I agree with Roland that Dowridge has now returned and he needs more cricket. Now, I'll be interested to get a response from you, Gregory, on that. But he also sends a team. His team is Brathwaite, Campbell, Bonham, Mears, Blackwood, Brooks, Holder, De Silva, Roach, Seals, Gabriel, or Joseph. That's coming from Ulrich Batson, my good friend from Short Hill in St. John.
That's a good team there.
A good team. You like it?
Good mix.
No,
good
but he's
mix.
got Blackwood.
But I don't have Blackwood in. I don't have De Silva in, but he does. But it's still a good team, right? The mix is one or two players here or there is not going to really make a big difference. You know, Blackwood is currently the vice captain. He would probably try to learn another 2 or 3 years doing what he's been doing in international cricket. That is meandering.
You're getting some support there, Gregory, from good old Patrick Dotton that used to travel around the Caribbean with us. He loved Grenada, I don't know why. Springer continues in bowls, so Campbell outside the off stump. Campbell allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. Campbell is 63, bonus 48, 160 for 2 Jamaica. He says, I agree with most of what Gregory said, but I wouldn't play Gabriel because he may not last 5 days. Is that a consideration?
Yeah, it is. It is. I think West Indies have to find a way to get Joseph back into the test unit. He's been certainly one of the best bowlers in ODI cricket over the last 2 or 3 years. Always takes wickets.
Here is a delivery which is pitched up and played away down towards the position of mid-off as Campbell gets a single. And the action continues. So it's interesting when you consider that Josh De Silva hasn't done that badly, but the argument advanced by our good friend Gregory is that once the incumbent is ready to play, then Roland Butcher, he should play. And that is an argument that you don't necessarily agree with.
I didn't say I didn't agree with that.
But what do you agree with then, Roland?
I have not agreed or didn't.
I'm trying to get your position,
you're
Roland.
missing my point.
I'm not missing. You said you you don't agree or disagree. What does that mean? Here's the delivery, which is on the line, the off stump bowled by Springer.
Andrew, listen
pushed away on the. I'm going to ask a direct question,
you listen
Roland
to me
Butcher.
very carefully.
Hold on, Mr. Butcher. I've got the floor.
I have not chosen any of them.
But you have to choose someone, Roland Butcher.
The discussion.
Are you afraid of Gregory Nichols?
I'm afraid of Gregory.
I think you are.
My discussion with Gregory is not whether I'm choosing De Silva or whether I'm choosing Dowridge.
Yes.
I'm just putting the positions on the table.
Right.
One person is coming back against one person in the team.
Here Springer comes up now in bowls to Bonner. Bonner is forward more pitch than that middle stump. He's looking so solid, Bonner. Always a good picture. Very pleasing to the eyes. Pushes down to mid-arm. There's no run. Yes,
So
Mr.
the question to be answered by Desmond and his team would be, is 1 or 2 games enough for Dulwich to come back into the side?
Right.
Or is De Silva, has he done well enough to stay in the side?
Right.
Those are the decisions they have to make.
No.
And based on those, they will make the decision.
Okay.
It is not for me to make the decision.
Okay, fair enough. But
I don't think anybody was arguing that, though.
here's a delivery, which is on the line of the leg stump ball by springing this tucked away down to long leg in that elegant, languid way by Bonner. Gets a single to go up to 49, 162 for loss of 2. But I'm going to ask you a direct question, Roland Butcher. If you had to choose between De Silva and Dulwich, who would you choose? That's a very simple question.
At this moment in time,
yeah,
I would want Dulwich to play more cricket.
So therefore,
before I selected.
So
That
therefore,
is my view.
so if logic is the sense of reasoning, then you're saying then that you'll stay with Josh De Silva. Is that so simple?
No, Andrew, that's not the question I was asked before.
Hold on.
I had put the position.
I'm asking.
I'm asking your question. There's no need to ask me again.
Is it because that you're worried that you may not have a Barbadian view and being a member of the board?
A Barbadian view?
I've asked a very simple question.
I have Roland Butcher's view.
Okay,
it's not a Barbadian view.
Well,
so my view.
Yes. Here is Carter comes up now. He's in bows to Bonner, whose play is in no difficulty at all. Pushes to cover. There's no run. I just want to get my mind clear, Roland.
Listen to me.
Hold on. Why are you interrupting me, Roland? I'm asking the question. You have to pick between Dulwich and Josh De Silva in your 13-man squad. Who would you pick? Dulwich or De Silva?
I've said to you already, Andrew, that I would want Dulwich to play some more cricket.
Right.
That is my view.
Andrew,
and that has nothing to do with being a Barbadian view.
Andrew, I think we can further discussion.
Okay, fair enough.
I think that Dulwich
is he injured?
Probably should warrant some consideration.
Yes.
Of going into the West Indies side as a batsman.
Fair enough.
Given his international record, because when you look at the West Indies batting lineup, apart from Craig Brathwaite, Darren Bravo, Roston Chase, there are no West Indies middle order batsmen who have more international Test hundreds than Dulwich.
Right, a wonderful player.
You know, so some consideration must be given
to him,
to that overwhelming part of his repertoire, which is his batting. And some of the batsmen that we are going to play don't even measure up.
Well, while you're speaking, it seems as if Bonner is having a challenge. He's flat on his backside, and I don't know if he's winded or what. Is that a doctor who's gone out there to, or physio? I'm not quite sure, but seems as if he needs some attention. So let's turn our attention to him. Let's hope he's all right, Roland Butcher.
Yeah, he's sitting on the floor. I'm not sure the physio is not actually doing anything, so maybe he's not feeling too well. You know? But he's been batting well enough. I don't think you'd want to go off at this moment in time, because right now they have Barbados right where they want them at 162 for 2, and he's just short of a half century. So I think it would have to be something pretty serious for him to want to leave the field.
So let's hope he's all right there, Roland. Yeah. So when you see that, Roland, but as a former cricketer, that would have happened to you before?
I mean, the way he's probably got a bit of cramp or something.
Yeah.
I see they're just stretching his legs and.
Well, he was on in the plane recently. But when did he come back to the Caribbean, Keith? Because you were saying that they were ordered to play, but did he come back to the Caribbean? Came back on Sunday night after a long trip, of course.
He looks like he's ready to go.
He should be okay. He's got a battle away for his country, and we're inspired by his country's national anthem. It says, "Jamaica, Jamaica, Jamaica, land we love. Stir response to Judy's call." Remember the days going to Jamaica in the late 80s, and Lindy Della Penna with "Morning Time," that lovely Jamaican anthem. And what a wonderful show it was. Morning Time, 162 for loss of 2. course, we've got Morning Barbados, hosted by my good friend Pearson Bowen. And it's going to be a good man to continue the attack. Jonathan Carter from Babylon Road in St. Andrew, deep in rural Barbados. So the action continues. So it looks as if Bonner's going to be okay. And he will try to get to his 50s, now 49. And remember, he was dropped before he scored. I don't know if Gregory you were here, but it was a dolly.
I wasn't here.
Oh, here is Carter with Bonner on 49. Comes up now, he's in and bowls, short, and he pulls it in the air. Hits the, well, at the toe of the bat. I was looking for that ball going through mid-wicket, but instead went up to mid-on in the air. And now, Campbell comes down to have a word with Bonner. Slight lapse in concentration there. He's on 49. Carter bowled him a short ball, and it came from the toe of the bat, went up to that mid-on area.
Yeah,
here we go.
I think it's strange that Roland had mentioned that Barbados hadn't gone for the short ball against Bonner.
No,
showing some susceptibility.
Yeah, right after the break, I thought they should have gone with Simmons, and I'm surprised that he hasn't bowled. He's only bowled 6 overs. I thought he bowled very well. Well, I mean, this morning was a bit short. He's a young man, but now Bonner has taken the helmet off. Is he okay though? Let's hope he is. He's putting the helmet on. Gregory Brathwaite has come forward to have a word with him, and just have a word with Bonner. Maybe he's not feeling well, but of course he knows that he's got to battle away for his country. Mr. Brathwaite just found out if he's okay, and he marches back to square leg, and we're about to continue. Lovely weather in Bridgetown. It's turned out to be an excellent day. Lovely breeze, not too hot. And here is Carter as he comes in to bowl to Bonner. To this Livy Bonner is allowing the ball to go outside the off stump. So after bowling that short ball, there was Carter, very clever bowler, bowling the outswinger, a little bit quicker, but Bonner won't be tempted. It goes by to be taken by the keeper. There are several messages coming in. I can hear the little ping all the time. I'll try and get 1 or 2 more for you. We heard Patrick Dottin, and you seem to be getting quite a bit of support though, Gregory, in terms of your call for Doris to be in the side. Many people agree with you based on the fact that he is the incumbent and he's out and is back, and he certainly batted very well in the first innings against the Leewards and has kept well. It's going to be interesting to see what Desmond Leo Haynes and the selectors do. 162 for the loss of 2, a blackbird, 2 of them flying away down towards the port. And having a watch of the cricket is watching Carter as he comes in and bowls to Bonner. And Bonner is onto the front foot. Ball pitched on the off stump, very solid, pushes out to cover, and there is no run. 162 for 2.
If you look at the bowling plans, the international teams apply for Bonner, is either the ball coming back in on a length or on a short ball. And I haven't seen from the hour or so I've been watching in the cricket Barbados employ any of those things. So Bonner's been able to come forward or leave the ball alone.
Very easy. Here's Carter in bows to Bonner. Bonner is right across the stumps, no difficulty at all, and just pushes down towards that mid-on area. There's no run. As I said, that I thought just after the break that Simmons could have been given a run to run at him, to bowl some short deliveries at him, but that hasn't happened. And in fact, we had Holder operating for some time, and I don't know why Simmons hasn't bowled. The man who did so very well in his first match.
There was a reluctance to bowl him.
4 wickets.
It seemed there was a reluctance to bowl him on Saturday. On Saturday.
Yeah.
How many overs did he bowl in his first spell?
Well, in his first spell, he bowled 6 overs, no winners done for 35, but has not been on for long time. He actually bowled 6 straight, I think, Miss Bell. So, can you tell us when last he bowled? Would you be able to tell us the time, or? Pardon me? Over number 2, yeah. So you're talking just over an hour, and I'm surprised he hasn't bowled. And you know, sometimes people get upset when you make these observations, but I just thought that there was a lack of aggression.
Still early days, Andrew.
Here is a delivery pitched up as Springer continues and pushed away down to that mid-on area. There's no run.
I was making the point that in the game against the Leeward Islands, he had bowled in the first session.
Yes.
Not after the lunch break, or not after tea at all.
Right.
And then came on the next day, the final day.
Yes.
And got the wickets.
Got 4, bowled beautifully, good length. And I'm surprised he hasn't bowled a lot here, just the 6 overs. Here's Springer in bowls to Campbell. Campbell is turned the ball away neatly for a run. Will he even get a second here? Yes, he will. As it goes down to that square leg area. And it looks like Akeem Jordan has come onto the field, having to move from mid-wicket. And the ball is tucked away down to that mid-wicket area for 2. So the Jamaicans are doing very, very well here. They go to 164 for 2. Campbell is 66. Bonner is on 49. A partnership that has realized 87 as well. Come back. Lyndon Yard, I'll vacate the seat in a minute. And Keith Holder comes a call in pretty soon. 164 for 2. Here is a delivery which is outside of the off stump. And the batsman comes across, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. That's Campbell, he's 66. And as for who is the keeper of choice, now Dowridge, now De Silva may be chosen, and Hope may trump both based on a better batting ability and higher order batting, that which is so, what's that word there? Unstable? What's that? Here's the delivery, which is on the line, the leg stump.
Well, Hope's international record is not better than Dowridge's.
No, it's not. It's not. That's from who? Oh, okay.
Yeah, Cheese is not really looking at the stats.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
No, Cheese. So she said cheese on. Cheese on. Cheese. Cheese on, Martin.
My good club mate from without it is.
Yeah. And that's football. Yeah. 164 for 2. Here is a delivery which is outside the off stump. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. Full bowled by Springer and ignored by Campbell. So you don't agree with Cheese?
Well, I mean, when you look at the record between Hope and Dowridge, Dowridge scored more runs, has more test hundreds than Hope. Has a better average.
Right.
And, I mean, they bat in different positions in the order. So, I mean, the only place Hope really hasn't batted is in the keeper's position. That's the only thing left for him to do, but we've tried him at number 3, number 4, number 5. We've tried him opening.
Here's a ball pitched up and driven beautifully by Campbell through cover 4 runs. Pitched up. Lovely, juicy full toss outside the off stump, and he drove it. Lovely shot through cover for 4. So the Jamaican charge continues. He goes to 70. The Barbados bowler looking very ordinary. So with that, overcoming to an end, a ball pitched up by Springer, driven through cover for 4. Campbell 70, Bonner 49, 168 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington. More from you, Lyndon Yard, and that's going to be Keith Holder.
Yes, thank you, Andrew, and good afternoon once again. The Barbados attack began to flag on a pitch that is very, very good for batting, and both batsmen are very much in tune and entrenched, with Campbell looking very, very solid and Bonner, as usual, assured of himself. And they're going to have to find a way to get a wicket. I think the only way they can get a wicket, they have to pull the length back and make the batsman play a lot more, especially Campbell, who's well entrenched on 70, having faced 134 deliveries. Bonner, as I said, is very solid, playing within his arc. As Carter continues, Keith Holder's back.
And edge and well caught, or is it put down? Oh, low catch to the left, and Bonner goes one short of a half century.
Who's the catcher?
As the focus was going, diving to his left, we have to pick up because he was quickly surrounded. Looks as though it was going to third slip, and Warwick, and it looks like
that's why I asked who's the catcher.
So the breakthrough has finally come, 168 for 3, as we wait for the replay, having come together at 77 in the 20th over, now in the 53rd over. That man with the golden arm, here he goes, Jonathan Carter, back is Bonner, and swooping to his left in front of his captain Braffett at first slip. Warwick takes a good low catch. So the dismissal of Nkrumah Bonner for 49, and now it's 168 for 3. Here's Lyndon Yard, and then a word from Gregory, and prepare for counter-attack from Jamil Salty Stroke Gregory.
Yes, and a beautiful delivery there by Jonathan Carter. Said they were going to have to find a way to get a wicket, which was to pull the length back, and Jonathan, he swung the ball in the first game. As a matter of fact, I think he's the only bowler in the first game against the Leeward Hurricanes that got the ball to do something from a Barbados perspective. And this is what is needed on a pitch that is very, very placid for batters. It was a beautiful delivery, and I think it caught Bonner on top of the crease. He didn't get the stride, he didn't get the right foot to come over to cover any away movement or the in-swinger, and a beautiful catch taken by Jamal Warwick, and having put down a sit in the first game, and his catching has really caught Keith off guard, so to speak. And I think from here, Barbados will have to look to build some pressure as Paul Palmer comes to the crease. Your thoughts on the dismissal?
Yeah, that was a very beautiful delivery by Carter, as we were talking about. Exactly, he was almost as if you were same mind as Carter. He pulled the length a little bit back rather than going full, and that ball actually swung away very nicely and very late too. So Carter is getting something to it. So moving with the ball, which is good. Slightly overcast, hazy conditions here at Kensington Oval.
And Carter is around the wicket. Palmer, the left-hander, solidly comes forward and plays it back down the pitch to the bowler. There is no run, 2 slips and a gully. So I'm certain that you're keen, Gregory, to hear the opinion of Salty Stewart. Jamil, former Barbados on the 19 player, a Spartan man now, went through the BDF SP as well. Has played some club cricket in England. Carter from around the wicket outside of the off stump, and Palmer lets it go. He's the sort of player, Palmer, who likes to bat and to occupy the crease. And he has been put in leadership positions as well for Jamaica. Played here in Barbados for UWI, Paul Palmer. 168 for 3, another roughly 20 minutes play remaining before tea. I don't think when he makes his comments that you would have to be worried about any legal implications, although I have to test you as far as that aspect is concerned in relation to Mr. Dowrich. Solidly on the front foot, it's pushed into the covers by Palmer, and there is no run. 168 for 3. So Carter, the man with the golden arm, Lyndon.
Yes, a little surprised, as I said. I was calling for him earlier in the attack. When they're given the fact that Shamar Hole is out, to me, generally outside of the 2 opening seamers, he's quicker than all the other medium pacers, and he tends to attack the stumps. He makes the batsman play a lot more than the other. In this instance, I'm using Shamar Springer, Reefer again. So I'm a little surprised that they didn't opt to go to him a lot earlier.
He goes over the wicket now, Carter. Back goes Palmer and strokes it into the covers. Fielded by Reefer. There is no run. 168 for 3.
Yes, and he's the type of bowler that he makes you play consistently more than the other, and he will hurry you. And when you've got a guy like Bonner in, who's very, very easy on the eye, John Campbell the same, and they're set on a wicket. This you want a bowler who's not only going to let them allow to leave balls outside the off stump, but make them play, and he can ruffle you from time to time.
Carter is into Palmer, and he's forward, head well over the ball, plays it into the covers. Reefer does the fielding. The end of a successful over from Jonathan Carter with his right arm medium pace, in which he removed Nkrumah Bonner, brilliantly caught low to his left at second slip by Warwicken for 49, 117 balls, 124 minutes, 6 fours. Carter's figures 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 1. Jamaica Scorpions 168 for 3. Campbell on 70. Fellow left-hander Palmer hasn't yet scored. And Greg, you probably would recall that Palmer actually captained Jamaica against Barbados here at the 3Ws Oval in 2018 December, when Barbados had that dramatic come from behind 41-run victory. They had set them 107 for victory and dismissed them for 65.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah. Campbell played in that game. I know you are anxiously awaiting Jamil Stewart's response to you, as you and Roland Butcher were having a go at it. That's wonderful radio, I dare say. And like a boxing match, Lyndon, each in the corner. Fraser in one corner and Muhammad Ali in the other.
And Simmons from the other end.
Left arm over the wicket, outside of the off stump, a naughty stroke. Looking to cut, misses. So, here comes Jamil Salty Stewart. Gregory, he says we can't compare overall records because the last couple of years Dowrich has been going down in his record with both batting and keeping, so to compare records isn't fair on De Silva. So you can let Gregory and Andrew Mason know that for me.
Again, that's a sentiment because...
Okay, after this next delivery, Simmons is in, and on the front foot, looking to drive, shadowing it. Campbell, it goes through to Dowrich.
I think last couple of years would include 2019. Last couple of years would include 2019. Correct? Because we didn't play... Dowrich didn't play in 2021.
Right, he hasn't played since the first week in December 2020.
Right.
Yeah.
So in 2019, in those last couple of years that Jamil is talking, I am sure that Salty would have seen Dowrich score 100 at this very ground in Test cricket.
2019 against England, yes, when Jason Holder got a double.
Yes, I in my profession we deal with facts.
Simmons is in and outside of the off stump.
And not sentiment. So sometimes these arguments are based on what people feel. And sometimes when you deal with what you feel, you're not being objective in terms of what is actually happening.
Okay, so Jamil goes on. The last couple series Dulwich played, he was very underwhelming with runs and the standard of his wicket keeping.
He had a bad tour in England. No one had a good tour in England. And Dulwich cannot be the only person to pay a price. I mean, Hope had a poor tour, Brooks had an average tour, Craig Braffett had an awful tour. These guys still playing now.
Simmons is in, and forward goes Campbell, edge down to slip. There is no run, 168 for 3.
I've seen Josh Butler struggle in Australia. I've seen Josh Butler struggle in England. He's from England with the ball swerving around. And repeatedly, even the commentators were saying, well, last year, Dulwich was having the same problem as both keepers in the Ashes Tour last summer in England. So we like to single out these events as a reason why a player can't play when this is a phenomenon happening to everyone. You know? It's a little unfair, in my view.
Yeah, well, he has one more message to complete his lot. Okay, Salty, you keep going. Good. Jamil Stewart. Forward and whip out through mid-wicket, which is unprotected. Running from mid-on and also from the deep Springer and Holder, and they're able to complete. Harding correction. So 1, 2, 3. 171 for 3, and Campbell goes on to 73 from 139 balls. We've had now, what, 53 overs and 5 balls, 1 delivery left in Simmons' 7th over. Had a long rest, yet to bowl a maiden. He has conceded 38 runs. Harding 8 overs, none for 34. Warwick 16 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 35. Springer 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 16. Reefer 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15. Shem Holder, the off spinner, 5 overs, none for 28. So here's Simmons about to complete his 7th over. In he goes to Palmer, and Palmer whips it out through square leg, slightly backward, and they've gone for one who will come back quite comfortably for the 2nd run as he's off the mark. Harding and Holder converging, and Harding getting there first. 2 to Palmer, 173 for 3 at the end of the over, with Campbell 73, Palmer 2. So yes, Gregory, Jamil Stewart ends by saying, and also you can't compare Shea Hope and Shane Dulwich's records because Shea has been batting at the top of the order most of his Test career, which would be harder to bat.
Well, I would also answer that by saying that Dulwich has had to bat at the top of the order because people like Shea Hope have been getting out and leaving West Indies at 60 for 4 very often in cricket. So, I mean, who bats with time to go in the middle order in the West Indies? Every middle order batsman in the last 4 or 5 years in the West Indies has been a top order batsman. From number 7 down. Oh, sorry.
Okay, Carter is around the wicket, and it's stuck down to the short forward square by Campbell. There is no run. Now we have a team here. Right. Okay. There's a team coming in here from a guy by the name of Asif Patel. And we'll give you that team, Asif Patel's team, after this next delivery from Carter. Around the wicket, bowling his medium pace from the Joel Garner end. And it beats him outside of the off, and he definitely pushed at that one, Lyndon Campbell, and taken by Dulwich, 173 for 3.
Yeah, beautiful delivery by Carter, opting to change up the angle by going right arm around the wicket. And this is the kind of cricket that he's thinking cricket. It reminds me a lot, I consistently said, of Winston Benjamin. On his day, he's just as sharp as your fastest bowler, and he can really swing the ball. And this is what I like about him, both in and out. And as I said, from the first game, he's the only Barbadian bowler that consistently moved the ball around.
Carter with 2 slips in the gully, bowls short, and back goes Campbell, plays it square on the offside, and they will take a single. So 74 now, he is 174 for 3. Interestingly, Asif Patel's team reads Braffett, Solozano, Brooks, Bonner, De Silva, Mears, Dulwich, Holder, Roach, Gabriel, and Seals. And talking about Solozano. He's showing Ramnaresh Sarwan, who is the West Indies selector in Trinidad, that he is worthy of being considered. Driving on the front foot by Palmer down to mid-off, and there's no run fielded by Harding. He's unbeaten on 61 off 166 balls with 8 fours on his return to first-class cricket following injury. And Trinidad and Tobago now 117 for 3. His partner is Yannick Correa on 39. They've lost Simmons 8, Raja, that's Isaiah Raja, and Jason Mohammed, both without scoring all 3 wickets. For 18 runs to Sherman Lewis. Carter with his medium pace around the wicket, short, and back goes Palmer, plays it out into the offside. The reefer runs in to do the fielding. There is no run, 174 for 3. Did you pick Solozano, Gregory?
No, I didn't pick Solozano.
Who was your opening?
John Campbell.
John Campbell. Yeah, what is it about John Campbell? You were talking about records and stats, etc. I need to go to Mr. Campbell because I think his stats really don't add up. But anyway, you can give your reasons again. I may have missed along the way why you reckon that he should be picked. Now Carter goes over the wicket and forward wrapped on the top of the pad. A bit of excitement for first slip Braffett as the over is concluded. 174 for 3. We're heading to the tea interval. Comment from Lyndon at the end of that over as I pull up the stats for John Campbell.
Yes, just to add some spice to Gregory's debate. For Jamaica, 55 innings, 55 matches, 105 innings, 3,127 runs. Highest total of 156, averaging 30.65. But I think outside of the averages of the openers in the Caribbean concern really aren't that high. So you would have your points. So I think
yes,
this is for Jamaica.
Yeah, okay. From a test perspective, then that's where we're looking at. We were looking towards.
Well, so 15 hasn't played Test cricket. So
no, he was picked, but then dramatically pulled out.
Compare the first-class records.
Okay, but
Solozano hasn't completed Test cricket, so you can't compare something with something that doesn't exist. You have to compare Solozano's first-class record.
Hold on. Let's look at the man you've picked here, Campbell. You're not missing any play.
Provided we look at both.
Yes, I will do that. I will do that. You begin the song as though you're across Quarry Street. Yeah, 15 matches, 640 runs, averaging 23.7 not, and 2 half centuries, a highest of 68. What do you make of that, Lyndon?
For young Solozano, I think he's young in his career compared to John Campbell. But I say for me, there's not a big lot of difference between the averages, what they have done at the first class level. What I will say in terms of the two is it is always better to give someone who's not exposed the opportunity in comparison to someone who's exposed. Because in the case of John Campbell, you know what he's capable of, you've seen what he's done. He just hasn't grabbed the opportunity. But he's looked the part when he got this pick, he earned the pick. He's batted beautifully here, and if this can be translated and transferred into his test appearance, then West Indies will stand good. But again, it's a different step up, a different quality of bowling.
Yeah, I just don't trust Solozano against the bowling of Mark Woods, Ollie Robinson, and Chris Wokes. I think Campbell, having played at that level before, brings in a lot more assuredness to the cricket and the setup, and a lot more. For me, I'm more comfortable with going out there with Campbell, who started his career 3 or 4 years ago against England, went around the globe and has seen international cricket at that level, than trying to push Solozano, which is a steep level up from this cricket to Test cricket.
Here's Simmons with 2 slips and a gully, and the back goes Campbell, turning it out to mid-wicket for a single. So he's on to 75. Palmer has 2. It's 175 for 3. In their first innings, Jamaica, after winning the toss, losing the wickets of Love for 39, Blackwood 1, and Bonner 49, a wicket each for Warwicken, Springer, and Carter. We are talking with the noted attorney at law and the growing, long-standing secretary of the Barbados Cricket Association, Gregory Nichols, as our special guest. Lyndon Yard is the analyst at the moment. And here is Simmons in his second first-class match over the wicket, and it pops uppishly but agonizingly short of Gullia. Good lifting delivery, which had Palmer in a bit of trouble. 175 for 3, Lyndon.
Yes, a good delivery there by Simmons, who's still trying to get his line worked out, and he was somewhat ragged in his first spell before lunch when I think Lug took a liking to him. He was maybe just too much too wide or some or either too full. But good delivery, good comeback delivery as he's tried to work himself into rhythm. Just a quick question for Gregory. My question to you then, since you are so sweet on John Campbell, that would you have taken him on the Sri Lanka leg of the tour, which he didn't go?
After this delivery from Simmons into bowl outside of the off stump, no stroke from Palmer. Dorich takes 175 for 3.
Man, I was a little bit suffering from some head wounds because last year the chairman of selection started out by saying Shea Hope was the opening batsman for 2021. And remember, Bonner got injured in the first test, batting at number 3, and then in the second innings, the concussion substitute, which was Powell, opening batting, and the man that you said was back as the opening for the whole year was now at number 3.
Yeah. Keith?
A drive here, out through mid-off, well struck by Palmer, heading out towards the boundary. We'll get there now on this fast outfield. So that's his first boundary. Paul Palmer as he moves to 6 and Jamaica on to 179 for 3.
Yeah, beautiful shot to a volley on the lane that you were saying, Gregory.
Yeah, so I wasn't really able to follow the logic in what was going on in West Indies cricket last year, because at the beginning of our international home series, the chairman of the selectors came out and said, well, Hope is our man for the future, and so but the second innings of the first test, that plan had gone awry, and I had difficulty following what Mr. Harper and company were saying after that. So by the time we got to Sri Lanka, I suppose you can just throw any number up in the air based on what they were doing.
Keith? 2 slips and a gully cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward, and guiding it down to third man, and that's going to be just inside of the boundary, pulled back now by Mosley. His return goes into Dorich, and Palmer on to 8, 181 for 3. I have an email from Ashton Greenwich, and that's an old schoolmate of mine. How are you doing, Adrian Injun? Listening to the commentators, and here is my selection. Brafitt captain, Campbell, Brooks, Bonner, Chase, Blackwood vice captain, De Silva / Dorich. Come on, Adrian, give me your choice. Holder, Cornwall, Joseph, and Roach. And in the interim, Andrew has passed on about 3 or 4 messages forwarded. Here is Simmons in again, back goes Palmer, suddenly plays it into the covers, fielded by Reefer, and there's no run, 181 for 3. Comments, gentlemen, and then I'll give you some updates from the other 2 games.
It was difficult, Gregory, to follow the chairman of selectors with that statement that Hope will no longer be your opener, because I think that you got to play horses of courses. So if you go to Sri Lanka and conditions does not suit, let's say for example Hope, where his form is concerned, you are sideline them automatically based on your statement. I think that should be a call of the touring party, who are there based on the conditions that are presented, how the players line themselves up, form, etc. goes, and the method of the opponent's attack. So I thought it was a loose statement to make, which, if not read properly, could create some problems, which it did, because we see that the emergency fielder came in, concussion player came in, and then had to open.
Carter is in outside of the off stump, no stroke from Campbell. Dorich takes 181 for 3.
And originally was not picked for that position.
Yes, correct.
So when he comes in, for me, if I'm following what the chairman was saying then, it means that he should not have opened because he was not selected for that position.
Yeah.
You know? So I don't know if that helps to quell the argument. Keith, there's a bit of boxing contest going on here.
Sorry.
Yeah, about that, Keith?
Yes, 2 slips in a gully for Carter. Forward and driven, beats the left hand of the short cover, and Harding moving to his right at mid-off, making good ground, limiting the batsman to a single. So 76 is Campbell, 8 to Palmer, 182 for 3. This could be the last over before T4 balls are left in Carter's 5th over. The Leeward Islands have been enjoying the better of the day so far against Guyana. And here at Kensington Oval, Carter is in, and Palmer comes forward and plays it back down the pitch to the bowler. There's no run. They bowl out Guyana for 116 in just 34 overs and 3 balls. And now the Leewards 43 without loss. So that is fairly good going by them at the Queen's Park Oval. In that Guyana first innings of 116 all out, Shandapal 5, Hemraj 9, Hetmer no score, Johnson 2. Here's Carter with 2 slips in the gully and a drive through the covers. Lovely shot for boundary, beating the left hand of Rifat cover. No chance for Harden at mid-off. Kept along the carpet and well executed by Palmer. His second boundary to go into double figures on 12. Jamaica Scorpions 186 for 3 from 56 overs and 2 balls virtually on the verge of tee. And getting down to Hetmer no score. Johnson 2, Vishal Singh 8, Bramble 38, Kimo Paul 20, Pestano 14, Permol 11, Gudakesh Moti 4, Niall Smith not out. The wicket takers, Alzari Joseph 2 for 26. Here is Carter in again, searching for the Yorker, driven back down the pitch by Palmer, knocked down by the bowler, and there is no run. Colin Archibald, the left arm seamer, 3 for 29 from 5 overs and 3 balls. Daniel Doram, a left arm spinner, he took 3 for 16 from 6 overs, 1 maiden, and Jeremiah Louis 1 for 20. So that's Guyana. Bowl out for 116 in 34 overs and 3 balls by the Leeward Islands, who are now on 43 without loss in the 14th over. Hodge has 18 and Powell is on 13.
Keith, I like the look of Louis last week against Barbados, and certainly I think with the England batting lineup, which is relatively new, maybe he can come into the mix.
The surprise package then, Gregory, outside of the off stump from Carter, I reckon that's going to be T, and the bails have been lifted by umpire Jonathan Blades at the Joel Garner end. So at T, on the opening day of this second round regional first class match here at Kensington Oval, Jamaica Scorpions having won the toss 186 for 3. John Campbell, the captain and opener, is unbeaten on 76. 145 balls, 8 fours. With him is the fellow left-hander and former captain Paul Palmer on 12 from 18 deliveries, 2 fours. And the batsman out, Leroy Lugg, who was caught by Harden off Warwican for 39. Jermaine Blackwood caught Warwican bowl Springer 1. And Nkrumah Bonner caught Warwican bowl Carter 49. Those wickets have fallen at 71, 77, and 168. Keon Harding, 8 overs, no maidens, none for 34. Ramon Simmons, 8 overs, no maidens, none for 47. Jomel Warwican, 16 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 35. Shamar Springer, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 16. Raymond Reefer, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15. Shem Holder, 5 overs, no maidens, none for 28. And Jonathan Carter, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7. You were saying, Gregory?
Yeah.
About Jeremiah Louis, you want him to be the surprise package?
Not necessarily want him. I like the look of him here last week. And I have a tendency and a penchant for fast bowling and fast bowlers in my side. So that whatever people might say Cornwall, I saw Cornwall bowl here last week very unimpressively, unable to get the job done. I mean, it was only 190 runs, but 190 runs, Keith, you've been around for a long time in a fourth innings of a 4-day game is a very competitive score for the bowling side. And I didn't see anything that would suggest that Cornwall would be... His lack of penetration against the better teams in Test cricket has always been a concern of mine. And I don't think that I would play Cornwall as a bowling option in a Test side, unless I'm going to Afghanistan or someplace like that.
Now, Gregory, there's a school of thought that either Warwican or Permol must start come what may. Based on the last series against Sri Lanka, what is your take on that?
Well, based on the hard pitches that we have in the Caribbean and different surfaces, I say no. We have beaten England in the last 2 Test matches. We've played at this ground Kensington Oval in 3 days because of the influence of our fast bowlers, right? And we bowled them up for 77 on the last occasion. And there's only Root and Stokes, in my opinion, and that team had in both of them on the last occasion, and we got the job done. I am not going to start a Permol before Alzari Joseph or any of the young fast bowlers like a Keon Harding or Holder, Shamar Holder or so around the region, because I need to fill the role of a spinner. Roston Chase, if you need that spinning option, can come in, back down the order and fulfill that role rather than going out with an out-and-out spinner.
And his 8-4 remains
unbeaten.
Fresh in your mind?
Fresh in my mind. And sufficient for the purposes.
Why are you smirking, Lyndon?
I'm smirking because I want to pose a question to Gregory.
Okay.
With reference to Ralston being the frontline spinner. I don't have a problem with that, but I am very concerned with his batting. His batting has fallen off. We've seen his bowling picked up, but primarily he's picked as a batsman, and that is my major concern.
Perhaps we should play him as the spot where Cornwall is picked as. Because when he plays with Cornwall outside, because he didn't go to the tour to Sri Lanka.
Yeah, he went to Sri Lanka.
Sorry, Bangladesh.
Yeah.
Apart from that tour, he's a bull Cornwall.
Yes, he has. But his batting, for me, I like him as a batsman. I think he's picked as a frontline batsman first and foremost.
What we like him as and what he's doing is two different.
So you're going to accommodate. But don't forget.
So you would, and that, to my mind, that is where we get a little confused. I have no problem with saying to Chase, rather than batting you at number 5, I'll bat you at 7. In this same lineup, I mean, some will argue that you still come about at the same time, given the West Indies setup in any event. But we haven't tried him inverting batting holder ahead of him, okay? And to me, Chase is good enough to play at Test cricket, but I think that perhaps we need to look at him in a different role, and he can better do that role that you want to bring in Permal or say a Cornwall for, in my view.
But I'm thinking the fact that our batting simply has not been bad. As you say, our middle order happens to go to the crease very early when the new ball is still being used by the opening bowlers. So in that case, with he being a premier batsman, I just think that for me, I prefer him to concentrate on his batting. I want him to produce, because I think he's a better batsman than his record has shown, let's say, in the last 6 Test matches. And his bowling has definitely come to the front. He's outbowled Cornwall, but I want to see him back because our batting is failing. So if he fails to bat,
I'm just saying batting a little lower down in the order. Jason Holder perhaps deserves a promotion to 6. And if you bring Dowrich at 7 or put Chase at 7, Dowrich at 8, it's just a rejig of that lower middle order, because he bats at 5. And we have given the Blackwood the luxury of batting at 6 all the time in Test cricket. And I think as a vice captain and one of the most experienced players in the side, with a struggling top order, Blackwood is being shielded at number 6. And to my mind, that is where we're putting a lot of pressure on the middle order of the West Indies team, because a senior batsman like Blackwood is hiding away at number 6.
Well, Gregory, let me play devil's advocate. If you recall, in the last series, he was forced against Sri Lanka to open the batting.
Yeah.
And we've mooted the idea of a Brooks or even a Blackwood trying to be innovative. And each time I think about it, I always go back to the 74 series. And I've said it repeatedly during the last round played here and again this. Lawrence Rowe as a number 3, being asked to open with Roy Fredericks, had a tremendous series, over 600 runs, averaging in the 80s, 3 centuries, including the triple 302 right here at Kensington Oval. If you are finding issues with the openers, whether you go for Solozano, whether you take the likes of bringing back, recalling John Campbell, you know, you go to whatever extreme to make an accommodation, and that's my word in inverted commas. Why not give a Blackwood or a Brooks the opportunity based on perhaps their ability to go at the top where you can settle the middle order a bit more? How do you operate with a Kyle Mears?
I actually thought that was a novel idea with the West Indies team. I didn't very comfortable, wasn't comfortable with Blackwood, but if Blackwood wants to go there as a vice captain and with Bradford, I thought that with a new lineup, so to speak, Kyle Mears, these guys still know the cricket. That number 4, number 5 position lacked the solidity and the experience that Blackwood would have brought, having played for a long time. So that I didn't like the idea of both Bradford and the captain and vice captain opening the batting, and then there was no leadership really in the middle order.
Okay, that's interesting. We're talking and taking up the tea session with this interesting discussion based on the fact that the 3-match Test series against England is imminent. There will be a President's 11 match played first, mind you, and I'm certain when you go back to your settled base next door to the President's suite, I'm going to put it to you to speak to the most honorable Desmond Haynes. No, hold on, Gregory. I'm saying that because I spoke with him about 15 to 20 minutes this morning before lunch. And this is a general discussion. I wouldn't want to make it public. But he put some interesting pointers to me on the table, which I found were rather educational. Bear in mind, you have a 3-man selection panel with 2 members of that panel being relatively new to the job. In the lead selector, the most honorable Desmond Haynes, and Ramnaresh Sarwan, who's in Trinidad. Now, when you have the experience of Phil Simmons as the coach now for a few years, having some influence in terms of who should or should not be, for me, even looking at what the team they're going to pick for the President's 11 would give you a further gauge. That doesn't stop all and sundry from putting forward their teams. And while we chat, just let me bring you up to date with the tea time scores in the other two games. Jeremy Solozano, who's become one of the topics or one of the players based around what is being discussed. He remains batting solidly on 62 not out with 8 boundaries off 174 balls, with Trinidad and Tobago recovering to 121 for 3. And that's virtually a 100-run partnership. Yes, they came together with the score 22 for 3 in the 12th over. With him is Yannick Correa on 42 from 111 balls, and they've lost the wickets of Keegan Simmons 8, Isaiah Raja and Jason Mohammed both for ducks, and repeatedly we have told you that all 3 of those wickets have been taken by Sherman Lewis for 19 runs from 13 overs. He used the new ball with Preston McSween. And in the other game, the Leeward Islands on top of Guyana, who were bowled out for 116, and at the break, the Leewards 45 without loss, Hodges on 18, Powell 13. And in the Guyana first innings, Chandapal 5, Hemraj 9, Hetmar no score, Johnson 2, Vishal Singh 8, Bramble 38, Paul 20, Pestano 14, Permol 11, Moti 4, Niall Smith not out with the wicket takers. 3 for 16 to the left arm spinner Daniel Doram, 3 for 29 Colin Archibald, he's a left arm seamer. Alzari Joseph needs no introduction, 2 for 26 and 1 for 20 to Jeremiah Louis. I'm going to take you back to the 90s, Gregory, when Adrian Griffith was in the Barbados team and by extension went on to the West Indies team. And I have my memory surgeon right. When you get sweet on these guys, your sweets get sweeter. You don't come down to anything bitter, right? The way you're going on so sweet about Campbell, I'm still trying to wrap my brain.
Not necessarily sweet. Sweet on Campbell. I actually open up to Blackwood opening again against England and taking on the likes of Wood and Wokes and Ollie Robinsons. I'm not necessarily sweet on Campbell, but I really don't see us trying to debut opening batsman who has a first-class average of 20-odd from Trinidad, and not to say that he could be from anywhere, but to open in a big series against England, I'm not really sweet on Salazar doing that. So I am open up to.
I don't think the averages when you look around the Caribbean are going to be much different for the opening batsmen. I think it is a problem that we're having that we need to address. We've had wicket keepers clinics, we had fast bowlers clinics, we had spinners clinics, and we have a plethora of quality batsmen, not only that have played at the test level, but I'm sure each territory has produced quality batsmen in the past, openers in the past, and I think it's high time that we have a clinic going on. I have no problem using a Blackwood at the top of the order when we're on tour because you're limited with the amount of players you can choose from. But I don't think that we should be manufacturing an opener in the Caribbean. It just goes to show that there's a flaw in the system. For example, we have Sir Gordon Greenwich, Sir Desmond Hayes, the most honourable Desmond Hayes, Carl Best. Now you can go through the Caribbean, Lockhart Sebastian, you go through the whole Caribbean. Delroy Morgan, go through the whole Caribbean.
Gentlemen, I don't want to stretch it, but prior to the start of this tournament, in an in-depth interview I did with Henderson Broomsey, chairman of the Barbados Prize Selection Panel, he said to me, Keith, I've been hearing all sorts of names tossed up. What happens if a Shane Mosley, who to my reckoning, and that's the quote from Hendy Brooms, to his reckoning, had a relatively good time for the bat in the last few series and got picked, albeit he was dropped after 2 matches. What happens if he comes good? Well, he will have to come good in this particular game because he was a failure in the first match. Would you put him in the equation as well, Gregory?
He's in the frame for me. I thought he did enough to get where he got on the West Indies tour. Had a difficult tour in Sri Lanka. It seems that certain people pay the price for a failure in one series.
In Bangladesh.
In Bangladesh, sorry. Yeah. Difficult tour in Bangladesh. And it seems that some people pay the price for failing in one series where others get reprieves. He got 2 test matches and no more, whereas we had to see Campbell play 3 or 4 years before judgment was made on him and so forth. So that Shane Mosley, to me, looks like he lacks a little bit of confidence. I don't have him in the immediate frame for this series, but I'm certainly looking at him as a player that can come on for Barbados later on in the season and perhaps get back in West Indies colours in the not too distant future.
Yeah, I think Jamal Smith has been supporting you, and he's given me some word. And this is how he sends the message, gentlemen. Keith, do some due diligence and check Roston's bowling record, please. I don't know which way it will swing, but we will need clear perspective from the numbers if we are suggesting changing primary roles for Roston. So here it goes, Bert. Jamal Smith, 43 test matches, Roston Chase, 79 wickets at an average of 42.74, best of 8 for 60, to which we referred in the last series that England came to the Caribbean in 2019, and he has 4 5-wicket hauls. And just as a plus, his batting 2,009 runs in the 43 tests, averaging 26.78, 500s and 9 half centuries. We are about 5 minutes away from the resumption of play after tea. So Gregory and Lyndon, who's coming in, Barry?
Yeah, I'm going to pick up on the 500s. Those 500s I want to see him build on, because since those 500s come, he's really gone off the ball. And I think he's a far better batsman than he's producing at the moment. I'm not buoyed by his stats. I think when he's given the opportunity to bowl, he's done justice to that role whenever the captain has turned to him. But saying as a batsman, when we are struggling from the top order, and he was one of our premier batsmen, I would say, 4 years ago, if you take out the COVID into that section, but he's just regressed somewhat, and I'm concerned about that. I just think his bowling is taking over.
Yeah, I think the West Indies captains have relied on Roston a lot in terms of his bowling. His average is a bit on the high side for a first option spinner. But I'm sure if you compare his average and strike rate to Permaul, Wicket, and even Cornwall, it would be the 5 5-wicket hauls he's had in the Test cricket.
4 5-wicket hauls and 4
5 centuries.
I think Permaul has played a handful of Test matches for the West Indies. Does he have a 5-wicket haul?
Yes, he just had a good series there against Sri Lanka. A good match. Yeah, one single game.
A good match, which we didn't win.
we haven't won a lot either. So I don't think the win really comes into the equation. It is about the performance. But what you want to see is consistency.
So I'll look at Permaul then, since his name has been called. Permaul in 7 tests has a matter of 26 wickets at 35.73. And before I make way for Barry, I think it would be only fitting that we also give you the statistics for Jomel Warrican to complete the list of spinners who are in the forefront. And Warrican, after playing a matter of 13 tests, has 41 wickets at 35.21. So, not much.
Not a lot. Again, still concerned with the batting. I didn't hear you, Gregory. Was a little bit, I would say, Darren Bravo.
I perhaps would get crucified for saying this, but I still think Darren Bravo has a role to play in West Indies cricket. I perhaps am a bit hopeful, but statistics-wise, recent performances-wise, he's not shown a lot of confidence. I know a couple of years ago we took him around on tours and didn't play him. I thought that was strange that we would be playing, say for example, Bonner and Blackwood. And Bravo as 13th man and stuff. I'm not sure what has gone on with Darren Bravo, but I believe against the fast bowling options that England will play on the Caribbean surfaces. He struggled a bit in 2019 when he came back into the team against the English fast bowlers. In fact, the slowest 50 he's ever made in his career was that one, I think, in St. Lucia. We batted about 4 or 5 hours for the 50 runs, but it held us. Sorry, I think it was Antigua. Yeah, we held us together. But I'm not closing the door on Darren Bravo. I know right now in social media circles he's the current whipping boy for West Indies cricket. But I would like to see, but I just can't say to Calmeers and Bonner and perhaps with Brooks coming back into the mix. Who's to say Hetmeyer is not supposed to come out into the mix? You know, that with these youngsters in the side, when you get the opportunity like a Darren Bravo is getting right now, you have to make good and sure the senior leadership roles that have been given to you, you have to perform in those roles. If not, we're going to have to look elsewhere.
Keith, I'm sure.
Well, the umpires are heading back out to the middle. Umpires Gregory Braffett and Jonathan Blaze. The Barbados team in a bit of a huddle. It's just that on the edge of the circles, a couple of the players clap, so they've been told.
You've been given an extension, Keith.
Gregory, have you ever represented Andrew Mason?
No, Keith, I think you got good grounds here now for some kind of unlawful servitude, ungodly working conditions here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nichols. I really appreciate that.
I had his tea and relaxing.
I lack thirst. I am hungry, and he looks at me when I rise to say, hold on for 1 over for Barry Wilkinson, do 1 over. I don't understand that language. I need a translation. No, it's only because it is Barry and I more do it through Barry's dad, Samuel. Yeah.
Sam Algernon.
Anyway, I will oblige and do the 1 over. There are a couple dark clouds in the area where the rain comes from, but quite some distance away. And Susan, how many overs have we had all told? 57, 33 left. So I believe to ensure that we don't do much overtime based on the overs left, 33, and the attack that he will probably come with after the tea interval. And Simmons, the 20-year-old left-arm pacer in his second first-class game, will continue from the Malcolm Marshall end. 186 for 3. Lug played some attacking strokes through caution to the wind, got 39, and then caught at long on by Harden off Warwick, 41 balls, 62 minutes, 4 fours and 3 sixes. Former Maple player. Good enough from a local perspective to score a century back in 2018. Played 5 matches for Maple in the elite division. So here's the first delivery after tee. 2 slips and a gully and over the wicket from that Malcolm Marshall end. Simmons is driven into the covers by Campbell, and there's no run. A diving save by Reefer, who's fairly active. And apart from the 2 slips and the gully, third man is out on the boundary. Short cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg and a fine leg. Will Simmons attempt to bowl a couple short to see if he can get Campbell into hooking or pulling. Palmer is on 12, 186 for 3. And here goes Simmons again into bowl to Campbell. Short, and there he goes for that pull, but he plays it well by pulling it out through mid-wicket. And they will come back quite comfortably for the second run, as Holder had to run around to do the fielding. 188 for 3. Campbell goes on to 78. If he comedy cuts out 100 here in front of the lead selector, the most honorable Desmond Haynes, I'm certain that Gregory will ease back over to the president's suite and then take up the most honorable of that discussion that I have prompted him to do.
I have to ease back to Chambers to work, actually.
Oh, you're working overtime, Gregory?
No, all the time.
All the time. Okay, well, I will next listen to you when Barry hosts the Sunday edition of Brass Tacks to get muscular discussion as you had with Gareth Patterson. Oh, Barry shouts in the background that he's inviting you and you don't come to his programs. I wonder why Barry is saying that from a distance behind when he's to come on at the end of this over. We can have a tit for tat with you live.
He knows that Auntie Judy, his mother, has raised me well enough to know that you should not disincline a polite invitation.
Okay, sir. Push into the covers. It seems that Barry is only getting through because of his parents. I am helping because of Sam, and now you're helping his cause because of Judy, his mother.
That is the real gem. She is the real gem in it all. Eh?
Yes.
And Sam will tell you that is so.
Barry. It's 188 for 3. Only 2 balls are left in the over, Mr. Wilkinson. So get yourself prepared. And here comes Simmons again into bowl to Campbell. We're down the leg side. Just comes across and washes it into the gloves of Dorrit. She's on 78. I gave you loud caught at long on by Harden off Warwick for 39. Blackwood was well caught low at gully to his left by Warwick off Springer for 1. And Warwick, who got some heat from the commentary box and others in the first game because he dropped a sit at second slip. Took another good catch at second slip to get rid of Bonner for 49 off Carter. So well done, Worry. And he has one of the 3 wickets. 188 for 3. In goes Simmons, and forward is Campbell. Pushes it down to mid-on, fielded by Springer. The end of the over. Jamaica Scorpions 188 for 3 in their first innings. 58 overs have been bowled. Campbell 78, Palmer 12. More from Gregory Nichols and Lyndon Yard. And then for the first time today, the busy Ball Wilkinson.
Yes, and Campbell continues to look the part on 78. Good control in his 151 deliveries. And Palmer's also looked well. He has 12, having faced some 18 deliveries. Jamaica winning the toss and batting on a good cricket pitch. And they've amassed 188 for 3. And Simmons, his 9 overs costed him some 49 runs. And 58 overs have been sent down a day that began overcast. We had some sunshine. We did have a little sprinkle during the lunch interval. It's now overcast again, and it's a good time to welcome Barry A. Wilkinson.
Good afternoon to you. It seems that I've brought the rain because it's going to be a very wet afternoon. I think we're going to have an interruption just about now, actually. But when it was coming across that area, I was wondering how come it was not falling here. It was simply torrential in the St. George, St. Thomas, and the area there coming across by Sky Mall. I'm surprised that the rain has only now reached. Well, speaking about now reaching, it's going to be the off spin of Shem Holder. He's bowled 5 overs, no maintenance, done for 28. He's going to take up the attack now from the Joe Garner end. We welcome back Tahir Babulia as well.
Thank you, Barry. Good afternoon all. Good afternoon to all the listeners after spicy post-lunch discussion.
I missed it, and I'm very sorry I did. Here comes Holden now and bowls to Palmer. Palmer's looking to pull, head on the pad. The umpire says not out.
And Holder immediately after the break replaces Jonathan Carter. Can you give him his figures, Barry?
Sure. Carter has bowled some 5 overs, 2 maintenance, 1 for 7.
Okay.
So it's the off spin with a slip, backward point, sweeper, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, short leg and a backward square leg on the boundary. Here comes Shem Holden bowls, and this delivers full and undriven, sweetly timed out to the mid-wicket boundary. Will he get 4? No, he won't. He'll get a couple of runs for sure, though. Picked up just about now from the left-handed Simmons, and there is just a couple of runs. So 188 now for 3, 190 for 3, with Palmer going to 14 and Campbell on 78. I heard Greg saying that he would open the batting with Campbell, and I'm amazed that someone let that go by. Greg should really be brought up to the prosecution desk with that.
Andrew was on.
And he's left.
Andrew was on.
As soon as he's been on radar for the last 2.5 hours, I've come to put some serious questions to him, and he's run and gone. That says a lot.
So I think he's avoiding the confrontation then, Barry, you're saying?
I think he recognized he couldn't get away with that conversation with me. Here comes Shem holding on balls to Palmer, and Palmer is punching the ball back to the bowler, and there is no run as the drizzles continue to get a little harder. But the ground staff don't seem to be too concerned. I usually take my cue from them. If the ground staff are not into it, then it usually says that, don't be too concerned. As Holder comes in again and bowls to Palmer. Palmer on the front foot to a good delivery on the line of the off stump, defends it into the offside. Shane Dulwich comes from behind the stumps to do the fielding to end the over, where the Jamaica Scorpions batting after they won the toss are 190 for 3, with Campbell 78, Palmer 14. Earlier we had Leroy Lugg caught by Harding off of Warrican for 39, 4 4s and 3 6s. It was a whirlwind innings. Jermaine Blackwood was caught by Warwick off with Springer for just 1 from 24 balls. It was a vigil, unbelievable vigil from him, because he doesn't usually bat like that. And Bonner was caught by Warwick off of Carter for a well-played 49 before he was dismissed after 6 4s and 1 6. Palmer has looked good so far. The partnership has just gone 22 runs as Barbados again continue their practice now with rotating a lot of bowlers. They've rotated 7 so far, and this is going to be Simmons continuing now, comes in and bowls and delivers that short, and there is the batsman Campbell looking to pull, but then he decided to play defensive in the end and played it into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, good delivery there from Ramon Simmons. So he would be looking for a wicket he hasn't picked up a wicket in this game, having coming off a good debut, taking 4 wickets in the second innings against Leewards. But John Campbell has looked really, really good, how he's constructed his innings. He would like to go on and score perhaps a big 100, and as Gregory said, put his name in the reckoning for the first test.
Here comes Simmons now as he passes umpire Gregory Bradford and bowls to Campbell. Campbell looking to cut. Misses, taken there by the keeper. He might want to insinuate that he left it alone, but he did play at it initially, and I thought he was beaten in the end, and that's why he probably insinuated that he was going to play a cut shot.
Yeah, we've been doing this all day long, where he makes sure he gets his right pad towards the line of the ball, then he shadows it by coming back inside the line. But it would give you the impression sometimes that he leaves it alone, but then you have to wonder, did he not commit to the shot initially? And I think you had it right there, Barry.
It's a funny trait he has, because been watching it all day. The ball's wide outside the off stump. He shadows a shot.
Here he comes again now and bowls to Campbell, and Campbell is again insinuating that he was leaving that, but he has this very weird kind of characteristic of actually playing at a ball while leaving it, which is dangerous. But that was another good delivery on the line of the off stump. Actually, I mean, we don't have a speed gun here. Someone was calling in on the program and suggesting that we get a speed gun, but when I inquired about 2 or 3 years ago, I inquired about this speed gun. It's not as easy as bringing the radar and setting up at 2 sides. It takes a lot of technical requirement for the speed gun, but I reckon that one has some zip on it. That was about perhaps between 85 and 90.
Yeah, coming down with good,
hello to you, Tino Best. As it comes in now again and bowls, and this delivery is on the line, the off stump. He had to play at that. He defends it, pushes it to the mid-off area, and there's no run.
And we have some sunshine from the western side of the country, where we are still extremely overcast in the southeast area, but high dark clouds, and as I said, we are bathed with sunshine, so not all day, the better part of the day that we've seen sunshine.
Yeah, so the sun is shining on one side and you've got dark clouds on the other side. Which side are you on? Here comes Simmons now around the wicket and bowls. This delivery is undriven straight to the short mid wicket. Warwick is there and there is no run. This is pretty good bowling from Barbados. Well, the Jamaicans have not lost a flurry of wickets. They have not also gotten away really with the scoring. It's been an even contest, but Jamaica to me are ahead. I think they've batted sensibly, given the fact that their last match was a very reckless kind of game where they lost in very cruel fashion, and the batting seemed to really lack any thought.
And immediately they're on the road for 2 games.
Immediately, yeah, they're immediately on the road, and they're fighting back. As Simmons comes in again and bowls to Campbell, and Campbell gets a wide delivery down the leg side, taken by the keeper to end the over. It's a maiden, 190 for 3, Campbell 78, Palmer 14. For Simmons today, watched by Dwayne Smith, who was downstairs watching him. He's his protege. He's mentored young Simmons, and he's had a direct hand with Simmons' cricket from the time he was at living there in Beckers Road and playing at YMPC.
Yeah, Ramon Simmons showed his worth, and he played for the West Indies under 19 as well a few years back, and he did perform fairly well there. But Shem Holder would look to come back and redeem himself after his first spell. Not going too well as planned, bowling a lot of balls down the leg side, as Lindo will recall. We will look to redeem himself here.
Let's see what he does as he comes in again and bowls to Palmer, and Palmer is again on the front foot. They're going to get a single. They have to take it quickly. They'll get it to forward of the point position there. I think that he might have been sleeping. Perhaps they didn't think that it would have been a run.
Shamar.
Yeah, that's actually Jonathan Carter.
Brooks.
Shamar Brooks, correction. And I think Brooks might have thought, look, I don't think he's going to take a single there. And he was caught napping. But that should not have been a single, but good cricket.
Test player, it's better than that.
Yeah, very good cricket between Palmer
and he's there to save the single, basically.
Yeah, he's there to save the single because obviously he can't stop the boundary there. That should not have been a run, but good cricket. So, you've got to give the batsmen credit. Campbell and Palmer thinking well on their feet like they should. They've actually changed the field up a bit for Campbell, who's on 78. Here comes Holden, bowls to Campbell, who gets a delivery that's short, looks to turn into the onside, comes off the thigh pad, and there is no run. Dulwich comes from behind the stumps to do the fielding.
Well, Holden started better from the southern end, from the northern end, struggled badly at the south, and has been switched around by this captain. Good start for him here.
Comes in again and bowls to Campbell, and Campbell is on the front foot to bowl on the line of the off stump, defends it back to the bowl, and there's still no run with a slip, a backward point, a sweeper that is not on the boundary. There's an extra cover, a long off, a mid on, a straightish mid wicket, a backward square that is also not on the boundary, and a short fine leg. Here he comes in again and bowls to Campbell, who gets another delivery on the line of the off stump, patiently comes forward and pushes the ball back to the bowl, and there's no run. You can see the spruce up effort being put on here for the test match. I see the copping cores in short media centre being scrubbed, and it looks like they're just cleaning up just about everything to get ready for the big test match. As this delivery is full, driven straight to the extra cover, and there's no run. How do you see it, Lyndon? How do you see it here at this stage of the game?
Jamaica got off to a rollicking start this morning, Barry, with lug. He was very sedate, very rough up with young Simmons, who was either short or too full. And they rushed to 70 in a hurry. Get back to that.
As holder balls, and this delivery is short down the leg side. Turn to the short fine leg, still no run. Just one run in the last 3 overs to take the total now to 191 for 3 at the end of that. Palmer 15, Campbell 78, you were saying?
Yes, and it was similar to that. You said one run in the last 3 overs. When Lug gave his wicket away after going after work on his first over, I think he hit him for a 6 and then another 6. Going to do well for the 3rd time and held out at the long on position. After that, the run simply dried up where they went through a period of maybe 45 minutes for 8 runs. But it was real painstaking. Nothing to worry about, but I think that they were just utilizing and soaking up some deliveries. As it's a good batting wicket, and we think that Jamaica will still be happy at 191 for 3, as Barbados still needs to find a way then to get through the middle order, and if possible, start by dismissing Campbell, because he's been very, very solid, very assured of himself. And the opening position up for grabs, Barry, he's putting up his hand, Barry.
He's put up his hand several times. Here comes Simmons in again and bowls to Palmer. Palmer gets a good Yorker delivery. He actually digs it out and gets it out to the wide mid-on. Runs here for him. Springer chases. They get one. Actually, they're going to come back for the 2nd run. Yes, they do. But that was a good Yorker delivery. Well played. Well bowled, well played. And in the end, they get 2 runs, but that could have easily knocked over all the stumps.
Yeah, beautiful delivery, well bowled by the young man. He continues to learn, and he looks as though he's been playing for a while, but this is only his 2nd game, so you have to give him some time to settle in. And he's improved. He's looked a lot better in this spell. I'm sure that his agent, Dwayne Smith, would have had a word with him during the break. Hence, he's come back out very strong and very upright.
Is Simmons in again as he passes the umpire and bowls to Palmer, and Palmer gets the delivery while the off stump leaves it alone and taken there by the keeper. As I say, a special hello to Jonathan Norman, listening there in the UK from Talk Sport. Of course, they'll be here bringing you live and exclusive coverage of that series on radio, West Indies versus England. We look forward to that.
Got a team here from Anthony Morris, former cable and wireless off spinner, now the big boy there at the BNOC side. I'll get back to that after this delivery.
Yeah, with 2 slips. Well, I would say 3 slips, but this 1st, 2nd, and the 4th.
Kind of wide, kind of speed.
Very wide. And here comes Simmons in again as he passes the umpire and bowls again. This one is on the line, the off stump, defended into the offside, and there's still no run.
And that team is Craig Brathwaite, Jeremy Solozano, Nkrumah Bonner, Jermaine Blackwood, Kyle Mears, Jason Holder, Joshua De Silva, Versami Pomal, Alzari Joseph, Jaden Seals, and Kemar Roach with Brooks as 12th man and Roston Chase as the 13th man. Barry.
Not my team. That's all I can really say. Definitely not my team. Really surprised about Solozano going to Sri Lanka in the first place, as this delivery is turned for the square. The umpire has to move. A single achieved. And 1 more run to the total. They limp along to 194 for 3.
I think the viewers and the listeners are very interested to hear who you would pick as your opener.
You don't want to hear it.
With Craig Brathwaite.
Sorry, you didn't hear it.
I want to get I'm getting a lot of messages, so I think the viewers and the listeners want an answer, Barry.
I picked last week, I picked Brandon King.
Brandon King, in the test side.
Yeah, because Brandon King played in the first class series with the last first class match that would have been played regionally in 2020, the end of 2020, and he was successful. He has perhaps out of this one is short and cut away. They will just get a single down to short 3rd man. Brandon King has the best average, first class average, out of the group that you're talking about. In Campbell, in Solozano, the Brooks was introduced into the conversation, and to make him an opener, I think, is indeed very unfortunate.
Well, I can tell you that Barry, where you debate that, Jeremy Solozano is not on 65. He's faced 188 deliveries with 8 fours. So, having been selected against the run of play to go to Sri Lanka and unfortunately having to miss out, I think that he will still be should be given the opportunity as one of the 4 runners for that reason.
Who's that you said? Solozano?
Yeah.
This delivery is down the leg side and taken there by the keeper, and there's no run. The over ends 195 for 3, Campbell 79, Palmer 18. You look at Campbell, 15 test matches, averages 23. Okay, forget that. Let's look at his first class career. 83 matches at first-class cricket, averages 29. He's no spring chicken. He's been around the ground for so long. He's 28 now. He's been playing from the time he was 18. And he has not made his mark. He's been given the chance. He played when England were here in 2019. He was virtually a one wicket because he got to 20, 30, got out. Yeah. He never suggested permanence. He went to New Zealand. He's had so many chances. And I think it's time now for me that we might look at a different brand of opener to work with Craig Brathwaite, because Craig has just held on to his play. Let's be realistic.
Yeah, you got to be fair.
Craig is there. Yes, Craig is there. But Craig, too, is not, to me, extremely solid either.
I agree with you 100%.
Craig's average has dropped from 40 down to 32. And it has not dropped just like that because of his inconsistency.
You're correct.
So therefore, I think Craig Brathwaite is yes, the number one opener, but he's not no big surety either. So Brandon King, like I said, went to New Zealand with the West Indies 18, and he played as an opener, and he was successful. And I'm talking about 2020, December 2020, when Romario Shepherd also scored 100. And I'm saying to you that they were obviously looking at Brandon King from then. There was no first-class season last year. We all know things got shook up a bit with the COVID. But they have been looking at Brandon King for a while as an opener in the longer format of the game. And I think that he should be given the opportunity. As simple as that. I think he has the best average out of the openers at the moment. As this delivery is short and cut away, it's going to be an easy single down to the sweeper for one more run, 195 for 3. Yeah. Solizano doesn't have that big impressive record either.
The averages throughout the Caribbean as openers don't impress. Don't care how far you go or whichever side you look to. So I think you can just throw the average through the window. But I'm saying, having selected him and unfortunately got injured, he's come back. I think he should still be in line for consideration.
And this is a nice paddle sweep. That's going to go down to flying leg. He wouldn't get 4, but he might get a couple of runs here. Simmons picks it up just about now, and they complete 2. They're moving quite quickly towards that 200 mark. 198 now for 3 with Palmer 20 and Campbell 80.
And also doing it comfortably. And as I was saying, Solizano not on 66, 190 delivery. So
they're going neck and neck.
Yeah. well, I would have to give him the advantage since that he had replaced Campbell for that tour.
He was the incumbent.
Yeah.
Solizano has an average of 23 in first class cricket after 43 matches. Can you believe that?
I could take Barry's point.
Well flighted. And played into the offside, still no run, 198 for 3. And it was a mistake to pick him. They picked him because they were unsure what to do. And Roger Harpo, I want to forget his whole tenure as chairman of selectors. I want to just forget about it. So I don't think it has to be replicated. The mistake should not be replicated. If there's one sensible thing Gregory said, it was that. As this delivery again is flighted, they're going to take a quick single. Warrican is there at the extra cover position, can't stop the run. And this is good cricket here from the Jamaicans.
Yeah, excellent cricket there.
199 now.
As well as awareness, Barry, because he was going to his wrong side. So you'd actually have to pick up the ball and transfer it to the other hand to throw if he was going to take a shot at either wicket. And a good call. Good call there. 199 for 3.
Yeah, so 199 now for 3. Campbell would love to get a century this evening. He's on 80. The rain might stop him. Here comes Holder, wants to stop him. A full delivery. Driven back to the ball, and there's no run with a slip. A very backward point.
Deepish.
Yeah, very deep, almost like a deep gully almost. There's a sweeper not on the boundary. Extra cover and a long off. Mid-on. Straightish mid-wicket. Backward square. And a short flying leg. As this delivery is down the leg side, Holder asks the question, how's that? Umpire Blaze says not out. He also says it's over. 199 for 3. Campbell 80. Palmer 21. More from Lyndon Yard and also Tahir Babulia.
Yeah, absolutely a good comeback here from Shem Holder after his dismal start this morning with the ball, but he's trying to redeem himself. But we have one of your good friend Barry, Anmar Goodrich Boyce from The Nation. He sent in the Nation newspaper. He sent in his team. He has Brathwaite, Campbell, Brooks, Bonner, Blackwood, Mears, Holder. He's picked Dowrich ahead of De Silva, Roach, Seals, and Gabriel. Maybe he's the lead selector at the Nation newspaper. Who knows?
I think he's the lead selector for the Barbados Pride.
Just to give you up to date in the other games, Guyana were bowled up 116 of 34.3 overs. In response, the Leeward Islands are 53 without loss. So the Leewards coming back into it nicely with Monson Hodge on 19 and Kieran Powell on 19. Barry, you think Kieran Powell could get it with a good score as well?
No. Kieran Powell has had as many chances as Devin
John
Smith.
Campbell as well?
No, he hasn't had as many as John Campbell, but he's had a lot. It's going to be Springer. Bowls, and this one is edged just short of the second slip. It's going to go about 3/4 way to the boundary, and they'll get just one.
Yeah, the ball just eluding.
Powell has had enough chances. I mean, I remember going back to 2012.
200.
The 200 comes up. So it's 200 for 3. And not a bad score from Jamaica.
Yeah,
but I was making the point with Powell. Powell was batting in the middle against India. Powell opened for the West Indies. Powell has batted in the middle for the West Indies. And Powell has been inconsistent. He's probably the only cricketer in the history of West Indies cricket that has been inconsistent as opener and middle order batsman. You can't bring him into discussion.
So the 200 has come up off 284 deliveries or 63.1 overs, 24s and 4 sixes. 200, 384 balls, 24s and 4 sixes for Jamaica, who are exactly 200 for 3 as Springer replaces.
This delivery is short and pulled away. That's a nice shot down to the mid-wicket boundary, but there's a fielder there, and they'll just be one. Keon Harden is the man. A good throw, too, from Keon Harden. Very strong throw. But a couple of runs taken, and Campbell now goes on to 82, and it's 202 for 3.
And in the other game, where I can tell that Trinidad are 134 for 3 of some 59 overs. 134 for 3 of some 59 overs. Springer to continue.
As he comes in again and bowls, a delivery upside down the off stump, taken there by the keeper. With that very fancy leave alone there from John Campbell. No run.
And Springer replacing the left arm pacer in Ramon Simmons, what's his figures, Barry? Ramon Simmons, his figures?
Ramon, 11 overs, 1 maiden, none for 53, but I think he had a drop catch off of him.
Yeah, he did have a drop catch off of him.
Here comes Springer now, in again, and bowls to Campbell, and Campbell is defending, pushing the ball into the point area. He'll get a single. Reef is there, but he can't stop the run. And that's another single. 203 now for 3. Going back to Brandon King. Brandon King, 31 first-class matches, 1,867 runs, averages 32.8.
Oh, so he evades the 20 averages.
He evades the 20 averages. Adrian Richard obviously is obviously a big fan of Kieran Powell. I've been warned. As Springer comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is beaten in on the line of the off stump. A beautiful delivery. Also had a bit of pace as well. And that's a good one to end that one for Barbados. 203 for 3.
I think what is very good for the conversation, Barry, you have a better idea who the opener will be because it's a President's 11 game before the first test.
Yeah, you're right.
So if you get a John Campbell 100, a Solozano 100, and then it'll be interesting to see who's given the pick for the President's 11 game.
Here he comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is flicked away. Beautiful shot. Down behind square. Will he get 4? Yes, he's going to. 4 runs there for Paul Palmer. It was a nice shot on the line of the leg stump, and he turned it into the onside. There was no one there, and in fact the fielder running from fine leg gave up the ghost quite early. The over ends 207 for 3. Campbell 83, Palmer 26. His partnership now has sneaked to 39.
And I think this is part of the problem for the Barbados side, Barry, is that the Jamaicans are being allowed to score too freely. We have the odd good over in between there, but then there's an over at the nets end that where they're leaking runs, and Springer having replaced Simmons, who will bowl well in his second spell, operating from the Malcolm Marshall end, the end for which he started the bowling with Keon Harden from the Joe Garner end. And Springer has come back and he's been a little tad short or too full. That one is full on the leg stump. And any good batsman would open his eyes and say thank you, as Palmer did. And he struck it through the mid-wicket boundary for a beautiful shot. He's on 26, Campbell on 83. He's been as solid as a rock. And Jamaica, 207 for 3, as Shem Holder is about to continue from the Joe Garner end.
Here comes Holder now and bowls to Campbell, who gets a short ball. He punches it into the offside. Should just get a run. Reefer picks it up just about now. And one more run to the tally. One more run to Campbell. He goes to 84. It's 208 then for 3.
The Jamaica batting coach would be very happy with this performance here today.
Yes.
After the first match, that dismal batting performance, nobody really scoring a 50. A few persons got 40s, 30s, and then they were very dismal. So they will be very pleased with this performance thus far.
Here he comes in now and bowls to Palmer, and Palmer gets another short ball that is cut away. The short third man can't score. I remember when Campbell played for the West Indies on the 90s, Chris Gayle actually said, look, this is the man I think that will take over from me. It never happened.
And he was very aggressive at that stage.
He was just like Gayle.
Yeah, so he's actually tempered his game.
He was seen as the next Gayle of West Indies cricket. As again, this one is flighted. And there comes Palmer on the front foot.
Barry, I remember in 2018 when he made his ODI debut, you said that look how life is. Campbell opening with Gayle.
Yes.
I remember you said that on commentary.
Campbell with Gayle.
With Gayle, with the ODI series
in the ODI
2018.
Series. Yes, correct.
When Gayle scored 100.
Correct, I did say that. That was like Simba in Lion King. As this one is short and cut away. Just one run. You know that Lion King story where the elder lion looked after his son, and he was trying to pass the baton, and unfortunately the dad died. What a movie, Lion King. So Gayle still living, of course. But his son hasn't passed on the baton.
So you're saying Gayle is gone and Campbell is still fighting to move on?
Campbell is still fighting to move on. Typical Lion King. Here he comes in again and bowls to Campbell, who's driving pleasantly, but straight to the cover area, and there is no run.
Orkan has fielded really well today.
He's had 2 catches.
2 catches and fielding in the cover.
Warwick is a good cricketer. Warwick is a good cricketer. I think that he has not had the opportunity to consistently show it for the West Indies. Again, this one is flighted on the line. The off stump played into the cover area. Warwick there again to end the over. 209 for 3. Campbell 84. Palmer 27 more from Tahir and from Linden Yard.
Yeah, Barry, I just wanted to ask a question. What's your thoughts on the pitch? Obviously, in the last game, there was something in it for the batsmen and the bowlers. Now we're seeing it perhaps in more of a batting paradise. What's your thoughts on the wicket, preparing for obviously for the upcoming test matches as well?
Not as much grass as the other pitch that they played on last week. This one is obviously more batting friendly. That's why Jamaica won the toss. After winning the toss, they batted first. And although the ball has given, pretty good zip, it's gone through, it hasn't died any, I think that is definitely a more batting paradise than it is a bowling friendly strip. So I think
Barry,
Jamaica have done
I have a question for you.
Sure.
After this delivery.
It's going to be Springer with 3 slips now and bowls to Palmer. Palmer's on driving, fielded there by the bowler, no run.
Do you think the most honourable Desmond Haynes, who's the chairman, the lead selector, will be inclined to go for an out-and-out opener rather than take a manufactured opener? Say, for example, a Brooks or Blackwood. Now that he's in that role, I think no better person to be in that role. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think he should. If he does it, I don't know if he will do it, but he should. I'll tell you why. As he comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is a delivery on the line, the off stump, playing into the offside, and there's no run. Cricket West Indies have gone to a great deal to put a criteria for selection. There was not one before. They've put a criteria for selecting teams, and I believe that selectors should not ignore that criteria and they should stick to it. If they do, they will find the players that they're looking for. Form, performance, commitment, and fitness are the 4 areas, elements of the criteria. As this delivery is short again, outside of the end, the off-step left alone. So if you look at those 4 elements, reputation is not in the criteria.
Good enough.
The 4 elements, I've outlined them.
Can you repeat the 4 elements again?
Form, performance, commitment, and fitness. There's nothing that says reputation. So having said that, you have to look at the players who fit that criteria to what you're selecting. That's why I didn't have any room for Shannon Gabriel. Because if he's picked purely off of the reputation of 2019. That's gone. We picked a World Cup squad off of reputation. Yeah. And that's why we got beaten so badly, because none of the players had real form, except for perhaps Evan Lewis. They lacked the commitment of playing for the West Indies, and they also did not have the fitness required. We played a team off of reputation because we thought that this was a team that won in 2016 and we're going to come and do it again in 2021. It doesn't work like that. So you have to pick the team off of the criteria that you have set out. So if Desmond Haynes picks a team based on giving a middle order batsman to open the batting, then that's wrong because that does not fit in for what you're requesting.
Policy.
Doesn't fit in with the policy.
I share your
And you
view.
have to respect the policy.
Yeah, I share your view. If you have those policies put in place, then you ought to use them. They're put there for a guideline. And just to add to the Evan Lewis that you mentioned, Rawson Chase was the only other player that had form going to the World Cup.
As this delivery is outside the line, the off-stump taken by the keeper, no run. And ironically, he didn't play until they started to fail.
Until they almost were out of contention for a player to go on.
So the over comes to the end, 209 for 3, Campbell 84, Palmer 27. This has been really good batting. The partnership is now 41. I've enjoyed this cricket because it's been good cricket between the two left-handers. They've looked assured. They have not done anything silly. And they've really batted with a purpose and commitment that has lacked in West Indies cricket recently. I was impressed with the game with Leeward Islands in the last match. The Leewards came back so beautifully. I mean, it's unfortunate that they lost in terms of how they fought back. But what they did was to show people that regional cricket has its value. Usually, the Leewards of old would have rolled up and just died. But a century in the second innings there from Devon Thomas, and they really batted well. The captain is as well. I think we need to keep a close eye on him because I think he's someone that can captain West Indies going forward as well. As this delivery from Shem Holder is flighted and into the onside, and just one run.
And an easy single again, Barry.
Another easy single.
In a position where the field is only 45, looking to save the single, but he's flat-footed.
Barbados look a little flat. That's the right word to use. They look a little flat.
They are flat-footed. And this is the second game in succession that we found this during this period of play where they've just gone flat and allowed the opposition to dictate the terms.
Yeah, they've got to watch that. Here comes Holden now to bowl to Palmer, and Palmer gets a delivery on the line of the off-stump. Again, he's on the front foot, defends it, and there's no run.
Just to inform listeners and viewers, stay tuned for that promise interview with David Green and Keith Holder. We promised that in the interval, but it will come during this period of play.
David Green,
yeah,
in charge of the footage?
He's streaming, yeah.
I must say to David Green, as this delivery is short and pulled away out to the mid-wicket area for perhaps a couple. I got a call from England, actually from the same person I mentioned earlier, and he was questioning as to who's doing the streaming. There was a level of impression left on him because he thought it was an international production, and I said, listen, this guy is good enough to do the international production, and I'm glad he's gotten an opportunity to show his worth. And he's also taken my advice to put the camcorder in so you can see the commentary panel.
Absolutely.
Here he comes in now, Shem Holder and bowls, and this delivery is on the line with the off-stump, defended into the offside, and there is still no run.
It's important that we showcase our cricket in the Caribbean and to showcase the talent we have. There's no shortage of talent that we know in the Caribbean. It's just a matter of exposing the talent and developing it.
Here he comes in again, Holder and bowls, and this delivery again is on the line, the off-stump defended. Look at England. Now, Stuart Broad was dropped for the first test here in 2019. Big mistake. Picked for the next two, and he shunned. England are not coming back here with that reputation. They've dropped Broad because they said, look, we need to move on. They're not afraid to move on with their cricket, as this one is driven hard into the ground, fielded there by the bowler to end the over, where it's now Jamaica Scorpions 212 for 3, Campbell 85, Palmer has 29. Like I said earlier, Leroy Lugg caught hard in bowl, Warwick in 39. Blackwood caught Warwick and bowl, Springer 1. Bonner caught Warwick and bowl, Carter 49. With Gordon, Harty, Merchant, Minley, Morris and Williams to come. We've had Harden 8 overs, no maidens, none for 34. Simmons 11 overs, 1 maiden, none for 53. Warwick 16 overs, he's bowled the lion's share, 5 maidens, 1 for 35. Springer 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 24. Reefer 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15. Holder 10 overs, no maiden, none for 40. And Carter 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7.
And speaking of abroad, there's also left out Anderson.
Yeah.
So it gives the opportunity for a couple other guys to step up and announce themselves. And I think that maybe with the New Zealand tour being around July, England will be matches between England and New Zealand, I think.
As this delivery again is on the line of the off-stump, very well bowled and well played. Just to the short third man position, and there's just 1 run.
I'm thinking that could be the thinking behind England omitting those two, but as I said, it provides an opportunity for some youngsters to put up their hands with garner some experience of playing in conditions where there'll be not a lot of cloud coverage and not a lot of swing of the ball, and wickets that would offer some pace. So quite a learning experience.
And after that Ashes series, they would want to bounce back here in the West Indies.
Oh, yes.
I really felt for England after the Ashes. I mean, well, everything went against them there. And
But you're probably the only Bajan that felt for England.
they were playing against Australia, perhaps that's why.
And I think those are two teams that are most teams just want to be.
No, England's probably my third team. West Indies, Pakistan, England. Those are my top three teams that I follow closely. Springer bowls outside the line, the all-stump taken there by the keeper, no run.
Yeah, and we do remember what happened the last time when the English did come to the Caribbean. I think that was the best Test cricket West Indies has played for a very, very long time, as you remember, Lyndon.
Hold the double.
Yeah, hold the double, the rich innings at Kensington Oval. But I'm happy to see Shamar Springer performing is important, because coming from the West Indies at 19, he went off the radar for a bit. But I'm happy to see him bowling well and batting well.
This delivery again is wide of the all-stump. Well taken there. Lots of pace as well. Well bowled by Shamar Springer. And there's still no run.
Yeah, good delivery just outside that off stump on a goodish length. And the batsman well entrenched. Palmer on 29 from 52 deliveries. And John Campbell with visions of 100. I think this will be his 6th regional 100. I'll check it for you. For Jamaica.
How much is Solizano on now?
I'll give you that too.
Again, outside the line of the off-stump, there's no run. I've just got a message from the Office of the Minister of Education, the Honourable Kay McConney. She's going to have an online press conference at the top of the hour. Has just been called. I wonder if we're going to be hearing about another pushback of schools. So the Honourable Kay McConney, she's just convened a press conference. It's going to start in about 20 minutes' time. As this delivery is edged through the slips and it's going to go down to the boundary for 4. Was not at a catchable height per se, but perhaps it should have been stopped. He's actually got between 3 men at slip and has got into the boundary for 4 more runs. 217 for 3 with Campbell on 86 and Palmer now going to 33.
And Trinidad and Tobago 149 for 4 with Solozano, the batsman, dismissed. Colombo Demba for 66, so 191 deliveries with 8 fours. So he didn't add. And here's Springer.
As this delivery is down the leg side, very wide, and taken there by the keeper. Campbell is running off for something. I'm not quite sure what's the problem, but it looks rather, serious. He actually is dashed off right away. As the over has ended.
Straight up the stairs, so it's an emergency call for sure.
An emergency call. 217 for 3.
You rush off the field.
I would never forget my good friend Andy Thornhill. Years ago, this is about 20 years ago at CBC, and I came in the studio, I was waiting on him, the theme was on, I was waiting until he came back. And when he came back, I said, Andy, where were you? He said, oh, I went to do what no one can do for me. Hello to you, Andy. I know you're listening. 217 for 3. Campbell 86. Palmer 33. More from you guys, and then it's Andrew Mason.
And in the other game, Guyana 116 out from 34.3 overs delivered in response 66 without loss. 66 without loss. With Monson Hodge on 23. Kieran Powell is on 28. And that is the score in that game. So the wicket. No wicket, and they've utilized some 4 bowlers. Kimo Paul, 1 over for 9 runs. Neil Smith, 5 overs for 19. Paul, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9. Neil Smith, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 19. Versami Pamal into the attack, 8.2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 21. And Clinton Prestano, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 8. So you've been brought up to date in the other games. And he's yet to give the public, and this is one thing about him, he always says his team just before the selectors announce his team. None other than Andrew Mason.
Who's that? Is that? Oh.
I'm sure the public are eagerly awaiting your team.
Yes.
You've been calling for teams, you've gotten teams, but you haven't fed the public your team. You're lately 13.
Well, I'll do that shortly. 217 for 3, and it's going to be Warren back in the attack.
I wonder if you had a conversation with Desi.
No, not since 1990. Or was it 91, Keith? Well, we're going to have the left arm spin of Warren to come into the attack. Now he's going to bowl to batsman who's been very solid, John Dylan Campbell from Kingston, Jamaica, 217 for 3. And he comes on his way from the northern end. He's in into this delivery, which is, he's in trouble, is he? There's an appeal for stumping. He went down the pitch. The bails came off, and umpire Brathwaite says no.
We'll get the replay, Andrew. I'm sure you'll call for it.
Yeah, well, here we go. Coming down the pitch. Is it that perhaps the keeper had to do it twice? We'll have to wait and see what happens here. But umpire Brathwaite says, though he was beaten, I don't know where he was going. The bails came off, and there was an appeal for a stumping, and umpire Brathwaite says no. So we wait the replay. 217 for 3.
First fault shot of the day for Campbell.
Yep, he lapsed in concentration there. Well, we'll see what Mr. Green, who was about to do an interview with Keith Holder's got for us. Here is the left arm spin of Warken. He's in and bows to Campbell, and Campbell is on the back foot, pushes into the offside down to cover, hurried back defensive shot. He's on 86, Palmer's on 33. They've added 49 runs, and this has been a good day for Jamaica. Warken comes in again and bows. Ball given to him, and he's hitting the ball in the air. Where's that gone? A lovely shot. A ball pitched up, and it's gone over the wide long off air. That's gone for 6. Lovely shot. And I think he wants to go to the 100 now without any difficulty. Given some air, and there was a whack over the top of long off. That's gone for 6 to carry Campbell to 92. Okay. Watched by the lead select on his birthday, Desmond Leo Haynes, the Honourable Desmond Haynes. And he goes to 92. So the 50 partnership has been realized by Jamaica. 223 for 3.
Beautiful shot, Andrew.
Here is a delivery, which is a hit in the air. Where's that gone? Another big hit. Oh my golly, it's going to go for 4 runs over the top of mid-off. Ball pitched up, and he says, look, this is about time to really break free now. And it went over mid-off, slowed as it got to the boundary. So he's been now a whisker of 100.
One scoring shot, Andrew.
One scoring shot. Let's see what he'll do. He goes to 96 now.
Last 2 balls, he scored 10.
He scored 10.
So unlike him for the whole day.
Yeah, you're right. Warken again to bowl to Campbell, who's 96, and to this delivery, he's on the back foot, looks to swing the ball away. 4 runs, and that's his 100. And he raises the bat to the acknowledgement of this crowd once, twice. And John Dylan Campbell, born September 21st, 1993, right at the Regent's Mecca, in front of the lead selected, the Honourable Desmond Leo Haynes, on his birthday, mind you, has made a statement with a wonderful 100, and he's carried his team into a pretty good position. Campbell exactly 100, and this has been good cricket from him. 179 balls, 284 minutes, a 6 and 10 fours. Congratulations to the man from the land of wood and water. Here's a delivery, which is on the line of the middle stump. Campbell goes back, deep in his crease, plays in front of him.
Top stuff there from John Campbell, scoring 100, his first 100 for the season, and stating his claim to perhaps be up for selection for the West Indies team.
10 fours and a 6, and looking to do things. He was dropped by Springer off an outswinger from Simmons earlier. And it was a sharp chance to his right that I think he should have held on to. He didn't. And Barbados have paid a heavy price for that. It's been a good day for the Jamaicans. 231 for 3. Show my very good friends in Jamaica, people like Wayne Lewis, and of course good old Maurice Foster. We'll be very happy with the performance, and in the media. Friends at KLS Radio and at, of course, RJR Radio. We'll be quite happy with the performance of John Dylan Campbell. What a name to have, Dylan.
A beautiful innings, Andrew. He started well, paced himself nicely. Got a couple freebies early from Simmons, but has paced himself superbly to get to a well-deserved 100. And he just get back to that.
Well, this delivery is beaten outside the off stump. Springhose, to my mind, bowled very well today. Medium pace, a bit of outswing. There was Palmer pushing the ball, went by to be taken by the keeper.
So we're saying a beautiful innings by John Campbell. Well constructed. played patiently, mixed defense with aggression. He was very aggressive in going to that 100. The last 3 scores were 6, 4, and 4 to break his 100.
Yep.
So he just stepped on the accelerator as soon as Warwick came back. So he didn't allow him to settle, Andrew.
Yeah, with the pace of Usain Bolt. He's in now, and Bowles edge, and is that a drop catch?
It is. It is.
Barbados has not been at their best today. Outswinger. Palmer came forward, and Carter put it down at second slip. And, oh, Springer can't believe it. A lovely, so he really bowled well, Springer. The outside is found, and I would think that Vasper Drakes has got some work to do in the slip cordon. Barbados won the game against the Hurricanes, but some of the catching was not the best, and that should have been held by Carter.
Very unlike Jonathan Carter, but usually a very, very good fielder, one of the best fielders in the Caribbean. So very.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that?
One of the better fielders in the Caribbean.
Oh, okay. One of the better fielders. Okay. All right, fair enough. But he should have held that.
Yes, indeed.
So, what do we have? Palmer dropped on 33. In fact, a drop catch as well earlier when Bonner hadn't scored as yet. Here's Springer. He's in and bowls. The ball pitched up and there we go. Flicking the ball away through mid-wicket. That happens all the time. One to get a second. Barbados has been shot in the field today. The return comes in from Simmons. And Palmer gets to it. Was full inflicted through mid-wicket for 2. So we had Springer dropping Campbell. And the easiest was the captain, before Bonner had scored, to push the ball to cover. It was a dolly. I would have caught that. I think my mother, Pearl Mason, who's going to be 87 next Monday, would have taken that as well. Here's the ball pitched up and ripped away. Passed it on. Lovely shot. It had the legs to get to the boundary. Yes, it does. Oh, that was a beauty. Pitched up on the line of the leg stump. And Campbell driving freely wide of mid-on. It was beautifully timed. And it went away down to wide long on. That's gone for 4. So he goes now up to, I make him 39, young Paul Palmer. And Campbell is 100. And the Jamaicans are rolling on at Kensington Oval. They go to 238 for 3.
Palmer's been allowed to score freely. He's 39 for 59 deliveries. So it's kind of picked up and really loved it left off.
Springer's in and bowls him into this delivery. Outside the off stump, fully allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper.
I have a question for you, Andrew.
Yes, Lyndon.
This is a very interesting question. And it says, pitches like these are partially to blame for the state of West Indies cricket. When batsmen can feel comfortable on such surfaces, and in a few weeks, genuine fast bowlers meet these same batters on grass-covered wickets, they will be exposed. What say you?
Well, I don't know if the pitch is all that slow. I don't. I mean, I don't believe that. I'll get back to that after this delivery. As this delivery is on the line to the leg stump, bowled by Springer. The batsman comes across. That's Palmer pushes to mid-wicket. There's no. I think this pitch has got some pace in it. We don't have fast bowlers to exploit the pace. And even Springer. I mean, if you see Springer's been getting the ball to bunks. Now he's a tall man, and there's this view that the pitches in the Caribbean are very, very slow. I think that when you look at it, we don't have genuine fast bowlers around who generate a lot of pace and ball. Let's start in Jamaica. Is there anyone in Jamaica that bowls quickly?
Outside of
O'Shane Thomas. But he bowls quickly for 1 over.
Let's go to leverage.
Let's go.
Where is he now?
Well,
he's disappeared off the radar.
He bowled quickly for 2 overs. I wonder what's become of him.
Yeah.
Highly thought of by Ian Raphael Bishop when he saw him. Let's go to the leewards. Is there anyone in the leewards with pace?
If you look at Archibald and Jermaine Louis, not you wouldn't consider them fast bowlers. Not fast, not genuinely fast bowlers that were ruffle batsmen.
Can we go to Guyana or Guyana?
You really want to go in Guyana?
Let's go.
Okay. Can we go to Trinidad and Tobago, the land of Calypso? Here is Warkan. He's in and bowls to Campbell, and Campbell is forward and drives. And this is getting easy. Down to long off. Gets a single. The Jamaicans are doing well. Barbados under the cosh. 239 for 3.
Jaden Caesar, a young promising fighter. I think he can improve his pace. I think he has room to improve his pace.
What about Gabriel, our good friend?
He's quick.
He's quick for 4 overs, 5 overs.
Alzari Joseph as well.
Yeah, sharpish.
Yeah. Very sharp.
Injury concerns.
Is anybody in Barbados with pace? Here is Warwick, and as he comes in to bowl to Palmer, and Palmer is on the back foot and pushes in front of him. field at that forward short leg position.
I guess then
comes across to pick it up. Have we left out any country? Shamar Holder, but he seems to have lost some pace. He doesn't seem to be fully fit. Here's Warkan, comes in and bowls. The ball which is played away, swept away by Palmer for one. We'll look for the second one. The return comes in, and they get to it. Went down behind the umpire. Simmons comes across to pick it up, fire the return. And the Jamaicans very fleet of foot, but of course it's a country of speed. Shelly Ann Fraser-Price. And of course you got Usain Bolt. So they know about speed, 2:41 for 3. In a minute, Tahir. A real lovely weather in Bridgetown.
And you sure if you look over to the east
well,
side
I mean, okay, no, that's in Christchurch. Here's the delivery, which is short of a length, bowled by Warkan. And on the back foot goes Palmer, who's on 41, pushes up towards that mid wicket here. 101 to Campbell, 241 for 3. Here is Warkan again. He's in and bowls. He's down the pitch, but gets a drive. Strowman off.
Through the legs of the bowler.
Oh, that's gone for 4. Well, they tell me he's a bit of a dasher. He came down the pitch, had a lot of power on that. And despite the fact that Warkan got his fingers to it, it burst through his fingers and went away like a shot from a gun, threw it off. That's gone for 4. So Campbell goes to 45. Make that 101. Palmer's 45. 245 for 3. 71 overs bowled. And the Barbadians are as flat as their own pancake. Oh, my golly.
Your question to Andrew.
What's the question again?
No, not a question, just a comment. Just going back to the message from the viewer or listener. For the past few years, we've been complaining about the pitches in the Caribbean that they haven't been up to standard for the batsmen especially. And we see the low scores. So I'm happy to see a pitch like this where the bowlers are forced to work for the wicket. And the batting must be given credit. The Jamaican batsmen have bat well, and unfortunately, the Barbados team has not fielded as well as they should. But I'm impressed with the batting performance and the pitch put on here today. Obviously, you would want something a bit more for the bowlers as compared to the last game. But I'm impressed by the pitch today.
Yeah, well, it's a good pitch. I think when I look at the bowlers, I think Spring has bowled well enough, in my view, to have picked up a couple more. Jamaica won the toss, quite rightly decided to bat. And Lug caught Harden by Warkan 39. Blackwood caught by Warkan off Springer for 1, and Bonner caught Warkan by Carter 49. The first wicket fell at 71, the second at 77, the third at 168. Here's Springer as he comes in now to bowl to Campbell, and Campbell is coming onto the front foot to one of the leg stump and pushes down towards Bedon. The bowler comes across to pick it up, and there is no run. So John Dylan Campbell get into 100 and make it a statement, and quite appropriately, he's been watched by the birthday boy. We're talking about the lead selector, the Honourable Desmond Leo Haynes. And, well, some people say February is the best month of the year. Are you a February born, Lyndon?
No, Andrew.
Here's a ball pitched outside on the off stump, bowled by Springer. And the batsman is forward. Campbell looking to drive. It goes by to be taken by the keeper. What month are you?
September.
You're a September man.
Middle of the hurricane season.
Hurricane season, yes.
When are you, Andrew?
Oh, I'm May born, Gemini.
Oh, wow.
Coming up.
Just after me.
Oh, what are you?
April.
You're April man.
April the 25th.
245 for 3. So here we go. Springer starts his run. Comes in to bowl to Campbell, and Campbell is along the ball to go outside the off stump. He's 101 and will make his country proud with his energy, with his commitment, with his tenacity. Sure that Prime Minister Andrew Holness and his cabinet and the opposition and all those wonderful supporters there in Jamaica. My good friend Mr. Billy Haven, who's been the undisputed leader of the Jamaica Cricket Association for several years now. Of course, people like Mark Neatif, the Melbourne man. Hello to you, Mark. Haven't spoken to you in a long time. Good man is Mark. Here's Springer. He's in bowls outside the off stump. Campbell allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. 245 for 3. With Campbell 101, Palmer 45. I shall endeavour to run through the details of the bowling for Barbados. Here we go. Harden 8 overs, no bid is done for 34. Simmons 11 overs, 1 bid none for 53. Warkan 18 overs, 5 minutes, 1 for 57. Springer 14 overs and 4 balls, 4 minutes, 1 for 35. Reefer 5 overs, 1 bid none for 15. Holder 10 overs, no minutes done for 40, and Carter 5 overs, 2 minutes 1 for 7. Springer's in and bowls the ball pitched on the leg stump, worked away neatly down to backward square for one. Will surely come back for the second and will get it comfortably. Skipping to his right is Holder to pick it up. Fires the return to the base of the stump. They're back for the second. Jamaicans are doing very well. So with that, Campbell goes to 103. Palmer, his first officer, he's on 45. The two have combined beautifully, with visions of making another big partnership. Is now realized 79 for wicket number 4, 247 for 3. It's been a great day for Jamaica. Here is Springer comes in and bowls outside the off stump. The batsman plays a loose shot. Campbell may be beginning to lose a bit of concentration now, and the ball flies by to be taken by the keeper to end the over at the end of it. We've now had 72 overs bowled, so the new ball beckons as well. 247 for 3 is the latest score at Kensington.
The question being asked, Andrew, what about the psychological effect of seeing the bare surfaces without grass, and the lack of pacers?
No, you're right, and I think that might have influenced the Jamaica having won the toss today to bat as well, because and I'll ask you maybe to compare this pitch with the one that was used for the Leewards game. I think the Leewards one had a bit more bounce. You reckon?
Yeah, the wicket. The pitch that was offered for the Leewards game was full of grass, and it offered more bounce and more pace as well. This one, perfect for batting in my opinion. No grass whatsoever. The bounce not as consistent or as steep as the pitch offered for the Leewards Island Hurricanes game, but a good batting strip basically for the batsman to. Once you dig in, you can get runs, as John Campbell is showing. Just go through the gears, and even Paul Palmer, who's scored a quick fire 45 off 65 deliveries.
It's going to be your favorite bowler, Craig Brathwaite.
Oh.
He's in to bowl to Palmer. Palmer's driving back to Brathwaite, spectators catch. When he came on and got 2 wickets against the Leewards against the run of play with his dibbly-dobbly bowling. But of course he's got a 6-wicket haul in the test match. I'm sure he'll remind you of that. In comes Brathwaite, the off spinner comes in and bowls to Palmer. Palmer's forward wrapped in the pad, and the bowler was about to go up with the big appeal but didn't strangle it because it was not on. Now Campbell comes down to have a word with Palmer, maybe wondering,
possibly advise him not to get too comfortable with what is being served after tea.
This lollipop may get drowned in the honey, as they say. 247 for 3 Jamaica. They're doing well. So here we go. A slip backward point, short extra cover. As Brathwaite comes up, he's in and bowls, and he's onto the front foot, given lots of air on the off stump. And Palmer's just coming forward, pushing square in the offside. There's no run. There's a man at covered deepish, mid-on, short mid-wicket, and Simmons all alone down to the square leg boundary. Now, Brathwaite decides to attack. He decides to pull the short extra cover, and Mosey will go to City Point. I suppose because of what happened the ball before, where the batsman came forward, the ball went from the inside edge onto his pad. He comes up now, Brathwaite, in bowls to Palmer. He's on the pitch when he gets there, drives. Where's that gone?
Lofted.
Lofted. Lovely shot. That's gone for 4 runs. That's gone up towards that mid-on area. Soon as the City Point came in, he said, well, yes, I'm going to go after you. And it goes away for 4, getting easier. The 250 is now come over the board for Jamaica.
Yes.
Some 5 sixes and 27 fours in 72 overs and 3 balls.
4 balls.
What a performance. Here is a delivery which is short. The batsman is back and pulls it. Where's that gone? 4 runs, 2 mid-wicket. 50 for Palmer. This is so easy. It's a simple assignment for the Jamaicans in Bridgetown. I'm sure when they arrived, they didn't think it was going to be this easy. It's almost like like a Sunday morning, a Tuesday afternoon in Bridgetown, short and pulled away by Palmer. He gets to his 50, and Jamaica are rolling on. They're 255 for 3, and this is getting easier. And now there's a concession where the City Point has been pulled away. And
I know you, Andrew. You're big on your feelings in front of the bat, but were you surprised that Craig Brathwaite is using a City Point at this stage with what he's bowling? With what he's offering now?
You're right. When he comes up now, he's in to bowl to Palmer, and Palmer is forward. Ball pitched up, and he just eases it into the offside down to that cover area. So he's 53, Palmer. With him is Campbell, 103. And Jamaica are very good here against Barbados. They're 255 for 3, which is the latest score at Kensington. Time for drinks.
With Palmer some 71 deliveries for his 50, and it's been a beautiful knock. He's come out to the wicket, to the pitch, join his partner in Captain John Campbell, who's played magnificently. It's been a good partnership, Andrew, that's really taken the game from the Barbados side, who at this stage again, like they were in the first game against Leeward Island Hurricanes, they are hard pressed to stay in the game. To stay in the contest, it simply means that they have to pull the lengths back again. So you have to control the batsman. The bowlers have got to know that. In order to stem the flow of runs, you must control the batsman. In order to build pressure, you must take wickets. So if you're not going to get those wickets, then you've got to control the batsman. And since Palmer's come out, he's been allowed to score freely, and he's been able to galvanize a very, very good partnership with his captain, John Campbell, who's batted magnificently for his superb century. And at the first hour's break after tea, Jamaica enjoying the exchanges between Barbados Pride, who were victorious in the first round. Jamaica, they traveled from Trinidad where they went under, and now in Bridgetown they're flying high above. So I say that and I leave you in the capable hands of Roland, who will join you, Andrew, as Jamaica are very much at the same Jamaica, large and
in charge. And I suppose if you're Jamaican, and I know you're reggae man, they're raiding the bar like Anthony B. You like that? Yeah. And did you know Anthony B?
No, Andrew. I know him by hearing his music.
Okay. You know Sizzler? The sweet to the belly?
Kalonji?
Yeah.
Brilliant knock by Palmer.
Yeah, tremendous knock, huh?
Yeah, and his 950 in first class cricket. He just continue with his form from the 2019-2020 season, where he scored some 432 runs with he scored 116. So he's continuing his form. Who knows? He could be in the reckoning for selection as well.
You never know. Yeah.
On the day past Valentine's, Andrew, I know Gregory Isaac. Sad to know that you're leaving.
Oh, wonderful, Gregory Isaacs. Of course, that's Roland Bush's favorite singer of all time. But then someone just sent me a note and said that's not true. His favorite singer is Tom Jones. Or Engelbert Humperdinck. You know, my Delilah. How are you, my good friend? Of course, you're from that vintage, aren't you?
I will let that one go by outside.
No, talk to me. You talk to me, Roland. Earlier we had a wonderful discussion, of course, with our good friend Gregory Nichols, who in the midst of the conversation, a couple of clients called him and said, look, come off the radio, you got to deal with some legal work. So he's left us, he's gone back to his, in his Jaguar, because he's driving a Jaguar nowadays. Have you seen him? 255 for 3. And he's gone back to his posh offices there somewhere in Bridgetown. But how do you assess it now, Roland, but as you joined me? 255 for 3, big advantage to the Scorpions.
I think Scorpions very much in charge. They have been right from the outset, really. I think the opening partnership really set the pattern of what we've seen since then. And Bonner came and he kept it going. And now Paul Palmer, he's come and he's kept it going. One constant really has been Campbell, who's been there right from the off.
Well, it's going to be Springer continues his in balls and driven through mid-off by Campbell out towards the boundary. One, they'll get a second. Didn't time it all that well. Just get the feeling that as he approached his 100, he said, look, I'm going to break free now. That was driven. It was in the air. And it went through wide bit off, almost extra cover. And Brathwaite went after it, and they got a second. So I suppose he feels now that the time has come to maybe go into third gear. He goes to 103, 255, 457. He's 105, 257 for 3. Here he is, getting the ball on the legs and whips it through mid-wicket. They'll get one. They'll come back for the second. As it's Hardin coming across to pick it up, losing his cap in the process, moving from that mid-wicket in the boundary. They're back for the second. So the Jamaicans are playing very well now. They're under no pressure at the region's Mecca. And they've put the Barbados side under tremendous pressure in Bridgetown in their own backyard. 107 to Campbell, Palmer 53. Yes, Roland. After this delivery, Springer comes up now. He's in and bows to Campbell. Campbell gets a short ball and plays it square in the offside. Down to that backward point. On the boundary, an easy single, getting easier for the Barbados team. And now they'll get an extra run as the return is sloppy from, is that Mosey down there? And in the end, It went down to short, fine leg, and they got an extra run. But this has been Barbados. They've been very flat, 261 for 3. Just get the feeling sometimes of this, hoping that something happens. They won against the Leewards, but there were periods in that game against the Leewards. Sometimes people don't like to analyze success, because in success there's also failure, when the Barbados side was actually absolutely flat. Here is Springer, comes up now, he's in, and to this delivery, which is on the leg stump, worked away neatly into the onside by Campbell for another run. The Jamaicans are running here really now. Barbados are under tremendous pressure. Campbell 110, Palmer 53, 262 for 3. And with this kind of score, you're looking to get a big one, maybe 400 to 500 runs, but you never know. Cricket is a funny game. Partnership has realized 94 runs, and Barbados cannot find the answer. The conditions are overcast, but I suppose you can say the sun is shining on Jamaica. 262 for 3. Springer now decides to bring the backward point in to save the single. Palmer settles, he's on 53, he's batted well. Springer's in and bows him into this delivery. He's allowing the out Springer to go by, to be taken by the keeper. 262 for 3. In another, 10 minutes or so, it's going to be Man United, who are going to be playing against your team, Brighton. They're going to try and win. It starts at 4:50. They're going to watch Man United. They've been dropping points.
Angie, you made a suggestion just now about Campbell's thought process. I would sincerely hope that that's not part of his thought process, because I'll come back to that in a minute.
Here's Springer, comes up now, in bows to Paul Palmer, and Palmer is forward and drives up to mid-off. There's no run. Yes, Roland.
Yeah, I think what Campbell should be thinking about right now is that I've done the hard work, I've got 100.
Right.
And really, his mind should be firmly set on scoring a double 100. There's no point in being aggressive and give it away now.
No.
The wicket is flat, the bowlers are tiring, you're in a good partnership. It's time to go big and really then send a serious statement to the West Indies selectors. So his thought process really should all be about just batting and looking to get a double 100.
I agree with that.
Correct.
Terry, you agree with that as well?
I agree. 6 overs to the new ball as well. Do you think Barbados probably will take the new ball straight away?
Well, I don't know if we're going to have the energy to. 262 for 3. Keith Holder's got lots of energy. He's also got David Green, he's not in green. Is that grey? Is that lovely colour he's got? It looks like a brand name one as well. Maybe he bought it somewhere in Broad Street. Now, 262 for the loss of 2. We're going to have a change in a minute as Craig Brathwaite with his uncomplicated off breaks to come in. Keith, I'll just do this delivery and then hand to you. And the first ball is bang on target, and it's Campbell on 110 going back, pushing up towards mid-off to give me an opportunity to just leave you. And Roland, you're going to come in and describe the action after the delivery, and I'll give it to Keith. Here's the delivery, which is on the line of that middle stump, and just played away off the inside edge by Campbell down to mid-wicket for 1. He goes to 111, 262 for loss of 3, make that 263 for 3. More from you, and that's going to be Keith Holder.
Yes, and Campbell really has batted quite beautifully for his 111. He's down on Nelson, as they say, and David Shepherd, the umpire, he would have 1 foot off the ground now until Campbell gets off that score. And welcome back to you, Keith.
Thanks again, Roland. And the score now goes on to 263 for 3 overcast conditions. One gets the impression that we won't be seeing the sun for the rest of the day. Advancing and then checking the stroke, driving it out into the offside, and there is no run. So Campbell on a Nelson 111, Palmer has 53, and Brathwaite is in his second over with a slip point, deep cover, extra cover, short mid-off, mid-on. He also has the long off straightish mid-wicket, and back goes Palmer, defensively played on the offside of the pitch, and there is no run. And suddenly the sun wants to prove me wrong amidst the overcast conditions. Brathwaite from the Guyana end, and swinging well out through forward square, and umpire Blades waiting to confirm whether it's going for the maximum, and now he has that confirmed. That's 6. Well swept by Palmer, and it's his first 6 along with 8 fours, moves to 59 from 77 balls. It also brings up the 100-run partnership, as pointed out by our scorer Susan Bell. 138 deliveries, 93 minutes, 10 fours, and 2 sixes with Campbell's contribution.
And Keith, I've just got a message coming through from a concerned citizen. Tells us that it looks like the rains are on its way. It says it's raining cats and dogs in Christchurch South. So it looks as if we're going to be getting the shower at some point. I think a shower right now would be quite a good thing for Barbados, because there would be no further damage being inflicted. They can get off the field, have a sit down, have a chat, because at the moment things are going perfectly for the Scorpions. They're now 269 for 3, and really they have got all the answers. Really, Barbados very much behind the 8 ball.
Yes, well, it's a sort of surface. Once you win the toss, you would have said thank you very much. Without doubt, this is for batting, not a blade of grass. And it looks as though Shem Holder will now come back into the attack. He is bowled 10 overs, no maidens, none for 40, 269 for 3. A slip is in, a point, deep cover, extra cover, long off, and he bowls short. And it's driven down to long on for a single. So Campbell moves to 112. 59 is Palmer. 270 for 3. They've put together 102 for this 4th wicket. 39 Leroy Lugg, Jermaine Blackwood 1, and Nkrumah Bonner 49. 270 for 3 after this. 14 overs are left on this, the opening day of the 2nd round of regional matches. And here at Kensington Oval, Lugg is forward. Let's welcome David Green, the Managing Director of Interactive Media Services. We've been talking from the last round about the excellent work being done and what goes into the production, not knowing all of the staff members. You just see them and you need to find out about the finer details. As back goes Palmer and clips it down to short, fine leg, fielded by Reefer. There is no run. I believe when David is finished speaking that Roland Busher will want to be part of his production team. He's an ambitious man, whether it's cricket, football as a coach. 270 for 3. Holder from around the wicket. Forward is Palmer, just pushes it down on the offside, and Dorrit from behind the stumps to do the fielding. So 2 balls left in Holder's 11th over. And the question of whether the off spinner or the leg spinner, which end they should bowl from, it's a debate that Harold Eastman likes to enter into all the time. And there's an appeal. Not out says the umpire as Dorrit takes it. Rolling one of the rare deliveries that he's gone past the bat.
Yeah, that was well bowled there by Shem Holder. This over, it's been a pretty good one. He slowed it up somewhat, and just not trying to bowl as quickly as he's bowling before his, and that was a good delivery.
So Holder again from around the wicket at the Marshall end, and driving off the inner portion of the bat, it goes down towards fine leg. They will come back for the 2nd run. Reef is now on to the ball. His return goes in on the full to Dorrit, and a couple runs to Palmer, taking him into the 60s on 61. Campbell has 112. Jamaica Scorpions 272 for 3. Let's welcome the big man, David Green. Big in position, big in size, big all round. Managing Director of Interactive Media Services. I'm not trying to imitate Andrew, I'm just speaking naturally, David. Welcome.
Well, thank you for having me. And that big in size is quite true. I don't know about the other parts.
Look, you've been doing a wonderful job with your team from last week, but you've been in this business now, I believe, for about a quarter of a century. You know, international games are played, and you see you all around. So much has been said in terms of comments about the wonderful pictures which have been presented. Tell us what goes into all of this work, David.
What goes into it? A lot of hard work. The thing is to just know the basics. Once you know the basics in terms of cricket and your current positions, we can make limited resources look like more than what it is.
Right. Having said that, we watch the stream, whether we are here at Kensington Oval, in our homes, at work, you name it. And then for me, I'm going to jump the gun and get back to some of the basics. I'm going to jump the gun and put the question to you about the replays. After this delivery, as Harding replaces this captain Braffett from the Joel Garner end, right arm fast, short, and pull with disdain. Oh my word, this guy John Campbell taking advantage. He's well entrenched, and that was swung through backward square for 4, his 11th boundary, along with a 6, 116. He has 276 for 3. Let's hear from David Green. The replays.
Yes, sir.
I'm jumping the gun. So therefore, like that stroke which was just played, and you want to get a replay, how is that done?
Well, we have a system where we record each camera individually.
Here is Harding in again, and forward it comes off the inner portion of the bat, squirts towards the area of leg slip, and they take a single as Dowrich runs from behind the stumps. 117 Campbell, 61 Palmer, 277 for 3. Yes, David?
Right. So as it records each camera, we can then select which angle will give you the best replay, and then we just need to go back, call it up, and play it.
Who is responsible for that?
In this present team, we have a director / replay person called Julia Bess. She's the one who's switching between each camera and also doing the replays at the same time.
Here is Harding outside of the off stump. Palmer doesn't play. And on that,
and mind you, I must say, right,
yes,
that her job right now, she's doing the job of like 2 or 3 people.
Whoa.
So she's constantly, her brain has to be constantly firing, right? Because it isn't something that you can relax at any one particular point in time.
How long has she been in this business, and were you her teacher from the outset?
Well, I've known Julia now for about 3 years.
Okay.
And I think around 3 years, yeah.
Yeah.
And we've been teaching her some stuff.
Here is Harding, short, looking for the pull, and the batsman is Palmer. The ball goes down towards gully. There's no run. I believe, therefore, David, she understands the game far better than her dad, Ian, who believes he knows cricket tall.
Well, I don't know about that, but what I do know is that in terms of video production and such, like, she has a good basic understanding of that. She's well grounded, so therefore, as a result, it's easy for her to understand what I'm telling her, and she can do it.
Here is Harding in again to Palmer outside of the off stump, and he lets it go. I know for the opening round you had Ashton Ford Reefer, who is the wife of Raymond Reefer, as the scorer, and also a chap by the name of Shamar Chuda as the cameraman. Yes. And now for this game, I recognize that Ashton hasn't turned up today. I'm not going to ask you why, but I see another Wanderers in Melissa King. They both are known as scorers for Wanderers. They score for BCA in crucial competitions when it reaches the knockout stages, etc., the final trial matches, practice matches. Here is Harding in again to bowl to Palmer. Back he goes and forces it square on the offside for a single. Holder comes off the boundary quite quickly. And 62 now is Palmer, 117 Campbell. A partnership of 110 as Jamaica Scorpions move on to 278 for 3. Let's hear more from David Green. I've mentioned a couple of names to you. So tell us again about the fine point rows of Ashton Ford Reefer, Melissa King, and Shamar Chuda.
Right, so the first 2 names, Ashton Ford Reefer and Melissa King, they're the scorers.
Yeah.
First time I'm working with them actually, and so far I have no sort of complaints. They've just like took to this like a duck to water, as they would say. You know? So they've been doing a marvelous job, and Shamar, he's been working with us now for about 2 or 3 years as well, and we've been training him as well in terms of this. He doesn't get the opportunity to work a lot of cricket, but when he's come and done it, and trust me, the results have been pretty good.
Here's Hole at the start of another over. This is his 12th, pushed out on the offside, and there's no run. We're talking with David Green, the Managing Director of Interactive Media Services. So for all of you who are watching on the stream and you see the wonderful pictures and you ask for replays and you are saying to Cricket West Indies, employ these people some more, spend some big money, let us have DRS and all this sort of stuff. Using his feet, tremendous shot, clouting it over the top, and that's gone for buying. And let's see now the arms of umpire Gregory Braffett. He's waiting a while, he's not even too sure. Come on, Gregory, what's that? 6? He took a year. And someone is going to say, man, Keith, only see you take a year to make a decision that was so easy. The ball hit all the way over long on into the unit and in the stand. A bit overcast, rolling. Could that be the reason? Or did you pick up that it was a 6 from early?
Well, I didn't see the ball at all, Keith. So he's in a much better position. But from here, once he played the shot, I certainly lost sight of it. As you said, the background to the hero in his stand is green, yellow, blue. And it's very overcast outside. So I certainly lost where the ball went.
Yeah, so Palmer with his second 6 moves to 68, 284 for 3. So all of these viewers, David, who call for the replays and say, hey, that one was pitching between wicket and wicket, the umpire seems to have been a bit, I don't know, lacking in sight at the particular moment, more of that in the moment. And back goes Palmer and pushes Holder back down the pitch. There is no run. I believe course must be a big thing. Is it likely to happen in your opinion, or we are just getting a bit ahead of ourselves? And
you mean DRS?
Sorry?
You mean having DRS?
Yes. A sweep here, and Reefer slides and makes the save. So he's at short, fine leg, as it was swept by Palmer. That single now takes him to 69, 117 Campbell, 285 for 3. 12 overs are left after this. The clouds just coming and going and shifting, and I reckon that it should be okay. Naturally, perhaps a little overtime to be done. Solitary slip for Holder, point. There's a sweeper right on the boundary, short extra cover. Tough day in the field for Barbados Pride. And forward is Campbell, pushes it on the offside. There is no run. Long off, long on. Deep square leg, just backward, and a short, fine leg. There's also the mid on, a bit whitish for Holder, the off spinner. With 1 ball left in his 12th over. Still from around the wicket at the Malcolm Marshall end. And it swung for another big one through mid-wicket. On this occasion, that's a 4. And Gregory Braffett with that left leg place in style in front and making the signal. So 289 for 3. Campbell goes on to 121 with his 12-4 along with 1-6. Palmer has 69. Here is more from David Green about course and DRS and the technicalities.
But Keith, before that, I would like to ask David a question.
Roland, feel free to ask David 5 straight questions.
That's a question. I just want to know, David, is there a cheap way of doing DRS? I know that before the discussion has been how expensive it is. From your point of view, is there a cheap way of doing it?
Not that I'm aware of. The thing with DRS is that it isn't just the cameras. It is the ball tracking technology. And that isn't something you can go and buy off your shelf. As a matter of fact, the companies who do DRS for international company, that software is proprietary to them, Hawkeye. So that isn't something that anyone can just go and buy off your shelf and do it.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, after this ball,
Harding into ball to Palmer, short, and he flashes it down through point. Seemingly was picked up late, but even if he had moved early, still no chance to pick it up. And that's another boundary through the covers. And this Jamaica pair really putting back to ball here at Kensington Oval. Palmer with his 9-4 along with 2 6s moves on to 73. It's 293 for 3. More from David.
Right, so I was just going to give my opinion here that it's my opinion too that if, for instance, even on the international stage, if the DRS was not mandated that it has to be in certain games, it wouldn't be in certain games because the cost is so high. And when you come down to our regional competition here,
Harden is in again to Palmer, and outside of the off stump, he lets it go. David.
One of the things that we got to recognize is, for instance, in this competition, it isn't just Barbados versus Jamaica playing; it's 3 games playing. So that is the cost multiplied by 3 times. So that isn't something that I can ever see happening in our regional cricket, unless we get a really big benefactor that will come and put some money behind the game.
Well, Roland knows a lot of multi-millionaires in England. He can probably use his influence. Barry has put forward the question of the speed gun, David. So let's see how fast now this gentleman by the name of Keon Harden is bowling. How fast did that go through outside of the off stump, no stroke from Palmer? The speed gun.
Not a clue. what I said regarding the speed gun, I know presently, for instance, the same company Hawkeye, they do the speeds with the ball tracking.
Yes.
Years ago, I remember, like during the 2007 World Cup, I remember they used to actually place an actual radar unit to get the speeds. Yeah. But I can't really say what is the cost of that.
Here's Harden again, a slip in the gully, short, fairly brisk delivery, but in the circumstances, seeing the ball as big as a bright fruit, he allows it to go through to Durridge. Palmer, the batsman, on 73. Campbell, 121. I know you have a couple more questions, Roland.
No, Keith, I just really wanted to make a point in relation to the whole issue of speed gun and speeds, right? The speed gun and the speeds that they show is really for, it's a spectator thing, right? And I'll tell you, I'll come in after this ball, I'll tell you what I'm really talking about.
Here's Harden again, bowling right arm fast over the wicket from the Joel Garner end. Back goes Palmer to one, vicious pitch short and turns it wristily through the short backward square area. Mosley running around to do the fielding, that's another single. So he's now on to 74. Campbell 121, it's 293 now for 3 in their first innings, Jamaica. Yes, Roland?
Yeah, right. What I'm saying is you shouldn't really pay a lot of attention to the speed gun, Keith, because the speed gun will show you that Harden has just bowled a ball at 150. In actual fact,
in he goes again, and short, searching for the pull and not making the connection that he would have wanted, Campbell, on that occasion. Durrett stops it.
Right. The thing with the speed gun is, Keith, the speed gun picks up the speed of the ball when it leaves your hand, right? In actual fact, when the ball reaches the batsman, it's only going at about 60 off the pitch. So, you know, people think, oh, he's bowling at 150. You know, he's not bowling at 150. The ball's left his hand at that speed. When it hits the pitch, it loses speed.
Okay.
So it only reaches the batsman at about 60. So it is for the spectators to feel, oh, that's quick.
Okay. Thanks for that bit of education. Outside of the off stump, after the ball had passed, Campbell in that traditional style, playing what he said would have been a pull. The end of the over, 295 for 3. Harden now 10 overs, no maidens, none for 46. John Campbell 121. Paul Palmer 74. They've added 127.
Right, and Keith, you see, and the other thing also is that the full pitch deliveries are always quicker than the ones that hit the pitch. When the ball hits the pitch, it loses speed. So a full pitch delivery is certainly quicker. It would register quicker. So when you see a batsman flinching and you think, oh, that was quick, it is not that quick, really.
I'm grateful for that information, Roland, because there are a couple callers, one in particular, who is always insisting that even at this level, that we should be seeing the speeds of a Harden or Shamar Holder, Ramon Simmons, or Reefer, you know, the medium pacers, the out-and-out fast bowlers. How can that cause me help?
What exactly was that accomplished, though? Because whatever speed the person has bowled at,
yes,
it doesn't make a difference at the end of the day. I mean, it's all about the skill.
Yes.
No, it's part of the entertainment of the game. That's all it is now. It is a gimmick that spectators hang on to and would like to. It's a discussion point that this guy is bowling at 150, but people who really understand what happens, I'll come back to that in a minute.
As Reefer replaces Shem Holder from the Malcolm Marshall end. His first delivery is pushed into the covers by Palmer, looking for a non-existent single. Holder comes to do the fielding. There is no run, 295 for 3.
And what I'd like to say about that as well too is that things that he's speaking is really a television tool, right?
Yes.
When you look at any sport production, you need figures and such like to really do your analysis, right? So the speed gun aids in that as well, right? To give commentators and analysis talking points. But the truth of the matter is, before there was television, if all this coverage was just radio, you would not have speed guns and such.
I like that, David. I'm curious about the cameras. You told me 2 cameras here in operation.
Giving away secrets, yeah.
So how are you able to do such a tremendous job like this with just 2 cameras? Educate us, please. Here is Reefer with a slip and a gully outside of the off stump. No stroke from Palmer. Jamaica 295 for 3.
Well, there's two cameras on the action, and basically it's understanding how cameras work, understanding shots, understanding shot selections. So, for instance, if a camera pans away following the ball and I cut back to the pitch, I can go back to that camera on another shot, right? It's going to look like more than 1 camera, but in effect it's only 2 cameras.
Okay, that's when you know your stuff. Here's Reefer in again to Palmer, and back he goes solidly, plays it up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
What David's really saying is doing the basics well.
Correct.
I mean, and it is like the game. If you do the basics well,
yeah,
it looks easy.
Yeah. Do you think that the commentators pressure you into calling for replays on a regular basis? Do you think they overdo it at times, especially if a particular commentator is on?
What I would say is that I think that things like replays at this level is quite new. So when things are new, people are excited and want it. You know?
Reefer the Palmer, he defends it back down the pitch on the onside, fielded by the bowler, and there's no run.
But Keith, it adds to the enjoyment of the spectator. To something has happened, whether it's a lovely shot or whatever, or drop catch or whatever. It's an event that happened, and some people may have seen it, but they want to take a closer look, and we want to take a closer look as commentators. So it's nice to have a replay so you can have another look.
Reefer's in again to bowl to Palmer. Short, flashes at the outside of the off stump. Goes through a bit low, not taken cleanly by Dorich. Seemingly bounced off his chest, his body. 295 for 3. Yes, Roland. Yeah.
And how many times do we watch something, think we saw something, and then when it replays, we see something totally different?
Oh, yes. And I'm glad that Roland is next to you, because we have promoted him as the individual with the best eye to determine whether a ball was pitched outside of the leg stump.
I'm the oldest one in this commentary box, but I've got the best eye.
Here's Reefer in again to Palmer. Short ball, and he sparks it out towards extra cover, ricochets off the hand of Warwick, goes down to mid-off, and there is no run. If you were to put down, I don't know, a tram line or imaginary tram line, when we figure that balls are pitched between wicket and wicket, could it be a case, David, that the ball may be a half-inch outside of where that line we felt it really pitched?
Yeah, that's important, because the thing is that most of us are spectators of cricket. All of us have opinions, all of us. And when we watch it at the international level and we see a ball pitching and we think, oh, that's out, then we see 2 seconds later that was just pitching outside the off stump or something like that. So that tram line, yes, could aid, but remember, those umpires, they don't have that.
10 overs are left in the day's play. I'm asking Barry Wilkinson to come and give me a break. Barry, come on, please. You're here with your boy David, and I know that you are keen on having a couple questions for David, as well as Harding pounds that one into the turf, and it goes over the head of the keeper. So keep talking, and Barry will come on and push some more questions at you.
Oh boy, it feels like the fire's underneath me.
Oh yes.
No, but this line of conversation is obviously, again, can add to the enjoyment of the listeners and the spectators who don't really get a chance to understand. They see these things and they take it for granted when they see a replay or et cetera, but they don't really understand what goes into providing an instant replay, those sort of things. You know, and as the game evolves, the game of cricket evolves, you know, these things have come into play to enhance the product and the enjoyment for the spectators.
Correct.
Well, hello to you gentlemen both. It's going to be Harden now to bowl to Campbell, and Campbell gets to deliver that short. He does what they call a duck hook, or he just paddles the ball out to the mid-wicket area. And the total now swiftly moves on to 296 for 3. When it was on last, it was actually the 200 came up. So they scored 100 runs in quite a quick period, because I believe Campbell would have been about 80 when he was on. He's now 122, and Palmer's is raced to 74. Partnership of 128, so this is really enterprising batting. Similar to what happened last week, Roland, when we saw Devon Thomas put on that partnership with his captain and also Casey Carty.
Yeah, but unfortunately for Devon, he was not able to go on. I think Campbell is doing the right thing, looking to go big. You know, he needs to send a statement.
Here comes Hardy now and bowls to Palmer, and Palmer is again just nudging this one to the forward square position. The bowler fields to his own bowling, and there's just another single. 297 for 3, so we're getting up now to 300 runs, and this is ominous. Barbados conceding 300 runs on day one. Hasn't happened in quite some time. It's good for cricket, and it certainly makes you proud to see West Indies cricket come to this level, where last week they were bowled up for 141, and now they've rebounded to 297 for 3. This is good for Jamaica.
I remember this is the same pitch that that Rodman Powell scored his century in that T20.
We should also give some credit to the ground staff for producing a good batting pitch on day one of this match.
Well, I prefer to see perhaps a more all-round pitch on day one, as this one is short and it's played down to the long leg region for one, because you figure that if you're going to get this on day one, it doesn't leave a lot of a day 2, 3.
But it's, you know, the dryness of the pitch.
The pitch to me in the game against Leewards was an ideal 4-day pitch.
Well,
ideal. It had something in for everyone, and it showed in the game.
It was a good pitch, and it was a good game.
Yeah.
This could be also a good game too. I mean, it is very dry, short of grass, so there could be some turn later on.
Here comes Harden now and bowls, and this time Palmer is defending out to the short mid-off area, and there's no run. So it's good to have David on. David Green, of course, I would have complimented you over the last match, and during this game for sure, you've certainly turned some heads in the region. Many people asking about who's doing the stream, and the bad thing about the stream is that a lot of people now stay home and they're not coming out. which of course the BC is trying to get you to come and watch, but the stream has been so good that people say, oh, it's showing on the stream, so I don't need to leave home. Like my father example, he hasn't left home, he's watching every ball.
Well, what you forgot to mention is that your father is in his 70s.
No, he's in his 80s. As this delivery is short and pulled down to long leg for another single. Actually going to come for 2? No, just 1 run.
So there you go, Barry.
What you just mentioned there was something that even in international sport, that people have been talking about. Actually, some people have been thinking that Test cricket, that's what is affecting Test cricket, because of the television coverage.
Exactly, because with Test cricket now, people follow it rather than necessarily watch it. Cricinfo is there, so you can get your scores every second, ball by ball commentary on the Cricinfo. Then it's on some network on television, so you don't necessarily have to get it and come and watch it.
But Barry, is that the real reason?
Well, the game has evolved. I mean, T20 cricket and 50 over first, and then T20 has obviously taken the level of cricket entertainment to another level.
Yeah, and as a result of that, Test series have been reduced to 2 and 3 Test matches now. You know, so really, you're not going to get the same type of spectatorship that you would get before T20, because T20 now.
As a new over, it's going to be Rifa, and bowls this delivery down the leg side, turn to mid-wicket, and there's no run. That's, except, of course, England are playing, because when England play, they always have a crowd no matter where they go.
Yeah, I mean, basically, you know, West Indies tour of England come here, then you're going to get lots of English people coming. An Ashes series, whether it's in Australia or in England, you know, even India at home in recent times, you know, their Test match crowds have have been a lot smaller than normal.
The problem is, though, is that India have stadiums of 80,000. So here comes Reefer now and bowls to Palmer, and Palmer gets the delivery that forces him on the back foot out to the short cover area, and there's no run. You see, the problem with India is that they have built their stadia for crowds for ODIs and T20s. 80,000 people now fitting at the ground in Kolkata. That used to be a stadium of 40,000. It's doubled.
Well, you say that, but I played there in the 80s. There was 100,000.
Wow.
so they've improved the stadium, but now it's got smaller. But they were, you know.
But that was the only level of cricket there when you played, Roland. As this delivery is outside the line, the off stump and punched straight to mid-off, no run.
And this was actually a double wicket competition. And there was over 80,000 people in the stadium.
How much did you get?
I played with Richard Gabriel. We got to the semi-finals actually, and I actually reminded Richard Gabriel recently.
Well, there's going to be a break now in the cricket because the rain is coming on, and the ground staff are coming on because of rain. The rain is coming down. It's going to be a heavy shower. That's no doubt about that. This took long to come because I remember about 3 o'clock I was coming across and the rain was pouring down in St. Thomas area, and I was surprised that cricket was being played, and it has finally reached here just about perhaps when play was going to be called off anyway, and it's raining pretty heavily now, and the ground staff are coming on. The umpires and the players are coming off with Jamaica short of 300 runs, 299 for 3, just one short, with Campbell on 123 and Palmer on 76. Comments from David and
Barry, we did get some advance warning because I did get a message from someone in Christchurch who said that some of the way it was raining cats and dogs in Christchurch South at that time. So it was only a matter of time before it got here. We could see it coming over the hills on the far side. But this break is probably better for Barbados because it gives them a chance now to just sit down and analyse, because had you continued playing there could have been another 50-60 runs scored this evening, and that would make it much more difficult for them to tomorrow.
Speaking of Christchurch South, we say hello to the Honourable Ralph Thorne, the MD who's listening, who's sent some questions. And David, when you look at regional cricket has changed certainly in the last decade or so, because streaming has part and parcel. The whole level of streaming started in England when they began to stream for their county season, because they wanted to have presence at every ground, which was not financially possible. So they started a one-camera stream where you were just seeing the actual bowler run into the batsman. If the ball went to backward point, if it went to backward square, you weren't seeing that because it was just one camera. But it has now taken off around the world. All of the Sheffield Shield games are being streamed now with 2 and 3 cameras, and it's happening now in regional cricket. Is there any way of measuring the stream during the day? The YouTube ticker is saying how many you get watching through the day.
You mean in terms of viewership?
Yeah, viewership, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's one of the great things about streaming, analytics.
Yeah.
So in YouTube, for instance, the account holder can go in there and see exactly how many people is watching, where they're watching from, and well, that's one of the great things about the internet of today.
Barry, talking about streaming, sitting to your right, you've got a lady by the name of Suzanne Bell, and her son was one of the first. When I was still at university, first of all, he started off to do things for me for football, and we bought some programs from the US which he was the expert on, and he set them up for me at UE, and then obviously started with the cricket. So he really has been one of the forebearers of this technology in Barbados, and he did a very good job.
The problem with Susan's son is that he did such a good job that he got plucked from into the West Indies setup.
But he as I said, he started at university, really cut his teeth, did well, and as you said, since then he's done such a good job that CWI have pulled him away as an analyst. And but I noticed that he's trained his brother and others, and when you go to Wanderers, streaming takes place at Wonders every game. So
would you say Wonders is one of the best organized clubs still in local cricket, Roland?
You would have to say that. I think they get very good support. I guess, you know, and they always seem to have quite a well-organized and clear picture as to what they want to do, and that is important. It doesn't seem to be a muddled situation.
They certainly produced the most Test cricketers in recent history for Barbados. Would you say that?
Yeah, well, when you think of Jason Holder and Craig Braffett and Kirk Edwards, Shane Mosley and Raymond Reefer, and you go down the line, Nikolai Charles, etc., etc. Yeah, they've had quite a few of them.
Back in the day, had Ian Bradshaw.
Yeah.
So they're certainly.
So they must be doing something right.
Hello to Craig Coase if he's watching, because he's a big Wonders man. A big Wonders fan as well. I know he always keeps close to the stream and to the commentary.
Even Barbados?
Well, just even wherever he is, wherever Craig is, he's always tuned in once he's not at cricket where he is. Obviously, he's going to probably be going to the IPL, but it hasn't started yet. So I would imagine that he's here, or he's probably in New Zealand with the. I think the Women's World Cup is going to start pretty soon.
Yeah, March.
Yeah, started in March. So, Craig, wherever you are around the world, drop us a note and let us know that you're listening or watching, and we would certainly love to hear from you. Well, you're not missing any cricket. It's all covered up here. As a matter of fact, the covers continue to come on. The rain is not falling, as a matter of fact, but the outside is very, very dark, Roland.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit darker from where we sit, Barry. Obviously, because we're looking through some large stained glass. So, but obviously the light, I don't think at this point is great. But the rain is probably still drizzling because more and more covers are coming onto the field. The run-ups now are being covered. The pitch itself, the whole square has been covered, but they're now moving on towards the run-ups, and it's looking as if they're going to put a more permanent cover down. So, in terms of overs left in the day's play, Barry, how many overs did we have left in the day's play to see whether we will actually get back onto the field?
Yeah, so we've got 8.3 are remaining, but we'll see.
8.3. Yeah, it's probably unlikely that we would get back out there by the time they've removed the covers. In actual fact, they're securing the covers, so they're going to have to stop completely. Umpires will then have to make a decision. As I said, the time it will take then to clear the covers and perhaps rope the outfield before play can commence. It is very possible that we may have seen our last ball for the day. Now, David, what is the next phase in streaming? What's in the pipeline? What can happen? And are we seeing the streaming as it's going to be for a while now, or is there more to come?
Well, what I would tell you is that that's an interesting question, especially with phrase there. One thing about technology, there's always innovation. So I wouldn't say that this is how it's going to remain, but at the end of the day, it all comes on the cost as well. So there are other things that could be done. I have a few ideas of things that we can do to help here. Like, for instance, there could be a system that could be put in where we can, for instance, have run out and you can see things from, like, in terms of the side on, so you can see the runouts, and also probably put another camera on the other side to see when LBW decision is. You can get a replay of LBW decision from the other side as well. Those things could be done, but at the end of the day, it all comes into cost, you know. And as I said earlier, I mean, CWA is doing a great job in terms of getting all three games on, and this is not going to. Every time you think of something, you have to multiply by 3 in a 4-day tournament.
Yeah.
By 4 days, you know. So it is something that is not. They don't have sponsorship and stuff at the moment. So
streaming is the future of streaming satellite cable, is it something that you can see in time would be a large revenue earner, or is it because I guess up till now it's been something that's been virtually given away?
It can be, but for one, the production quality has to be at a certain standard. If you notice how things are going on social media, I mean, there are a lot of people that right now are earning money from being on social media, and this is just from doing pictures of their cats and that sort of stuff, you know. So, and sports is one of the biggest money earners in the world.
Yeah.
So, eventually, what is going to happen is that you will see practically every sporting organization have a presence online. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. That is where you have to go, because that's where the people are.
Yeah.
My wife is a teacher, and she was telling me the other day that some students of hers were telling her that they don't listen to radio and they don't watch TV. They're on Instagram and YouTube and places like that. So that's where the younger generation is coming up, and that's how they're being molded. So there's going to be no choice but to go that route.
Right. So basically, the technology will keep going, and obviously, then you're really catering to the younger generation and the future, really.
Correct. Because
what about old boys like myself and Barry Wilkinson? I mean, how are we going to fit into this new world?
Well, there's still a place for you all in that new world. I mean, like, for instance, we're here watching 4-day cricket on the stream. You know, it's not T20. You know, so there's still a space for you all. And if the great thing about the World Wide Web too is that, as opposed to just having viewership of 7 million around the Caribbean, and as a matter of fact, a game like this in Barbados alone, years ago when the stands would have been packed, let's say you had 6,000 people there watching.
Yeah, and that was the max.
That was the heyday, you know. Today, even though people say that our cricket is not that great and such, like, go and look at the figures you see in terms of viewership online, you know, on YouTube. You know, you're seeing like 70-something thousand or something like that.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you now that I mean, I have friends currently who are watching this game in England, in India, Australia, all over the world. I have friends who are actually watching this particular game.
Right. So it's easier to have a bigger market that you can access online than even on television. It's easier and quicker.
So really, but do you believe that it will still be vitally important in the future to have full stadium?
I mean, you can't get away from the fact that at the end of the day, a full stadium gives you a vibe that you can't replicate anywhere else. You know, I always talk about the very first CPL that they had, right? I remember being here working in the stadium over on that media center end. And when the crowd roared for that during that first game, instead of shivering down my spine, that I can't really describe it. You know, and you can't replicate that in an empty stadium. You know, you need those people around to get that energy and that vibe, and you even see it in terms of how the players play as well too.
Yeah.
I mean, they have that energy there going. You know, so it creates a great spectacle.
I think certainly from a player's point of view, you know, cricket is like theatre, and that is the stage out of the middle, and really the players do need to feed off the audience, so to speak, which are the spectators. So I would fully agree with you that it is important to have people in the stadium, because the players actually, even though they know people are watching from afar on TV and streaming, they like to know that they've got an immediate audience.
But what I would tell you though, if you check most sports around the world that has full stadiums, ask yourself why. Notice that all of them have great television productions, right? And they create an excitement about the sport, about the game, and create a spectacle, and therefore people come to see it themselves in the stadium.
Yeah.
So if you have a sport that doesn't have any sort of coverage, you're going to lose audience in the stadium.
Right. The thing about that,
I was just going to
Roland, is that you've got to look at a particular sport that you're talking about, or event. Because like the Super Bowl, for example, Everyone wants to go to that because everyone is watching it. It's the biggest sporting event. But the average NFL game is not always full.
It's not always full, but you don't need it full.
Yeah, no, I agree.
During the league stages, you don't need it full.
Yeah, you don't need
right?
it full.
But you still want a crowd in the stadium.
But it's still
right?
a big enough crowd.
Exactly, because you at the end of the day, persons, if you have a tournament, it's only people who are really invested in the sport that's really going to come out to watch that during the league stage.
Yeah.
At the end, for instance, you just mentioned Super Bowl. Most people in that stadium probably ain't got a clue about either the two teams.
Yeah,
but they want to be there for
the
that.
event.
They would have bought those tickets from the time it was announced that it was being played in LA.
For the event.
Correct.
Yeah, it's an easy event. But the same thing with CPL. If you look at the crowd that goes to CPL cricket, they're not necessarily cricket people. They're not the average cricket fans. CPL picks up a massive crowd, but they come for the event and experience of CPL. They don't come necessarily because they're big cricket people.
And when CPL leave, so do they.
Exactly.
You don't really see them at cricket after that. What would you say, David, cricket needs to do to, number one, increase its in-stadium fans, while at the same time embracing the streaming, etc.? Where do you think cricket needs to go?
Well, it all comes down to how you present yourself to the public. You know, it's packaging yourself.
I think it comes down to getting good cricket.
That is important as well too. But I mean,
because I think if you have good cricket, people will want to come and watch and be a part of it. Roland, could you imagine? Could you imagine you had, let's say, a Brian Lara here playing? When I'm talking about back in the day, yeah. If Brian Lara was, I remember Brian Lara played a match in Division 1. He played for Maple. Keith, I speak to correct Keith? Brian Lara would have played for Maple in a cricket match in Division 1 cricket. All of a sudden, Division 1 cricket, which had no spectators, 4,000 people turned up at Maple to watch Brian Lara play because Brian Lara was playing. So if you bring good cricket, people will come and watch it because they want to be part and parcel of the experience. So you have to improve the level of cricket. If you improve the level of cricket, you will find people coming to watch it, to be here to watch it. That answers that.
Yeah, I think you have to improve the level, but at the same time, I think you still have to use, Barry, other things to lure those people into the stadium. I mean, the people like you and I and everybody.
I need to get back over to check on something on production.
Yeah, Barry, people like you and I and everybody in this room, with better cricket, we will not need any encouragement to come and watch.
I remember, David, during the Cricket World Cup in England in 2019. It is absolutely amazing when you walk around the ground how much cricket is going on with promotions. There's so much cricket that is being played, with kiddie cricket going on, with cricket games, little mini games going on.
I mean, in these days, they usually set up virtual games as well too.
Yeah, they promote cricket in such a fun way in the stadia that you don't see what's happening outside. When I say outside, at the actual ground, but on the periphery. On periphery, where there's people playing these little games and so much activity. It's amazing.
Well, I mean, I can remember some years ago at Arsenal Football Club on match days, right? They had areas set up under the stadium, right, where they played, where they had all these virtual games where you could drop the kids off, and the kids they could be in tournaments, they could be in all sorts of things, playing to their heart's content, whether they're doing football or cricket or tennis or whatever. But while the football was going on, there was still other entertainment for the children.
I want to add to this conversation as well.
We welcome back Tahir Babulia,
because
we thank David Green so much for his.
It's not only about the cricket. It's, as you said, Roland, is the fan engagement. And just now I was in Dubai for the Dubai Expo, representing Barbados there, and I went to cricket at the Dubai Stadium for the T20 World Cup.
Yeah.
The engagement from the beginning till the time you leave is there. But I just went downstairs in the stands. There are about 15 people in the stands, but there's no engagement with the crowd.
I will forgive them for today. I mean, it's Tuesday.
No, obviously, yeah. But, I mean, even when the T20 was here, you just walk in, you sit down, you get your food, and that's it. I think the engagement is lacking.
That's what I'm saying. When you go to cricket in England, there's so much engagement that is going on by the bars, around the ground. It's almost like you can come to cricket and you don't have to come and sit and watch.
Correct.
I mean, there's so much engagement happening that you see going to the game as a major event and a family day out. And there needs to be a lot more engagement and a little bit more creativity.
Within the international franchises, there are persons responsible for fan engagement. Yeah. Well, you would know that well. How do you make the fan experience a lot better?
Absolutely.
And unfortunately, in the Caribbean, we don't see that as important. You just come, you get your drink, you get your food, and that's it. You go home. But what about getting shirts? What about getting things to take home? Remember, as a kid coming to when they had Digicel, when Digicel was the sponsor of West Indies Cricket and Scotiabank Kiddie Cricket, we would come and we would go home with a bag full of stuff. And that's what, and I would want to come back to get more stuff. We could get those little bats to get signed and stuff.
I think you're absolutely right. We are missing a trick here in this region by not doing that, because especially at a time when fans are getting, the fan engagements are getting smaller. So that's a good question. What are we going to do to make the experience for a fan that much more enjoyable, that yes, they will want to come back?
But Roland, I have a question for you. Most of the money, most of the revenue within sports, as you would know, comes from the TV rights. So they're saying probably 20 years from now there may not be much fans in the grounds. Through all these sports, it's going to be virtual reality. It's going to be those things going to be taken over. What's your thoughts?
Well, I mean, that's why I was asking David that question, because, you know, I was asking him how important is it going to be in the future to have full stands. His response to that was that, you know, full stands brings that type of vibe. And, you know, if you've also got the media, the streaming and et cetera around that, then that can only enhance the product. But his thinking was that both is required. Now the question is going to be, we are going down the route now of working towards the streaming, et cetera, the technology side. What are we going to do with the in-stadia situation?
And that's where it's saying the engagement is important. We keep those fans engaged, because you will still have the traditionalists like us who would want to come and essentially watch the cricket. But just remember, the rain is falling here. The covers are coming off. Jamaica 299 for 3. John Campbell on 123 not out, and Paul Palmer on 76 not out. But a good engaging conversation so far. But yeah, it's important that we keep those fans engaged and keep the crowds coming to the grounds, because it obviously is a Tuesday. Not many fans are here, but I think we need to build on the experience for the persons coming into the ground. And in Dubai, you feel that you want to go back. You feel that you're a part of it. And even in England as well, as Barry said, as you would know, Roland, when you go to grounds, you get to go onto the pitch to see the pitch at lunchtime. Obviously, they bar it off, but you get to go and see what's going on the pitch. You get to take pictures on the field. Why can't that be done in Barbados or in the Caribbean?
Well, I think it should be done, and it's necessary, particularly in a situation where, you know, we are one of the, in cricketing terms, one of the poor nations. You know, our grounds are smaller, so the money that we actually make within these grounds are a lot smaller. So we should be making every effort to ensure that we do get full stadia. You know, we are not going to be as fortunate as, you know, in Australia or in England or whatever, but I think we can there are lessons still to be learned that can work for us. And I fully agree with you that those are areas that need to be dealt with.
Absolutely.
Yes, Barry, it appears as if player has been abandoned for the day, so no doubt you will have a, which is understandable with so few of us remaining and the covers still out there.
So cricket has been officially called off for the day, and tomorrow they're going to start at 60 minutes to 10. So they're starting about 9:44 tomorrow, and we'll be having an early start. So Keith Holder, who's starting the broadcast tomorrow, will be reminded 9:44 start tomorrow, but that's it for the day. So let's recap, Roland. The Jamaica side winning the toss and batting first, making a fantastic score of 299 for just 3, with a century from Captain John Campbell, 123 not out. And tomorrow he will resume with Paul Palmer, who's looking for a century as well. He's on 76. A partnership unbroken for 131 runs so far, after Leroy Lugg was caught by Harden off of Warwican for 39. Jermaine Blackwood was caught by Warwican off a Springer for 1 from 24 balls, uncharacteristic innings from him. Nkrumah Bonner was caught by Warwican off of Carter for 49. With the bowling, 8 bowlers used. Keon Hardin, 11 overs, no maidens, none for 50. Ramon Simmons, 11 overs, 1 maiden, none for 53. Jamal Warwican, 18 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 57. Shamar Springer, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 44. Raymond Reefer, 6 overs and 3 balls, will resume tomorrow. 2 maidens, none for 15. Shem Holder, 12 overs, no maidens, none for 54. Jonathan Carter, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7. And the captain, 2 overs. Craig Brathwaite, 2 overs, no maiden, none for 15. So the Scorpions then, 299 for 3 with Campbell 123, Palmer 76. Final comments from Tahir Babulia and Roland Butcher before we hand you back to the studio.
A good day for Jamaica Scorpions. Obviously, rebounding after a loss in their first match, 299 for 3. John Campbell batted excellently, given a few chances early on and right before his 100, but he batted excellently and really stating his claim to be reselected to the West Indies team. Who knows when that team comes out. Paul Palmer adding 76, a solid knock. No real chance if I can recall Roland, but a very, very solid knock from Paul Palmer. He's continued his good form from the 2020-21 season, where he averaged 43 and finishes some over 400 runs. So who knows, he could be in the mix as well for the squad. But Barbados will want to tighten up tomorrow. The fielding has to improve. It was a bit lackluster in the field, but I think Shamar Springer bowled very, very well. Very tight lines, very tight lefts, and Jamal Warwican coming in also with 1 wicket, and Jonathan Carter, the whole stalwart, being handy with 5 overs, 1 for 7. So all in all, we're looking forward for day 2. Barbados may be batting probably after lunch tomorrow. They'll be hoping to get some early wickets and be batting either before or after lunch. But thank you, and over to you, Roland.
Yeah, Barry, it's been a good batting effort today by the Jamaica Scorpions. Right from the off, Lugg and Campbell really went about attacking the Barbados bowling. A very good opening partnership, which really set things up for the incoming batsman. Bonner continued, and then also when Bonner went, you had Paul Palmer came in right from the off. Campbell has been there. Right at the end of the day, he's still there, 123 not out. Within Palmer is on 76. Another contributions, 49 by Bonner and 39 by Lugg. It's been a really tough day in the field for Barbados. Really a couple of chances really that they would rue dropping those chances, and they could pay dearly for them. And at the end of the day, just short of the 300 mark, the Scorpions 299 for 3 and 81.3 overs at a very good scoring rate. They will be extremely happy with their performance so far. Tomorrow morning, Campbell will continue. He will be looking to move on from his 123 and perhaps get a double century, and Palmer certainly will be eyeing a century. It's been a tough day for Barbados. The chances are that it could be even tougher tomorrow. They're stuck to their task, I think, manfully. All the bowlers tried their best on what has been, we must say, a very good batting pitch. So day 1 honours to the Jamaica Scorpions.
Thank you so much, Roland. We want to thank you, Tahir Babulia, Andrew Mason, Keith Holder, Lyndon Yard, Roland Butcher, Susan Bell, and of course we must also thank David Green and his wonderful production staff. I'm Barry Wilkinson on behalf of Mr. Mike Dodger Sobers, the technical director, and our friends at CBC. Thank you so much for joining us on day 1 of this second round match. We'll resume tomorrow, 9:44. Don't forget, early start tomorrow, 9:44 for ball 1 on day 2. Bye-bye.